Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, 10,000 Clans. Evolution begins with the fusion of red ghosts. Chapter 61. If the Dark Dagger plan only made him feel sympathy for the murdered Iron Guards and feel a little angry at the scumbag behavior of the Shu family and their associates, then the file in Lu Xuan's hands at this moment, it has undoubtedly completely ignited his anger. Because the other party's behavior is no longer enough to be described as scum. After all, scum still has the word human in it. And they are pure beasts. There are 9,753 names recorded in this file. These people are all civilians from the outer city, and they are all victims of the large-scale underground city development and fissure exploration operations organized in Jinghai City over the years. They paid a heavy price for the construction of Jinghai City. Some suffered physical disabilities, paralysis, or mental and psychological trauma. Some even lost their lives. This file contains records of the first victim from 58 years ago. To this day, the true number of victims is certainly higher than 9,000. Every crack opening or underground development will be accompanied by huge sacrifices. In 1958, the total number of victims was estimated to be 70,000 to 80,000. But why were these more than 9,000 people singled out? Because their pensions and workers' compensation payments are being targeted. There are many people involved in this case, and the Shu family is just one of them. Other families and forces are also involved. There are more than 27 members of Congress over the years alone. They are colluding and collaborating. Select some easy to bully and easy to manipulate targets from the group of victims. First, the district councilors come forward, find reasons to delay, and deal with it coldly. After most people's claims for compensation are fruitless and they have no choice but to give up, they will then find a way to deal with the few remaining die-hards. In the past 58 years, more than 48 billion in stolen money has entered the pockets of these rich families. How many victims have lost their families, wives and children because they could not get compensation? Lu Xuan didn't know. All he knew was that the names of his biological father, biological mother, and uncle were also on this list. Well, Li Xiaoning's father Li Zongxian is also there. Lu Xuan knew that his uncle could not get his 2 million workers' compensation. But his two biological parents who have passed away actually received pension compensation back then. The pension is quite large. At that time, Jinghai City was only a first-level self-circulating city. Underground exploration is a very dangerous job with a high mortality rate, so the wages and benefits are also very high. People who do this job basically trade their lives for money. Calculating based on the basic salary for the 160 months before his death, the two of them received a total pension of more than 5 million joint dollars. Lu Xuan asked his uncle and aunt this question when he was a child. The answer received at that time was that, according to the notice issued by the district councilor, his parents died due to special causes and were not killed in the line of duty, so they were not included in the scope of pension compensation. He still believed it. Now I know that the money was allocated, but it just went into other people's pockets. Emotional people only pick weak persimmons, right? After all, it would be quite troublesome if things got serious. In your eyes, our Lu family and Xie family are all weak persimmons, right? Good, very good. Lu Xuan gritted his teeth, soul fire raged in his eye sockets, and his fists clenched loudly. In the eyes of this group of corrupt people, including the Shu family, Lu Xuan is a weak person, Xie Manyu is a weak person, Xie Junhai after paralysis is a weak person, and his aunt Zhang Jingfei is also a weak person. And the weak should be trampled on by the strong. The strong should humiliate the weak. If you have the strength and ability to trample on the weak, then you should use it. In their opinion, this is a matter of course. This file is evidence of the Shu family's crimes. Why keep evidence of your own guilt? Because there were too many people on that thief boat. The people involved came from all walks of life and had complicated forces. They were all a bunch of ghosts and monsters. The purpose of leaving behind everyone's incriminating evidence is to restrain each other and ensure that everyone cooperates sincerely and does not dare to easily backstab his companions on the thief's ship. 100 Demons Night Parade. Buzz. In midair, a magic circle emerged. Evil spirits flew out one after another, and the leader was the Iron Pillar commander of the Evil Spirit Army. Corporal Tizu, listen to the order. Lu Xun said in a deep voice. Tai Zu immediately bowed his head and listened respectfully. Take everything in this secret room back and hide it. Especially these 2 top secret documents. Lu Xun handed 2 files, one thin and one thick, into its hands and solemnly instructed, remember, they are linked to your life. Be sure to keep them properly and there is no room for loss. Ouch. Tai Zu nodded, and took the 2 pieces of incriminating evidence very carefully. Then it raised its arms and called to the evil spirit brothers, and moved all the cash and black gold on the ground back. In the void, the magic circle disappeared. Very good. Next, let me think about it. How should I handle these beasts? Lu Xun rubbed his brow bones. Unconsciously, his purpose had changed. Originally, I wanted to collect some information about the enemy so that I could seek advantages, avoid disadvantages, and protect myself wisely in the future. But it's different now. This feud is getting bigger. Now it's not a question of whether the enemy is willing to let Lu Xun go, but that Lu Xun doesn't intend to let them go. The more you think about it, the angrier it becomes. The more you think about it, the more you lose. I can't bear it. Totally unbearable. He wants to kill this brat named Shu. It would be best to crush the dirty power group behind him as well. The 2 most critical pieces of incriminating evidence have been obtained. But with just these, can we really defeat an enemy of this level? Not necessarily. Lu Xun believed more in his fists. The enemy is too powerful, so we have to plan long-term and make decisions before taking action. Although furious, he calmed down. Decisiveness will be in vain. He doesn't yet have the absolute power to overcome everything, so his brain is still of some use to him for the time being. Shu Tanqing is a counselor in District 3 of Jinghaicheng, and he has a behemoth like the Shu family backing him. An empty office was guarded by 12 elite soldiers. It is conceivable that he must be surrounded by experts and extremely powerful personal bodyguards. Not that easy to deal with. Lu Xun still respects the power of People's Alliance military technology. After all, anyone who dares to be disrespectful will die. Leave first and make a good plan when you get back. He muttered something to himself. Then he used the special skill, Netherworld Walk, entered the virtual state, and started to return the same way. Once alive, twice familiar. He expertly returned to the familiar utility room on the 1st floor. Just as he was about to escape and leave, suddenly, the conversation of 2 guards came to his ears. I received a notice half a minute ago that Congressman Shu's car has arrived at the door, Guard A said. It's so late at night, the boss is really here. Master Daki is not at the base. We have to brace ourselves to protect Counselor Shu's safety. Guard B. It's okay, boss is accompanied by 4 other special warriors. Who doesn't have the guts to dare to stroke the tiger's beard? Guard A. That's true. Guard B, the 2 of them drifted apart and soon disappeared. Lu Xun, who was behind the wall, heard their conversation. His pupils could not help but shrink, and the killing intent that he had just suppressed suddenly rose again. Let's wait and see first to see if there is an opportunity. Single quote. Anyway, I have the Netherworld skill and can escape at any time. Single quote. If this fool can be killed today, that would be the best. Single quote. His thoughts swirled in his mind for 2 seconds before he made a decision. If revenge can be done overnight, it must be revenged on the same day and reported on the same day. Who the hell is? It's never too late in 10 years. This Shu Tanqing had better not give him a chance. Otherwise, he wants to let the other party know that the soft persimmon that was once manipulated will one day harden. Headquarters building, entrance. A flying car came, hovering 3 feet above the ground, motionless. In Jinghai City, whether in the outer city or the inner city, all streets have strict speed limits. Outside the city, you can race as much as you want, and no one will care about you, but in the city, racers are the targets of severe crackdowns by the Public Security Department. Civilian vehicles are prohibited from activating anti-gravity systems and propellant-free propulsion systems in the city. Once discovered, they will be dealt with according to dangerous driving. It may be possible in other high-end self-circulating cities, but not in Jinghai City. Obviously, the specifications of this flying car are not civilian. This is an extended version of the black luxury car. The entire outer shell is made of special metal with extremely high hardness and toughness. The car is also equipped with a deflector shield system. This deflector shield can withstand frontal attacks from non-heavy kinetic energy weapons and particle beam weapons. It is indestructible and has super protective performance. After the car door opened, 4 men in 3-piece black suits stepped out, straddling the 2 sides, standing majestic. More than 60 armed personnel in the building also came out and lined up neatly at the door. One tall exoskeleton armor after another, putting on an impressive display of support. The power suit with a fully enclosed mechanical structure reflects a cold metallic luster in the night light. The guards all held their heads high and walked across the street to greet each other. Surrounded by everyone, Xu Tanqing stepped out of the car with a smile on his face. He was handsome, gentle and elegant, his hair was meticulously combed, and he was wearing exquisite high-end formal clothes. He had an extraordinary bearing. After raising his hands and neatly adjusting his clothes, Xu Tanqing was about to lift his legs and walk towards the main building when he suddenly heard a commotion in the distance behind him. It turned out that the outer gate was crowded with a large number of people. Most of them are local voters who support him, and there are also many reporters. There are more people coming here one after another from further away. It's like a star-chasing scene. Ah, Representative Xu, I love you. Sign your name for me. Our family of 8 and 3 generations are all your die-hard supporters. You are a perfect good man, and you are the only one worthy of being the new speaker. Our votes are all for you, so keep working hard. We all firmly believe that you will be able to lead Jinghaicheng to a bright future. Say a few words, Councillor Xu. Please take a picture with me. These voters in District 3 are all loyal supporters of Xu Tanqing. They can chase him to this place in the middle of the night. Can you imagine how fanatical and crazy they are? After all, not just any cat or dog can participate in the election for the new speaker. This thing requires burning a lot of money. The Xu family spends tens of billions of real money every year, how can it be ineffective? The purity of these fans is extremely high, and they have transformed into the shape of Congressman Xu from the inside out. Seeing this, Xu Tanqing quickly showed a sunny and kind smile on his face, turned around, waved to people, and planned to walk over. But was stopped by a hand. Boss, there are a lot of people and it's not safe. Next to him, a man in a suit said solemnly, Master Dutch is not here, so we should go back to the base and ignore them. Presumptuous, don't teach me how to do things. Xu Tanqing still smiled, with a sunny and kind demeanor, but his tone was full of sinisterness. How can I let my lovely supporters feel cold? If I can't even guarantee this safety, what do I want from you losers? While he kept smiling and his facial expression did not change at all, he was able to scold his subordinates with cold words. His acting skills are no worse than those of movie stars in the entertainment industry. After that, Xu Tanqing walked towards the outer door, moving his hands and feet with graceful demeanor. The eyes of the voters reflected the voice and smile of this humble gentleman, and the crowd became even more excited and fanatical for a while. Thank you all for your support. I am flattered. Let me just say a few words. In the main building, in an inconspicuous corner, half a skull's head emerged from the wall. Of course, ordinary people can't see it. Don't give me a chance. Lu Xuan stared at Xu Tanqing in the distance and cursed secretly. He just took a careful inventory of the security forces around Xu Tanqing. 64 armed guards in power suits. The combat effectiveness should be similar to that of the previous, Red Eye, from Wansheng Security Company, probably at intermediate to high levels. But that time, there were only 7 enemies. Although Lu Xuan won, he was also bruised and bruised. His whole body was inflicted with more than 100 and dozens of wounds by the electromagnetic rifle. What's more, these 64 are only some of the armed personnel who went out to greet Xu Tanqing, not the entire strength of the headquarters. There are at least 100 to 200 guards standing guard, patrolling, and alert around the headquarters and inside the main building. Also, the 12 elite soldiers with more advanced equipment that we met at the door of the office did not show up. Lu Xuan conservatively estimated that there were nearly 300 troops inside and outside this base. Too many ants can kill an elephant. Also, those 4 male bodyguards in black suits must be the super experts, the 2 men mentioned during the eavesdropping. The overall strength of the enemy is too strong. Although Lu Xuan's strength had been greatly strengthened compared to before, it was still not enough to kill a congressman who was protected by hundreds of armed personnel by one person. Even if we completely put aside the consideration of bodyguards and guards, does Shu Tianqing have any special means of self-protection? There must be. Therefore, it is very difficult to assassinate, let alone kill by force. It seems, there is no chance tonight. Lu Xuan observed again, but still couldn't find an entry point. I could only shake my head regretfully. Forget it, I'll go back and strengthen it first, improve it, and then come back to kill him. He muttered to himself and was about to escape. Boom. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering explosion in the distance, and flames shot into the sky. What's the situation? Lu Xuan was shocked. He quickly looked around and saw the scene was in chaos. The highly protective luxury car brought by Shu Tianqing exploded. The terrifying shock wave blew away 6 or 7 people in close proximity. Clearly, something big happened. There were screams, and roars one after another. Ah, there is an assassin. Protect the MPs. Where is the assassin? Where is he? Report his location. Shu Tianqing's face was ashen, and there was a dark and vicious look in his eyes. His body was wrapped in a layer of energy shields visible to the naked eye. They have 5 layers in total, in the shape of translucent spheres, with different colors, like 5 soap bubbles of different colors superimposed together, protecting the person in the center. Find him out. Shu Tianqing roared with a ferocious face and gave orders. Just 2.5 seconds ago, when he was signing autographs for his fans, the protective force field generating device on his body suddenly determined that it was dangerous and automatically activated. Then his car suddenly exploded, and almost at the same time, a sharp sword light followed closely behind, slashing and hitting the shield. The shield absorbed all the kinetic energy, causing ripples. And the sneak attacker disappeared without a trace. It's like hitting a ghost. The assassin came well prepared. He blended in with the crowd of die-hard supporters at the scene, sneaked in, and first used a bomb to detonate and blow up the congressman's car from the inside to prevent him from hiding in the car. Then attack and kill. However, all the guards present did not see the assassin figure during the whole process. It's optical camouflage, the assassin is invisible. A special soldier next to Shu Tianqing turned his head and shouted to a technician carrying portable electronic equipment not far away, activate the anti-stealth electronic detection system and find him. Kai. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of edge suddenly appeared. A bright red bloodline appeared on the technician's neck. Immediately, his eyes were dull, the head rolled down, the neck was neatly broken, a huge amount of blood spattered out, the headless body shook, and fell to the ground with a thud. However, there is more than one technician here. When the assassin finished killing everyone, the anti-stealth equipment on the other side was activated. Buzz. Electromagnetic waves invisible to the naked eye swept across all directions at the speed of light. Based on the echo pulse feedback, this high-tech anti-stealth electronic device immediately locked onto the target and automatically invaded and cracked the nanosystem of the optical camouflage uniform. In the open space, the assassin's invisibility effect quickly faded and disappeared. First, a translucent silhouette emerged, and in the blink of an eye, he was completely exposed to the public. He is tall, burly and majestic, and from the back of his 2 strong forearms, a folding knife with a strange arc pops out. The 2 folding knives are extremely long and can be extended and contracted. Their shape resembles the forelimbs of a mantis. The blood-stained blades are extremely sinister, reflecting a soul-stirring cold light. Zhang Xinghai. Shu Tianqing was stunned for a moment, then his face twisted, his eyes became extremely ferocious, and he smiled angrily. A desperate and bereaved dog, instead of running for his life, he dares to come back and die. I did come to die. Zhang Xinghai has a resolute face and a deep voice. He shook off the blood on the knife, his eyes burning with anger, staring at Shu Tianqing, and roared like a beast. But I'm sending you to death. Dangling. The extremely sharp knife hit the shield again, but still failed. Kill him off. Protect the MPs. 4 special bodyguards rushed over, 2 of them protected Shu Tianqing and retreated, while the other 2 stepped forward to block and intercept the assassin. Shu Tianqing's face was as gloomy as water. As he retreated, he looked at the remaining energy value of the shield that was beating on his retina 98.4%. Suddenly he snorted coldly. I don't know what to say, just wait for death. No one could have imagined that this assassin was actually Zhang Xinghai. A few days ago, he was forced into a desperate situation, but now he actually has the strength to bite Shu Tanqing back. Not only was the Zhonghui A-type military spine implanted, but he also obtained optical camouflage uniforms and explosive bombs. As expected of a former special elite of the Iron Guard, he could still breathe under such difficult conditions and such huge pressure to survive. Come over and keep your fighting spirit high. If it were an ordinary person, his spirit would have collapsed long ago in that desperate situation. It can be seen that Zhang Xinghai really wants to make a comeback and kill Shu Tanqing. Specially choose tonight to attack and kill. This was a carefully planned operation. Unfortunately, Shu Tanqing was wearing a very top-notch force field generator. It was a metal necklace hanging around his neck. After activation, it can form a multi-gravity field shield that can defend against kinetic energy weapons, particle beams, lasers, plasma beams, sonic pulses, magic elements, baryon rays, soul power, 94% of the world's attack methods. The mantis knife, implanted in Zhang Xinghai's arms, can be considered a very powerful military-grade prosthesis. Its material composition includes dozens of very rare and precious special metals. The mantis sword can be extended to a maximum length of 1.8 meters, has a long attack range, is indestructible, can cut iron like mud, and is sharper than the 4th-generation lightsaber. But even so, his two full-strength swords just now only caused a little ripple on Shu Tanqing's stance shield, causing it to lose 1.6% of its energy. Even if Shu Tanqing stood still and let him cut at will, he would have to cut at least 100 times in a row to break the shield. A low-level ordinary person with a combat power of 5 can resist the full force blast of a super warrior hundreds of times with just a necklace. You know, inferior, low, medium, high and special, there are 4 big realms between Shu Tanqing and Zhang Xinghai. It is conceivable that in the eyes of other races, human beings are cheating existences. For humans, individuals with high combat power can be quickly produced through Krypton gold, and can even be mass-produced on a large scale. This is the military technology that the People's Federation is proud of. This is the technological side of the world. Moreover, a force field generator of this level is not a one-time consumable. Its service life will reach its limit only after being charged hundreds of times. Jinghai Cheng's military-industrial system is not capable of producing such high-tech products. Just this little inconspicuous necklace has a market price of 800 million. Money can defeat everything. Even Lu Xuan, who was hiding in the dark, was stunned and jealous. Although he has level 7 hardness and a thick layer of armor, after seeing the power of the force field generator, he also wanted to get one for himself. After all, who would think their armor is too thick? Well, one is not enough, there are also Xiaoyu, aunt, uncle. In the future, if he becomes developed and has the ability, we will definitely build a warehouse of force field generators and arrange them for everyone. After the 2 special bodyguards protected the congressman and retreated to a safe distance, the other 2 also withdrew and stayed by the boss's side. The primary task of the 4 of them is to protect Shu Tanqing's personal safety, not to annihilate the enemy. After all, no one knows if Zhang Xinghai has any other assassin accomplices. Bodyguards must stay by the side of the person they are protecting, alert to all possible dangers. You're just an ant and you want to kill me. Shu Tanqing stared at Zhang Xinghai with a ferocious expression on his handsome face. There is a road to heaven if you don't take it. Now that you're here, you'll die here. After saying that, he turned his eyes and shouted to the escort. What are you waiting for? Kill him quickly. Boss, there are still many voters at the scene who have not evacuated. If we fire with all our strength, innocent people will be accidentally injured. Next to him, a bodyguard in a special suit looked hesitant. It's none of my business. Shu Tanqing roared, kill. Yes. The special bodyguard turned his head and gestured to the surveillance camera diagonally above. In an instant, all the cameras within 1 kilometer of the headquarters building automatically rotated and their angles of view deviated from the original surveillance area. A complete blockade was carried out near the base. Afterwards, voters and reporters at the scene were searched indiscriminately, and all relevant video and photo materials were destroyed. In this way, tonight's battle process will remain a secret. No matter how many innocent people die, they can still be blamed on Zhang Xinghai, a 5-star wanted criminal. This is not the first time Shu Tanqing and the others have done this kind of thing, they are already familiar with it. Bang bang bang. For a moment, the gunshots were like thunder. All the armed personnel in the base are dead soldiers and agents who have been supported by the Shu family for many years, and receive wages from the Shu family. The boss has spoken, so of course they won't feel any psychological burden. There was a fierce firestorm. It is not known whether Zhang Xinghai is dead or not, but those, star-chasing, voters sent a lot of mail. Bang bang bang. Densely packed high-speed rotating projectiles, accompanied by electromagnetic rifle fire, flew in like a rain curtain. Snort. Zhang Xinghai's eyes were cold. His metal ankles and knees were activated by the prosthetic system, and he was as light as a swallow. When his toes touched the ground, his body rushed out more than 10 meters away with the wake. He moved at high speed, like a ghost, moving so fast that he could pull out afterimages. Most of the enemy's shots were evaded by him. But there were also many bullets that hit his body, making a ding 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 sound. Where it was hit by the projectile, the surface skin was torn, revealing a layer of silver subcutaneous armor with fish scale patterns. It will cause bullets to fly away one after another, and can even block energy beams. It also has protective effects such as absorbing kinetic energy and shock absorption to protect the muscles, internal organs, and bones under the armor. It's also a military-grade prosthetic body. That day in the operating room of the Black Clinic, it was he who took the initiative to remove the subcutaneous armor so that Lu Xuan and Old Octopus could successfully complete the operation. If the armor is activated, not even the laser scalpel can cut through his subcutaneous tissue. Kill. Zhang Xinghai roared, and his body passed a powered armor at high speed. The moment he passed the enemy, brilliant sword light poured out like a waterfall. The two mantis knives completed a total of 9 super speed strikes in 0.8 seconds. Cut. Chi 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 chi. The power suit with a fully enclosed mechanical structure was instantly decomposed and chopped into pieces along with the people inside. However, this is just the tip of the iceberg of the combat effectiveness of the Super Commissioner. After dismembering 5 enemies in power suits one after another like chopping melons and vegetables, Zhang Xinghai's left and right shoulders suddenly opened, and 2 plasma rapid-fire shoulder cannons stretched out. The shoulder gun is equipped with an identification friend or foe system and a laser sight. After locking onto the surrounding enemies, he opened fire brazenly, and the cannons roared. Boom 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 boom. Thick red gold plasma beams shot out, blasting the armor in front of them to pieces. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Miserable screams could be heard one after another, and the Shu family soldiers with their hands and feet cut off lay on the ground crying for their fathers and mothers. In only 20 seconds since the battle began, 14 enemies were killed on the spot, and more than 30 people were seriously injured and lost the ability to move. The power of the Super Commissioner is frightening. Even Lu Xuan, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so fierce." Zhang Xinghai wanted to kill everyone in the way and pursue Shu Tanqing. However, there are too many enemies, and the firepower is also very fierce. He tried to rush forward several times, but was suppressed and pushed back. But what makes Lu Xuan feel very strange is that Zhang Xinghai has never used the War Ghost 8-type spine. This prosthetic body is the opponent's most powerful killing move and trump card. He hides his ultimate move, and doesn't use it. Why? Could it be that the purpose of Zhang Xinghai's action was not to assassinate Shu Tanqing? After all, the success rate will be higher if you sneak in and assassinate quietly. After all, he is a super agent. How could he block the gate of someone else's base and assassinate him under heavy guard? It's more like he deliberately made the momentum and battle very grand. This is a feint attack. The Zhonghui Type 8 prosthetic body was the trump card he kept to use when breaking through after a feint attack. But this kind of feint is meaningless. What is its purpose? Lu Xuan was observing the situation at the scene and thinking with his brain. But he still couldn't figure out Zhang Xinghai's true intention, and felt that his brain was about to be overloaded. At this moment, Shu Tanqing had just left the battlefield and retreated into the main building. What's more, Lu Xuan was right on his path. He walked over here, with only 4 bodyguards following him, and the rest rushed out to fight with Zhang Xinghai. This is a very rare opportunity. If Zhang Xinghai and Lu Xuan were to attack at the same time with cheese sandwiched between two breads, if they cooperated well, they would most likely kill Xu Tanqing here. Unfortunately, the other party didn't know Lu Xuan's existence at all. He didn't even know he had a teammate. Cooperate so much. Everyone has finished a series of things and is ready to break out and retreat. Zhang Xinghai's purpose from the beginning was not to assassinate Xu Tanqing, because he knew that he could not kill Xu Tanqing with his own strength. You have to figure it out slowly. No one knows what he is thinking. Lu Xuan's skull face was hidden in the darkness, motionless, thoughts spinning rapidly in his mind, trying to figure out the situation. Soul fire surged in his eye sockets. He looked at Zhang Xinghai outside, and then at Xu Tanqing, who was getting closer and closer to him. The enemy that must be killed in this life. It's here now. How could he be willing to let this beast swagger past him? The enemy is in the open and we are in the dark. This is an excellent opportunity for a sneak attack. If you hesitate, you will lose. These special bodyguards just fought with Zhang Xinghai for a while, and their strength seems to be only about this. The strongest one is only level 3 to 4. They are all little rubbish. I can do it. Single quote. We can't let Zhang Xinghai go, we have to let him know my existence. Single quote. We unite. This beast must be killed. Single quote. Lu Xuan is not an indecisive person. After clearly judging the situation on the battlefield, he no longer looked forward and backward, and made a decision without hesitation. Just tonight, kill Xu Tanqing. Boom. A plasma beam flew through the air, instantly shattering the human body and the exoskeleton armor into pieces, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. Zhang Xinghai's 2-meter-tall body stood tall, covered in blood and panting. His eyes were like cold sword light, scanning the enemies around him. The two folding knives that resemble the forelimbs of a mantis were dripping with red blood, like a god of death. The ground was devastated and filled with smoke. Corpses lay scattered all around. At a glance, all you could see were broken limbs, intestines and internal organs. Pieces of broken flesh and blood tissue and armor remnants were stacked and scattered. The scene was extremely bloody. He has killed dozens of people. However, there are still countless enemies rushing in from all directions, and it seems that they will never be able to kill them all. Zhang Xinghai himself was injured. Although the enemies are all scum below the special level, there are too many of them. Subdermal armor is not a panacea. It should be almost done. The purpose of knocking on the mountain and shaking the tiger has been achieved. Single quote. In this way, we can proceed with the next step of planning. He looked around and felt that the intensity of the feint attack had reached his psychological expectations. As a member of District 3 and a strong contender for the next speaker, Xu Tanqing is a real big shot. There are terrifying family forces behind him. How can he be so easy to kill? He knew that he could not kill Xu Tanqing. This feigned attack was to force the Xu family to move the mysterious cargo. After Zhang Xinghai's survival pressure became less recently, he began to keep an eye on the Xu family's every move and tried to take revenge. Just the day before yesterday, he accidentally discovered that the Xu family seemed to have secretly smuggled a batch of goods illegally from other places and hid them deep in this building. Moreover, Xu Tanqing attached great importance to the goods and arranged for many elite dead soldiers from the family to guard them. This is likely to be enough evidence to severely injure Xu Tanqing. He wanted to start an investigation, but the enemy was tightly guarded and there was no leakage. He had quietly sneaked into the building several times to conduct reconnaissance, but could not find any opportunity to make a move. That's why Zhang Xinghai came up with this plan to knock down the mountain and shock the tiger. There was such a big commotion in the elite special zone, and so many people died. They could hide it from ordinary people, but they couldn't hide it from Xinghai's senior officials. It will inevitably attract the attention of all forces. The Xu family had a guilty conscience and had to urgently move the goods to other places for the sake of their safety. Only by forcing the enemy to move could he have a chance to seize the flaw and find out the truth about the mysterious cargo. The purpose of the feint attack has now been achieved. Next, just wait patiently and wait and see. It's time to withdraw. Kai. While Zhang Xinghai was thinking, he slashed an enemy in half with his sword again. Then there were only two clang sounds, and the mantis knife folded automatically and shrank back into the forearm. The enemy's anti-electronic stealth equipment has been destroyed by him, so the nano-optical camouflage suit on his body has restarted the system and can be used normally. However, just when he was about to become invisible and break out of the encirclement to retreat, an accident happened. Boom! Ah! A heart-rending scream came from the other direction. Almost at the same time, the hard wall of the building exploded with a loud noise. A person flew out like a broken sack, and after crossing a parabola of tens of meters in the air, he hit the floor heavily, filling the sky with dust. This man had broken bones and tendons all over his body, and his limbs were twisted. Thick blood was constantly oozing out from under his body, flowing and pooling on the ground. After twitching a few times, he stopped moving, and died on the spot. This is one of Shu Tanqing's 4 super bodyguards. Although the body was so mutilated and bloody that no one looked like a human being, Zhang Xinghai still recognized the man who flew out after smashing through the wall based on his clothes and body features. What happened? Shu Tanqing was attacked. He quickly raised his head, followed the big hole in the wall, and saw the scene inside. A giant humanoid muscle beast is fighting 3 super strong men in the building with its own power. He has red horns on the top of his head, a green face with fangs, and a hideous appearance. His majestic body is nearly as tall as a story, his forearms are thicker than an adult male's waist, and huge muscles all over his body are stacked, knotted, and bulging, and his dimensions are huge. Exaggerate. On the majestic body, each fascia is drawn, full of explosive power, and the visual impact is super strong. At this moment, he was roaring and fighting with huge fists. Each punch was earth-shattering, and the violent impact set off waves of air visible to the naked eye. The airwaves were wrapped in smoke and dust and swept in all directions with an astonishing momentum. Save me, protect me. Shu Tanqing ran away and shouted outside at the top of his lungs, I was ambushed, and there is an assassin hiding in the building. This guy is so fierce. He actually chased Shu Tanqing and his bodyguards and beat them up all by himself. And he has already killed one, who was killed by his sneak attack in seconds. Every time he punched out, it was accompanied by 6 levels of mysterious, ripple, power, vibrating and distorting the nearby air. This attack method is similar to the gas pulse phenomenon. Gas molecules rapidly diffuse under high pressure, forming shock waves and detonation waves. But obviously not, because the ripple came out of his body with stronger energy, faster speed, and sharper waveform. Wherever the ripples passed, the wall skin fell off one after another, showing its destructive power. The 3 super bodyguards tried their best, but they could only barely deal with him. They were punched one after another by this devilish muscular man. Their organs were shaking and they were vomiting blood. Their muscles were numb and their bones were shaken. Already. If it weren't for the protective prosthetics implanted, the 3 of them would definitely not be able to withstand such a fierce attack. They gritted their teeth and struggled to hold on, trying to buy time for Shu Tanqing to escape and for the arrival of reinforcements. This combat power, special level 5. No, level 6. Zhang Xinghai was shocked when he saw this wonderful scene. He is a decisive person. At this moment, the first thing that comes to his mind is not questions such as, who is this guy? Why does he want to help me? What's the issue between him and Shu Tanqing? He only had one thought. Opportunity. The opportunity to kill Shu Tanqing directly is right in front of you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The 2 of them working together have a high probability of killing Shu Tanqing before the Shu family's reinforcements arrive. This may be the only opportunity in his life to kill his enemy with his own hands. Go up, or not go up. This is a problem. He gave his answer directly with practical actions. Clank. The mantis knife that had been put away for only a few seconds bounced out from the back of his 2 thick forearms again, with a sharp blade. Veins popped up on Zhang Xinghai's forehead and neck, and the monstrous anger that had accumulated in his heart burst out at this moment without reservation. Kill. He let out an extremely angry roar, rushed in, and joined the team fight. Boss, the assassin is too strong. Do you want to seek help from the Public Security Department and internal guards? Asked a super bodyguard covered in blood. No, Shu Tanqing said firmly as he ran deeper into the building, they can't be allowed to come in here. No one can interfere with this except our Shu family. That batch of goods was hidden inside the headquarters building. Once exposed, the Shu family would be doomed. Please ask the Sheriff's Department and Internal Security Bureau for help. Isn't that seeking death? What a joke. Jinghai City's city defense force consists of 3 parts: Iron Guard, Public Security Department, and Internal Guard. The strength of the Public Security Department is average, with an individual combat strength of between 1,000 and 12,000. It can deal with most civilian thugs, which is very different from the private armed personnel raised by the Shu family. After all, we are in the city and there are too many residents to use large-scale and heavy firepower weapons. But the inside defender is different. The inner guards, also known as the mobile police team, are very powerful and can dispatch mechas, heavy weapons, battlefield drones, and even military-grade combat robots. Although they are called war police, the inner guards have a level of violence comparable to that of the Iron Guards. The internal guard is relatively mobile and always on standby. Only when a vicious emergency, major riot, or terrorist attack occurs in Jinghai City, and the Public Security Department is unable to handle it, will the internal guard be dispatched to use absolute force to suppress and annihilate all enemies who dare to cause trouble. There is no doubt that the fierce battle currently taking place in the Ministry of Energy building has fully met the conditions for activating the internal guard. 2 super high-level assassins assassinated the 3rd District Councilman. As long as the inner guard arrives, they can be captured in minutes. However, Shu Tanqing had a guilty conscience and did not dare to do that. That cargo is hidden right here. 0C. On the contrary, there is no need to worry. The artificial intelligence does not have the power to control or supervise senior personnel with positions such as Deputy Secretary of the Jinghaicheng District Councilor and above. It is not authorized and cannot be overstepped. Shu Tanqing will never allow any force outside the Shu family to take over this battlefield. Even if the Public Security Department and the Internal Guard want to come to support, he has to stop him. But in fact, even if the inner guards came, they would at most frighten Lu Xun away. If he really wanted to run away, it would not be difficult. Zhang Xinghai has a trump card like War Ghost Type 8 prosthetic body, and Lu Xun naturally has one too. The Bone King form is his backup tool to save his life. But your personal safety has been threatened, and your life may be in danger. The bodyguard was worried. Shut up. I know the current situation very well and don't need you to remind me. Shu Tanqing said coldly, "Don't worry, I have contacted Master Daki and he will arrive in 5 minutes. The family also elite reinforcements have been dispatched and are rushing here from nearby cities." 5 minutes. He gritted his teeth with a ferocious face. "Order everyone to hold them back at all costs. In 5 minutes, they will be dead." Master Daki is different from the other dead soldiers and elites of the Shu family. He is a retainer. He is the most capable super fighter trained by his family with all their efforts. Not far away. Kill. Lu Xun roared angrily. His majestic body was covered with wounds of all sizes, covered in blood. He was extremely ferocious, like a violent and arrogant beast. Buzz. Suddenly, the huge muscles on his body trembled, and every cell in his body was resonating, and roaring. He swung his giant arms and blasted out with destructive and terrifying power in his fists. Ripple. 6 heavy blows. Circles of vigor visible to the naked eye formed a wave of advancing waves, roaring out and attacking the super bodyguards moving forward. Before the punch came, the surging high-pressure air waves had already messed up the opponent's hair, the strong wind was pouring into his mouth, and his face was twitching, shaking, and twisting. Boom! The super bodyguard was directly blasted more than 50 meters by this terrifying punch, smashing through concrete walls. He was still in the air when he heard a Chila, and his whole body clothes were crushed by the sharp ripples. Become naked. But this enemy was still not dead. Although there were multiple fractures all over his body and ruptured internal organs, the energy-absorbing and shock-absorbing effects of the protective prosthesis saved his life. So scary. The super bodyguard was still frightened. He stood up straight with a solemn expression. "My combat power is only a little over 12,000, and he is at least 23,000. He is an invincible enemy. I have to fight with him. Stall for time." Zabang. Suddenly, a very thick red gold plasma beam shot from the side, hitting the broken armor of his right rib very accurately. There was just a pop sound, and the plasma beam passed through his body in an instant. A terrifying energy burst out, and his upper torso and head exploded directly. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, shattering into countless pieces of bone and flesh residue, splattering everywhere. Only 2 bloody thighs and half of the butt were left in place. Lu Xun broke through many walls and rushed here, just in time to see this scene. Then he turned his eyes and looked to the other side. Zhang Xinghai stood there. The barrel of the gun on his left shoulder was as red as a soldering iron, with smoke escaping and dissipating heat rapidly. It was he who made a sneak attack just now and killed this special bodyguard with an ion cannon. Lu Xun did not feel unhappy about being robbed of his head. Instead, he lowered his head and gave him a thumbs up, his voice as thick as thunder. "Allow." Then he asked, "Have you dealt with the enemy over there?" "There are 4 special bodyguards in total." Lu Xun killed one of them with a sneak attack from behind. Later, Zhang Xinghai came to help. Seeing that the situation was not good, one bodyguard quickly protected Xu Tanqing and escaped, while the remaining 2 stayed to block and break up the rear. But Lu Xun and Zhang Xinghai's combat effectiveness is obviously stronger. In the 2v2 situation, it was simply a one-sided crushing. My one is also dead, and only the last special bodyguard is left to protect Xu Tanqing. Go, kill him. Good. After the 2 had a brief conversation, they hit it off and started chasing each other inside the building. Today happened to be the time when the enemy headquarters was empty, and there was no particularly powerful master in charge. In addition, the Xu family had a guilty conscience and did not dare to request support from the Public Security Department and the police mobile team. Even to the Xu family, they could accept Xu Tanqing's death, but that batch of goods must not be exposed. It is better for one person to die than for the entire family to die. Therefore, they only dared to send their own dead soldiers and retainers to participate in this battle. The battlefield is not allowed to be taken over by other forces. It will take a while for the armed forces sent by the Xu family to support Xu Tanqing to reach District 3. Tonight is definitely the best time to kill Xu Tanqing, neither of them wants to miss it. Opportunities must never come back again. Once this opportunity is missed, it may not come again in the future. Kill, death, death, death. They charged forward side by side, roaring, and fighting bloody battles. Like 2 ferocious beasts, one big and one small, they used their own tricks along the way to kill people and kill Buddhas. Mountain shaking power, high explosive spiral fireball, plasma cannon, mantis knife. The 2 super high-level warriors worked together to kill the Xu family's team of dead soldiers in the building with overwhelming force. In the corridors and halls on the first floor, blood flowed like rivers, and corpses lay everywhere. During this period, they encountered several elite groups of the Xu family equipped with more advanced power suits. The opponent's firepower was fierce, but they were quickly wiped out by 2 super high-level warriors. It can be said to be invincible. 70% of these Xu family warriors are at the intermediate level of level 5 or above, and there are even many junior masters who are advanced level 7 or 8. The combat power is between 1,000 approximately 9,000. Are they weak? No. You must know that Jinghai City has a population of more than 6 million, 99.99% of which are ordinary people at the inferior level. They have not been implanted with combat-type prosthetics, and their combat effectiveness is only in the single digits. People with over 100 combat abilities are already street bullies, who can punch the Nanman nursing home and kick the Dongman kindergarten. Therefore, any one of these Xu family's dead soldiers would have a combat power of over 1,000. In the eyes of ordinary people, that is amazing. It wasn't that the enemy was too weak, but that Lu Xun and the 2 were too strong and fierce. The combat power of both of them is close to 25,000. They were like 2 human-shaped meat grinders running wildly on the battlefield, killing everyone in all directions. Wherever they passed, blood flowed everywhere and countless corpses lay buried. Zhang Xinghai was originally very tall, a 2-meter tall man with big muscles. Once, in the operating room, he was the object of Lu Xun's envy. His majestic muscles, majestic figure, and beast-like temperament made Lu Xun extremely yearn for him. But 3 days after separation, the situation was completely opposite. Understand, admire, become, and surpass. Zhang Xinghai now stood next to Lu Xun. Compared with his body shape, he actually looked petite, like a thin primary school student. It's a pity that he doesn't know Lu Xun's identity, otherwise his jaw would be dropped. Go to hell. Lu Xun roared, closed his two giant arms, hugged the powered armor, and struggled to shrink it. The fascia all over his body stretched rapidly, and the huge muscle groups squirmed and tightened suddenly. The blood on the male back was surging, and the tendons stacked up to form layers of folds, and the appearance resembled a ferocious, ghost face. Crunch. The hard metal shell made a harsh whine, twisting and deforming. Under the overwhelming squeezing force, the exoskeleton mechanical armor in his arms was like a can that had been squeezed hard. It deflated in an instant, and then exploded with a pop. Kill. Lu Xun's fighting spirit soared into the sky, his blood surged, and he let out bursts of roars. Stimulated by the violent factor of the ghosts and the huge amount of adrenaline, he had completely forgotten himself, as if his brain was filled with strong muscles. He was even a little reluctant to use magic bombardment. The feeling of punching flesh, tearing armor with hands, tearing and hammering the enemy into pieces was so satisfying to him that he was extremely obsessed with it. The bursts of pain radiating from various parts of his body made him even more excited, and a pair of red blood eyes flashed with a ferocious look like a beast. Fierce and majestic. It's chilling. Dangling. After throwing away the toy in his arms, he was covered in blood and continued to kill the other person. We found Shu Tanqing. This fool is hiding here, come here quickly. In the distance, Zhang Xinghai's roar came. Lu Xun's ears moved, and when he heard the message, he heard his forward body squeak, braked suddenly, and then immediately changed direction and strode towards Zhang Xinghai. He has a strangely curved horn on top of his head. He is 2 meters 6 tall. His body is as tall as a mountain. His 2 huge bare feet make a dull sound of dong 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 when he steps on the ground, like a high-speed moving meat-clad fortress. It can be said that the momentum is amazing. Okay, it's coming, it's coming. You intercept him first. Don't let this turtle grandson escape, we must kill him today. They're getting closer. They're coming. Why hasn't Master Dutch arrived yet? It's only been 5 minutes since I said 5 points. Tell him to hurry up and hurry him up. Shu Tanqing looked panicked, and his handsome face had long lost the arrogance and calmness he had before. He underestimated the fighting power of these 2 assassins. Unexpectedly, the hundreds of fully armed family warriors in the base, plus 2 special warriors, were completely unable to stop the joint attack of those 2 fierce men. If powerful men like Lu Xun and Zhang Xinghai join forces, the effect will not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If you are alone, you will indeed be very passive and unable to let go when faced with hundreds of enemies encircling and gathering fire. Because all the enemy's attention is focused on you alone, you will be stared at and locked down, and you will not have much room to operate. You will have to be reckless and fight bloody battles under pressure. But with the cooperation of comrades, the situation is different. The 2 can cooperate with each other, share firepower, cover, last hits, and support each other. The pressure brought by the enemy becomes smaller, and one's own combat effectiveness naturally increases. In just over 3 minutes, Lu Xun and Zhang Xinghai jointly wiped out more than 95% of the Shu family's dead soldiers inside the base. Almost the entire army was wiped out. At this moment, Shu Tanqing was being guarded by the only remaining special bodyguard, running and escaping in the corridor. Boom, boom, boom. There was a very rhythmic, dull sound of feet tapping the ground from behind, and it was getting closer and closer, echoing endlessly in the empty corridor. This atmosphere is very depressing and terrifying. It's as if a shadow of death is hanging over my heart, suffocating. Shu Tanqing actually felt a little fear in his heart, and his body trembled slightly unconsciously. He also realized that he was afraid, and felt incredible. As a noble, born in a 9th-generation family, he has brought pain, torture, and fear to others since childhood. But now, his heart is trembling and he is afraid. He is actually afraid of 2 ants. He is the legitimate son of an aristocratic family. During the most glorious period of the family, there were 2 city lords. He is also the 3rd district councillor of the dignified secondary recycling city and the future speaker. He was actually driven away by 2 despicable ants and fled for his life. Satire. How ironic. Shu Tanqing has never suffered such grievances in his life. He regretted that he would not have hidden the goods at the base headquarters if he had known better. If he hadn't tied his own hands, in a situation like today, he only needed to make a phone call to quickly call in the police mobile team and violently kill the 2 assassins. instead of waiting rigidly for the family to send manpower from other cities to support them like now. Humiliation. Shu Tanqing gritted his teeth. After suppressing the fear in his heart, a ruthless look appeared in his eyes, and he resisted the urge to ask for support from the internal guards. That batch of goods cannot be exposed. He can die, but the Shu family cannot. As long as the Shu family is still there, they can avenge him and let the assassin pay for his life with his life. Don't worry, boss, I will stop them. Beside him, the special bodyguard noticed his change, and soothed him in a deep voice, if the enemy wants to hurt you at all, he must first step over my body. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge hole exploded in a concrete wall behind him, sending debris flying. A giant humanoid beast with horns on its head roared and rushed out of the smoke and dust, like a peerless ghost. You go first, I can hold him off for a minute. The super bodyguard confessed, then turned around, took off the handle of the lightsaber and pressed the switch. Buzz. Amidst the roaring sound, a strong magnetically bound plasma slowly extended from the top of the handle, forming a long and narrow red light blade. HMPH. His eyes were cold, and as soon as he stepped on the ground, he waved his lightsaber, rushed towards the huge muscular beast, and roared with great momentum, "Come on, monster. Share it with me, life and death. Let you experience the power of human beings. Kill." Boom. Suddenly, a red-gold plasma beam flew through the air from the side and hit his shoulder instantly. In the area hit by the plasma beam, the superficial skin was torn instantly, the armor under the skin was dented, and a black crack was burned out, and traces of blood seeped out from the crack. He withstood the sneak attack, but his body still flew away due to the accompanying kinetic energy. After all, the principle of a plasma cannon is to ionize special materials in the barrel, and then use the principle of electromagnetic ejection to accelerate and eject a huge amount of plasma that is concentrated to the extreme. Although the plasma beam mainly relies on the instantaneous high temperature caused by the energy burst to effectively kill the enemy, it also carries kinetic energy, and the kinetic energy is not weaker than the physical shells, which is very terrifying. The super bodyguard flew out, but before he could land, his left leg was caught by a huge hand. Boom. Lu Xun swung his arms, grabbed the enemy's legs and lifted him up. He slammed the enemy to the ground with a deafening sound. The solid floor sunk deeply, and a large human-shaped pit appeared. The super bodyguard was so dizzy that he almost couldn't hold the lightsaber, but before he could take a breath, the overwhelming force came from his legs again, and he was lifted high by the monster again. Hit it hard on the other side. Monster. Boom. Boom. You are the monster, your whole family is a monster. Boom. 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 Can't you see that I am human? Die to me. Boom 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 boom. Lu Xun was furious, and he violently picked up this idiot's legs, like shaking gluten, and picked him up and hit him here and there. Zhang Xinghai's head also turned east and west, and the laser standard could never aim at the enemy, who was thrown into a ball of afterimages. His teammate's hand speed was too fast. He hit it more than 40 times in 8 seconds. It wasn't until the super bodyguard died that he roared angrily and threw the bloody remains aside. What does "let you experience the power of human beings" mean? I was expelled from my job for no apparent reason. Although Lu Xun has grown a little bigger, has horns on his head, fangs in his mouth, and has mixed genes, he has always felt that he is a human being. As long as the soul and heart of a human being remain unchanged, no matter what the appearance becomes, he is still a human being. If someone looks inhuman, does that mean he is not human? These people are too narrow-minded and superficial. He swore that not even the greedy stinky monkey from before had ever made him so angry. After killing the last special bodyguard, Lu Xun and Zhang Xinghai both looked at Shu Tanqing, who was not far away. Both of them had ferocious expressions on their faces, with murderous intentions skyrocketing. What a useless piece of trash. Shu Tanqing's face became very ugly, and he glanced at the bodyguard's body on the ground. Didn't you say you could delay it for a minute? He was killed in less than 10 seconds. What a waste. Death is not a pity. He cursed in his mind, and then noticed the two men staring at him fiercely. His scalp went numb, he trembled involuntarily, and he quickly turned around to run away. Where to run? Hey, die! The two fierce men roared and pounced forward in synchronized movements, knocking Shu Tanqing down instantly. Boom 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 boom. Chi 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 chi. In an instant, countless swords, light, fists and shadows fell like a torrential rain. Accompanied by mountain-shaking ripples and the roar of plasma cannons, the shield worth 800 million on Shu Tanqing's body was violently bombarded by the ferocious bombardment. Shake, tremble, kill, 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 kill. Lu Xuan's blood was all over his body, and his roar shook the sky. Death, death, death. Zhang Xinghai roared with angry veins on his forehead. The two of them used their full power and output like crazy, pouring out all their anger. The rumbling movement was like a baptism of artillery fire. The earth cracked, airwaves and shock waves swept across, the walls fell off, and the windows shattered. This is a trial of thunder and red flames. In just half a minute, Shu Tanqing was blasted 3 meters underground by the two crazy men. The foundation was almost drilled through. The expression on his handsome face was extremely distorted, and his eyes were extremely sinister, but he could do nothing but let the two guys take advantage of him. On the retina, the energy value of the shield is plummeting like an avalanche at a speed visible to the naked eye. 80%, 72%, 64%, 56%. The moment the shield value returns to zero, that's when his life will be lost. The shadow of death hangs over my heart. The footsteps of death are getting closer and closer. Shu Tanqing was shocked and angry. While struggling wildly, he roared unwillingly. Blank. Boom. When you killed me and my comrades, did you think about today? Kill. Tisk. Something worse than a pig or a dog. Die. Boom boom. Pay for my brothers' lives. Kill, kill, kill. Zhang Xinghai went completely crazy. The bloody hatred and overwhelming anger that he had suppressed in his heart all exploded at this moment. He has waited too long for this day. He and his brothers were originally passionate men with ideals. They take it as their own duty to protect the lights of thousands of families in Jinghai City. They are the iron guards of these 6 million citizens. Protecting the weak and upholding justice is their belief. However, they were deceived and betrayed by the beast Shu Tanqing, and were forced to brainwash and control their consciousness. They killed many innocent people on his behalf and did countless evil things that were harmful to nature. This was contrary to their beliefs. Is there any torture in the world that is more cruel and more capable of destroying a person's spirit? What's even more cruel is that Pao Zi, who used to be brothers and sisters, was killed by him one by one. The enemies were too lazy to deal with their criminal tools themselves. Instead, they first manipulated Zhang Xinghai to kill all his brothers, and then ordered he committed suicide. Killing someone, but also killing your heart. After Zhang Xinghai got rid of control and recovered his memory and self-awareness, he was on the verge of collapse countless times and his soul was tortured. He tried to commit suicide countless times, and repeatedly found the motivation to survive on the edge of death, revenge. Kill, kill, kill. His eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes, and his expression was extremely ferocious. While roaring, he used all his strength to deal crazy damage to Shu Tanqing on the ground. His emotions infected Lu Xuan beside him. Lu Xuan was in a ghost state and had a hot temper. Although his situation was far less miserable than Zhang Xinghai's, his determination to kill Shu Tanqing was not weak at all. Previously, Shu Tanqing killed the old octopus and killed him to death, refusing to let go of this little fry. There are also old grievances from back then, and the initiator turned out to be Shu Tanqing. His parents' and uncle's pensions and compensation were all taken away by this scumbag congressman. Shu Tanqing regards Lu Xuan's family as weak, tramples on them unscrupulously, and treats them as soft persimmons. However, the experiences of the Lu family, Xie family, Li family, including Zhang Xinghai, are just a small microcosm of Jinghaicheng's 58 years. Were they not the only ones who were bullied and harmed by that group of scum and scum? This is the suffering of thousands of ordinary families. When the common man was angry, blood spattered 5 steps forward. Lu Xuan was also holding back a ball of vengeful rage. He swung his giant arms and his fists fell crazily with violent power. But he still maintained his rationality and did not roar like Zhang Xinghai, constantly recounting old scores, bringing up the past, and venting his anger. Shu Tanqing wants to be killed, but his identity must also be kept secret. Although he is in the form of a ghost, there is still brain in his huge head, not all muscles. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. The huge movement shook the sky. A huge pit with a diameter of 20 meters was smashed on the ground. Dust and thick smoke billowed in the sky, blocking the view. What about the top-level shield worth 800 million? He couldn't stand being pushed to the ground by two fierce men and beaten violently. In less than half a minute, the remaining energy value of the shield dropped below 30% on Shu Tanqing's retina. Brother, please give in, I'll give him a hard blow. Zhang Xinghai suddenly said in a deep voice, I'll crush the rest of his turtle shell in one go. Good. Lu Xuan nodded and stood up decisively to get out of the way. Shu Tanqing was frightened when he heard that the big one was coming. He stood up quickly and crawled out of the pit with all his strength. He had a strong desire to survive. But this struggle is obviously in vain. Zhang Xinghai roared, ah ah ah, repeatedly. His back, starting from the tailbone, gradually lit up with a crimson light, accompanied by scalding heat waves radiating from his whole body. The red light climbed up along the spine, and the intense heat burned all the clothes on his back. An extremely violent energy surged through the War Ghost Type 8 inches prosthetic body, and burst out like a volcano. Roar! Zhang Xinghai opened his mouth and let out a ferocious roar. Boom! An extremely thick crimson energy beam suddenly shot out from his mouth, like a terrifying atomic breath. The red breath, carrying the power of destroying the heaven and the earth, hit Shu Tanqing's back accurately. Just hearing a boom, Shu Tanqing was drowned by the breath, just like a flood flooding a village. He let out a scream like a slaughtering pig, and was hit by the continuous red energy beam that hit the shield on the body surface, pushed his body, and flew straight out, smashing a wall along the way. Walls, pillars. Until Shu Tanqing was pushed by the energy beam, he hit a super thick wall 100 meters away with a boom, and then pushed deeper into the wall, making his whole body embedded in the wall. When it couldn't be buckled down, the shield shattered with a click, and Zhang Xinghai's breathing ended. He was panting violently, with hot smoke rising all over his body. The red spine on his back slowly cooled down and dissipated heat, like a humanoid machine whose engine was overheated and overloaded due to high-power operation. A huge hole stretched from the foot to 100 meters away, almost penetrating the entire building. This visual impact cannot be described in words. Even Lu Xuan on the side was dumbfounded. He had analyzed the War Ghost Type 8 inches and knew the internal structure, composition, and operating principles of this prosthetic body. He knew that it was powerful, but he did not expect that its expressive power in reality would be so exaggerated. Knowing is one thing, seeing is another. He personally implanted this prosthetic body into Zhang Xinghai's body. Now it debuts for the first time and shows its power. The picture is shocking. It is worthy of being a top-notch military-grade prosthetic body. It is a combination of human-linked technology and the ghost spine. It is the swan song of electronic machinery and biological skeletons. Lu Xuan thought to himself that with his 7th-level toughness, even if he could resist this super sure kill move head-on, he would still suffer unimaginable heavy damage. The power is invincible and the attack range is long. However, Zhang Xinghai's ultimate move also has a flaw. That is, it cannot be used instantly and requires a few seconds to accumulate energy. And it consumes too much and has side effects. After unleashing this move, Zhang Xinghai's mind was buzzing. He knelt down on one knee, panting, with wisps of steam rising all over his body. It took 4 or 5 seconds before he could regain his strength. You rest, I'll go do some finishing touches. Lu Xuan said nothing, then strode towards Shu Tanqing with murderous intent. My hand. Shu Tanqing let out a miserable cry, and his right arm disappeared up to his shoulder. When the protective shield was broken just now, the last remaining power of the atomic breath before disappearing, evaporated, his right arm. He was covered in blood, and he was holding the broken right shoulder that was spurting blood. He was rolling on the ground in pain and crying for his father and mother. Your hand, I want your life. Lu Xuan roared loudly, and the giant beast's body rumbled forward like a mountain. When he was 30 meters away from Shu Tanqing, he stepped forward with the soles of his feet and raised his giant arms. The cells in his body resonated, and circles of ripples condensed on the huge, blood-stained, ferocious right fist. He was about to punch him to death from the air. Buzz. Suddenly, a chill rose up behind Lu Xuan's back, goosebumps appeared on his body, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. He felt that familiar, feeling again. This is a life form with extremely strong perception, which instinctively sends out self-warning. There was no need to look back, he knew that an enemy was attacking from behind. Do you want to avoid it? Or kill Shu Tanqing? Single quote. This thought only appeared in his mind for 0.2 seconds before Lu Xun made a decisive choice. I want it all. Roar. He roared like a beast and punched out while turning sideways. Die, you dare. Two roars sounded at the same time. The latter was a slightly older roar, with ferocity and anxiety in his voice. Laugh. Boom. 6 layers of ripple energy visible to the naked eye are stacked layer by layer and swept out, like waves rushing through the void. The waves behind push the waves ahead, and the air is distorted wherever it passes. At the same time, an extremely sharp sword light slashed down from behind, cutting a ferocious and scorched wound on Lu Xun's muscular left shoulder. Ah! In front, 30 meters away, Shu Tanqing screamed. His body was lightly rubbed by the edge of the ripples, and then, his torso exploded from the waist with a pop. The body below the navel was instantly shattered into slag, flesh and blood splattered all over the sky, and blood rained down. He fell to the ground with only half of his body left, and his right arm was missing. The intestines and internal organs were mixed with a huge amount of blood, gurgling out from below, and it was terrible to see. Originally, Lu Xun planned to smash him to pieces with one punch. But in order to avoid the attack from behind, the aim of this punch was slightly deflected. But it doesn't matter, the effect is quite good. Let a scum like Shu Tanqing die too happily, but it will be an advantage for him. This beast does not deserve to have a complete corpse, nor does he deserve to enjoy a painless death service. Third young master. 2 figures flew out of the sky as fast as lightning, and the jetpacks behind them shot out blue tail flames, which could use powerful propulsion to allow people to fly freely in the air. And it was very fast, arriving at Shu Tanqing's side almost instantly. A tall, thin old man, and a burly strong man. The old man was wearing a thin black combat uniform, combat boots, and a cape hanging on his shoulders. He was dressed very stylishly. The 2 hands exposed outside the sleeves are both mechanical structures. The 4 mechanical fingers on his right hand, except the thumb, are each wearing a ring with different colors. The most impressive thing is the head of the old man in black. Starting from his nose, all parts of his head are mechanical structures, and his 2 electronic eyes emit a dangerous red light. The strong man was similar, with a high degree of prostheticization. Only the parts of his body other than his clothes had a large area of metal structure exposed. These are 2 masters. Different from the previous shrimp soldiers and crab generals, this is a real master. Especially the old man. As soon as he appeared, Lu Xun felt threatened. After the 2 mysterious enemies appeared, Zhang Xinghai hurried over and reached Lu Xun's side, putting on a fighting stance. It's Master Daki and his junior brother Han Hu. Zhang Xinghai looked solemn and reminded his teammates in a deep voice, they are all retainers cultivated by the Shu family with countless efforts, especially Master Daki. Their strength is terrifying. They have jets. With backpacks and various detection, tracking, and positioning systems, we can't run away and can only fight to the death. Lu Xun couldn't help but frown. Say, run, before you fight. Still can't run away. How can you increase the ambition of others and destroy your own prestige? However, after hearing Zhang Xinghai's next words, he suddenly felt numb. Master Dutch is a super level 8 expert. He has military-grade implants, weapons, force field generators, various combat equipment, and injected strengthening potions. The total cost has exceeded 1.8 billion. People's coin. His junior brother Han, who is not weak either, he has a special level 6. 1 billion. 1.8 billion. Lu Xun's eyes bulged. Joe, this is where I met the Krypton Gold boss. But they did not run away directly, but stared closely at the 2 powerful enemies and Shu Tanqing on the ground, well, waiting for him to die. Lu Xun was attacked by surprise when he was just finishing his last hit, so he didn't kill him directly. Although it would be difficult for Shu Tanqing to survive with such an injury, he and Zhang Xinghai would not be at ease unless they saw this beast die with their own eyes. Neither of them was in a hurry to run, but for different reasons. Zhang Xinghai felt that he would definitely not be able to escape. The optical camouflage suit was of no use to a supermodder of this level, and he could fly. Lu Xun has absolute confidence in the netherworld. He can run away anytime he wants. He can become invisible, walk through walls, escape from the ground. Are you going to chase me with your head? Brother, don't act rashly, otherwise they will take action immediately. Listen to me, I will lure Master Daki away in a while, and you can run in the other direction. Zhang Xinghai whispered, I am no match for Master Daki, and I won't last long. You are not weaker than Han Hu, but don't get entangled by him. Fight quickly and seize the time to escape. Although we have never met, it is my honor to fight alongside you. If we all die here tonight and meet again in the underworld, I'll buy you a drink. Quote. He was already determined to die. He wanted to desperately hold back Master Daki and help Lu Xun gain a chance of survival. After all, in Zhang Xinghai's view, the only meaning of his life is revenge. Now that my great revenge has been avenged and I have died without any regrets, it is time to go down and apologize to my brothers. Being able to kill Shu Tanqing, Lu Xun helped him a lot. Zhang Xinghai didn't mind sacrificing his life to repay this kindness. As a man, what do you have to fear about death? Another tough guy in the next life. But he obviously underestimated his teammates' ability to survive. If they wanted to run away, they didn't need his help at all. Let's do this. Lu Xun thought for a while and said to him, I'll go to the left later, you go to the right and see who he chases. If Master Daki is after Zhang Xinghai, then Lu Xun doesn't care. He doesn't want to fight a powerful enemy with a special level 8. But if Master Daki is after him, then Lu Xun doesn't mind helping Zhang Xinghai buy some time and chatting with Master Daki. As for whether Zhang Xinghai can kill Han Hu and survive, that depends on him. Zhang Xinghai was stunned for a moment, then grinned, life or death depends on heaven. Haha, that's okay too. Then be prepared, Shu Tanqing is about to expire. Third young master. Sorry, we are late. Han Hu squatted down, looked down at the people on the ground, and said in a deep voice. Shu Tanqing's right arm was gone, leaving only half of his body above the belly button. His intestines were all leaking out. The smell was fishy, smelly, and quite pungent. The scene was unbearable to look at. In fact, from the time Lu Xun launched a sneak attack and started the battle, to when he and Zhang Xinghai teamed up to hunt down Shu Tanqing, to when Shu Tanqing asked for help from his family and Master Daki, until the final battle ended, only 5 minutes had passed. Arrive. Master Daki and his junior brother have arrived very quickly. But it's still a step too late. Quote. It hurts. Shu Tanqing weakly moaned before he died, and a large amount of blood and internal organs spilled from the corners of his mouth, but hurts. His voice was too soft. Han Hu put his ear to it and finally heard clearly what the third young master was saying, so he quickly comforted. It's okay, it doesn't hurt, my butt doesn't hurt anymore, third young master, my butt is everywhere. In his desperation, he didn't know what nonsense he was talking about. Originally, Shu Tanqing still had half a breath, but after hearing Han Hu's comfort, he immediately burped, tilted his head, and died on the spot. Third young master. Han Hu reached out and touched his neck, then raised his head and shook his head at his senior brother to indicate that he had left. Where's the brain tank? Master Dutch asked in a deep voice. It's too late. Han Hu shook his head again. Brain cylinder technology has been around for a long time, but its use among the private sector has been strictly prohibited. Because there have been many super vicious cases caused by this technology in history. There are many bad guys who deliberately keep humans as electronic pets to tease and have fun. It makes life worse than death and cannot even commit suicide. The behavior can be described as quite cruel and bad. Some are for revenge. For example, there is a case. The wife had endured his cheating and domestic violence for more than 10 years. Later, her husband was in a car accident and died after resuscitation failed. The wife was so sorrowful that she couldn't bear to leave her husband. She knelt down and begged the doctor to dig out his brain and put it in a jar. She raised her husband as an electronic pet and subjected him to all kinds of torture and revenge. No one even suspected her, and everyone thought she really loved her husband. It wasn't until decades later that the incident came to light after being reported by neighbors. Whether it was for fun or revenge, such vicious cases were common at the time and caused extremely bad social impact. So this technology was banned. Brain cylinder technology is only allowed to be used in very specific areas and under very special circumstances. If you do it in private, it's a crime. But the Shu family is a 9th-generation family. They even dare to do such things as reselling ordnance, harboring evil forces, killing iron guards, raising dead soldiers, let alone a mere brain in a vat. But, as Han Hu said, it was too late. After death, the brain dies soon. If there is a medical team here, they may be able to dig out Shu Tanqing's brain, keep it in a tank, use brain survival nutrient solution to maintain the activity of brain cells, and then transplant it into a bionic body. Nirvana rebirth. But there is no if. To die is to die. I see. Master Dutch was silent for 2 seconds, and then nodded. He moved his eyes away from Shu Tanqing's broken body, turned around slowly, and locked his electronic eyes on the 2 assassins not far away. Finally, unable to suppress the anger in his heart, he shouted coldly. You ants, do you know what you have done? Do you know who he is? Buzz. The magnetic field buzzed and vibrated, and the blue plasma beam slowly extended to form a long and narrow light blade. He is the proud son of our Shu family. He is a distinguished member of Jinghai who is famous. He is a great man who is destined to rise to the top and overlook the common people. The veins on Master Dutch's neck were furious. He held a lightsaber and pointed it at the 2 people in front of him. In his old voice, his tone was extremely solemn. And you, 2 ants, humble, inferior ants, how dare you kill him? How dare you? This is transgression. Lu Xuan's 2-meter-6-meter body stood like a mountain. He lowered his head and glanced at the little old man whose heart was broken, and whose defenses were completely broken. He added fuel to the fire with a very calm tone. A proud man of heaven. A congressman. A big shot. He's just a smelly, rotten dead dog. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xinghai on the side followed closely and taunted. Hey, it's still a dead dog with even its body mutilated. Master Daki was already furious, but after hearing this, he became even more furious. Presumptuous, I want you to pay with your life. He roared loudly, his jetpack sprayed tail flames with a boom, then he held a lightsaber and flew towards the 2 of them in the air. His momentum was extremely fierce. His junior brother Han Hu also followed closely behind, flying towards him with a lightsaber in hand, full of murderous intent. As soon as they made a move, it was as if a signal gun was fired on the field. Start. Lu Xuan and Zhang Xinghai ran wildly in 2 directions, left and right, at almost the same time, running away as fast as possible. Master Daki hung in the air for a second, looked left and right, then made a quick decision and chased to the left. Monster, please leave. The moon and stars are sparse and the breeze is blowing. Blood flows quietly in the quiet night, just like life passes silently in the darkness. Outside the headquarters building, security aircraft were suspended in the air and flying towards them at extremely high speeds. From far to near, we arrived at the gate in a short time. Dozens of cars stopped, and a heavily armed security officer walked out. Someone activated the energy shield and took the lead, raising the shield and moving forward. The others followed behind and advanced in a tactical formation. Go to the door and look inside. This is, hiss. Seeing the shocking scene in front of them, they couldn't help but take a breath of air and felt their scalps numb. The grounds outside the main building were devastated and filled with smoke. On the bumpy ground, mutilated corpses fell in a pool of blood, pieces of armor were scattered everywhere, and broken limbs could be seen everywhere. It's like purgatory on earth. What happened here? Someone was muttering to himself with a pale face. This scene was too horrific to watch. The extremely rich smell of blood penetrated the nasal cavity, stimulating the sense of smell and making people feel sick in their stomachs. It is unimaginable that such an extremely vicious armed conflict could occur in an elite special zone like District 3. Even more unbelievable is that the place where the attack occurred was the Ministry of Energy building, where Speaker Shu works. Judging from the wretchedness of the battlefield, this was an extremely intense battle. There are so many people dead even outside the building. What about inside? I can't even think about it. For a case of this level, Jinghai city guards can be mobilized to suppress it. It stands to reason that it is not their turn for the public security department to intervene, and the internal guards will sweep away all armed thugs who dare to cause trouble. But judging from the current situation, there was absolutely no movement from the inner guard. It's incredible. The sheriff's department in District 3 has already received calls from nearby residents. However, the higher-ups encountered some resistance. They seemed to be negotiating with a mysterious big shot and had not yet sent anyone to check. However, the noise of the fighting was so loud that it caused panic among people nearby. Therefore, the security guards could only bite the bullet and come over to see the situation. Boom! Suddenly, there was a dull loud noise in the building. Clearly, the battle is not over yet. Do you want to go in? Someone tightened the gun in his hand and said in a deep voice, "We really can't ignore this, right? So many people have died, and the inner guards are not coming. Only we can take over the battlefield. We must stop the fighting inside as soon as possible, to prevent the situation from escalating and affecting innocent people. You can't come in." The person next to him sighed, "I haven't obtained authorization yet, so just wait at the door and wait for news." Little did they know, they would never get permission to fight. Because their boss was being pressured and warned by 8 members of the Shu family and a dozen big figures in Jinghai, he was already in a state of distress. The Shu family will never allow outsiders to take over this battlefield. Even though he knew that Shu Tanqing was likely to die, he did not dare to let the internal guards and the public security department in. They have dispatched their own troops from various nearby cities. They have entered Area 3 now and will arrive here in a few minutes. That batch of goods must not be exposed. At the same time, inside the building, a fierce chase was taking place. Boo-hoo-hoo. Dozens of micro-tracking missiles flew out with tail flames, making bursts of sound. They were like schools of fish swimming in the water at high speeds, changing directions flexibly in the air, locking onto the running humanoid muscle beasts in front of them, and chasing after them with a roar. Mountain-shaking power. Lu Xuan roared loudly, turned around and punched out into the air. The cells in his body resonated and rippled like waves, rolling out along the giant arm, one after another, layer upon layer. Rumble, rumble. One after another, the miniature tracking missiles collided with the ripples and exploded continuously in the air, blooming with dazzling fireworks. The shock wave caused by the explosion swept in all directions. For a while, dust is flying and smoke is billowing. Laugh. A blue sword light suddenly appeared. The old man with a mechanical upper head rushed out of the thick smoke, the cloak behind him rustling and the jetpack roaring. That's right, Master Daki really chose to chase Lu Xuan, while his junior brother Han who went to chase Zhang Xinghai. Under the powerful propulsion, he was like an arrow flying from the string, flying in front of him in an instant, swinging his sword to slash at Lu Xuan's thick neck. It's so fast as lightning, it's hard to even react, let alone dodge. Kill. Lu Xuan once again resonated with every inch of flesh and blood in his body, blasting out 6 ripples with mountain-shaking power. Buzz. Accompanied by the buzzing sound of the magnetic field vibration, the plasma lightsaber slashed down, and the blue blade actually split the ripples in circles, like cutting clothes, chi-chi-chi-chi, destroying everything. With just one sword strike, 6 layers of ripples were broken. Fortunately, the ripples still caused some resistance and buffering for the lightsaber. He seized the opportunity and ran away without being injured. So strong. Single quote. As Lu Xuan ran, he felt awe in his heart. This old man is indeed a Renlian coin player who has earned 1.8 billion yuan. How cruel. Just this lightsaber is worth a lot of money. It is at least 5 generations of high-end military equipment. At the special level, the gap between each small level is huge. If the enemy is 1 level ahead of you, he will have thousands more combat power than you. How Lu Xuan abused those special bodyguards before, Master Daki can deal with him in the same way. If it were so easy to fight across different levels, would there be a need to divide it into levels 1 to 9 in such detail? Just go to low level, mid-level, or high level. Master Daki is a special level 8, and his combat power is estimated to be about 10,000 higher than Lu Xuan. He was absolutely sure that with his level 7 hardness, he would never be able to block such a lightsaber strike. Not even flesh and blood, not even bones, it was not hard enough. But fortunately, as long as Lu Xuan didn't fight him, kept avoiding the fight, and carefully defended and protected himself, then there was nothing he could do against Lu Xuan. Where to run? Die. There was a loud sound in the air, and Master Daki flew through the air again, flew to Lu Xuan's head, and slashed with his sword. Red flame. Lu Xun ignited a blazing fire in his hand, rolled out a high explosive spiral fireball, and threw it out. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, ultra-high temperature flames raged like a wild dragon, and heat waves billowed. However, before the explosion, the two rings on Master Dutch's left index finger and middle finger lit up at the same time, activating two external shields of different colors, which bounced away all the fire elements and plasma particles. Lu Xun couldn't help but squint his eyes. He suddenly discovered that Master Dutch only had 4 rings and 4 different types of shields. Shu Tanqing's previous shield generator had 5 colors, and the 5 colors were integrated into one, so it could protect against anything. This shows that Master Dutch's shield generator is not only average in level, but also not comprehensive in protection. Although these 4 rings are not cheap anymore, and the price of each one is tens of millions, but the problem is that he spent 1.8 billion, where did he spend it? Reinforced tendons, super alloy bones, subcutaneous armor, micro-missile systems, bionic joints, high-tech prosthetic eyes, intracerebral combat platforms, these military-grade prosthetics must account for the majority. Secondly, jetpacks, lightsabers, and special operations suits also cost a lot of money. In contrast, Master Dutch didn't invest much in shield generators. If he gets 800 million shields like Shu Tanqing, then Lu Xun will definitely be too lazy to fight with him. He will just pull and avoid the fight, help Zhang Xinghai walk for a while, and then use Netherworld walk to leave. But now, he has more thoughts in his mind. The ones on the index finger and middle finger are the plasma shield and elemental shield respectively. Single quote. There are kinetic energy shields on the ring finger, there are 3 of them, only the last ring has not been activated yet. Single quote. What could it be? Could it be that? Lu Xun's eyes lit up and he planned to give it a try. Although he had the ability to protect himself, he was still being chased and slashed by Master Dutch and did not dare to fight back. He was also quite annoyed. Build the thickest armor and get the hardest beating. That's very unpleasant. If the guess in his mind is true, he can attack Master Daki severely. If he is lucky, it will not be a problem to directly defeat the opponent. After another half-minute, Master Daki flew through the air again, passed over Lu Xun's head, and intercepted him. The thin old man stood menacingly in front of the 2-meter-6-meter muscular giant, and the contrast in the picture was very strong. You just want to run away. You despicable ant. Why don't you dare to fight back? Why don't you dare to resist? Master Daki shouted angrily. How dare you assassinate my third young master while I and my junior brother are out? Wasn't it very arrogant just now? Speak. Say your last words, you ant. Are you so scared that you can't speak? That's right, I want you 2 losers to die in fear. Pay for my third young master's life, you ant. He was chattering and shouting arrogantly. This smelly old man is not only powerful in combat, he also has a bad mouth. It's very annoying to talk dirty while fighting. Click, click, click. His mechanical chest opened to both sides, revealing rows of tracking micro-missiles inside. The next moment, dozens of tiny missiles were launched, Shu Wei, dragging their tail flames, and headed towards Lu Xun fiercely. Shut up, old man. It's so noisy. Are you an alarm clock person? Noisy. Lu Xun roared loudly, swinging his huge muscled arms, turned around and punched out. Ripples. Kill. Buzz buzz. The void twisted, and circles of energy raged out, intercepting all the micro-missiles. Groups of fireworks exploded, rumblingly, in the air, and the shock waves swept across, making the movement shocking. However, this trick was just a cover-up. While Lu Xun was dealing with the tracking missile, Master Daki had used the powerful propulsion of the air pack to fly past Lu Xun in an instant. HMPH. A small worm shakes a tree, and you don't overestimate your own capabilities. Laugh. Master Dutch took action, and the plasma lightsaber slashed out. The blade cut through the iron-hard skin and subcutaneous tissue without any resistance, leaving a neither deep nor shallow wound on Lu Xun's chest. From the beginning of the chase to now, there have been more than 30 similar sword wounds on Lu Xun's body. He was chased by Master Daki and slashed with more than 30 swords. The nano-short T-shirt on the upper body had long been chopped to pieces, leaving only tattered strands of cloth hanging scattered on the large, majestic muscles. If it were Zhang Xinghai, he would have been killed by Master Daki long ago. This guy is indeed lucky. It is Hanhu who is chasing him, not Master Daki. Even Zhang Xinghai's subcutaneous armor can't protect against the advanced lightsaber that even the 7th level toughness can't protect against. It will be torn into pieces by random swords. But for an ultimate creature like Lu Xun, whose body and vitality are extremely strong, a minor injury of this degree is not even a skin injury and is equivalent to scratching an itch. Master Dutch also discovered that this monster was too rough and thick-skinned for the opponent to fight back. If he only wanted to protect himself, there was really nothing he could do. He could only drag and cling to this devilish muscular beast until the family's reinforcements arrived, and they would naturally kill it. Coward, ant, coward, with such a big body, don't you even have the courage to fight with me? The sword strike just now had little effect. Master Dutch thought that the monster was going to run away and pull away like before, so he continued to mock it, trying to use provocation to make the other party behave irrationally. As long as this big guy dares to fight him head-on, Master Daki is confident that he can be killed with his sword within 5 moves. From the beginning of the battle until now, he has never heard of his foul mouth, and he has continued to use words to stimulate the enemy. He feels that the method of stimulating generals is definitely useful. After all, look at the monster's exaggerated body shape and muscular dimensions, the horns on its head, and its green-faced fangs. It's a pure brute. It doesn't look like it has a brain at first glance. The brain is probably filled with strong muscles. Come, just come, do you really think I'm afraid of you? You are the coward, I will fight with you. Suddenly, Lu Xun let out a very angry roar and stopped running away. His majestic body turned around and came back with a roar. He seemed to be really angered. Hong Wen lost his mind. Red flame, he roared, strode forward, magic energy surged, rolling in from all directions, his blood-filled body lit up with red flames, the surface of his muscular body emitted bursts of steam, as hot as a soldering iron, and heat waves face. The power is amazing, but instead of being afraid, Master Daki was surprised and happy. Unexpectedly, this fool was really fooled. The other party has been repeatedly insulted and provoked for so long, and finally couldn't bear it anymore and decided to fight head-on to regain his dignity. Okay, you have the guts. This is how a real man should be, bloody. Master Dutch perked up and realized that the opportunity to kill the enemy was right in front of him. 5 moves? No. With just 4 moves, he will kill this beast. He suppressed his excitement, tightened his grip on the lightsaber in his hand, sprayed tail flames from his jetpack, and rushed forward without dodging, his cape rustling. Try this trick, Lu Xun roared, his huge body jumped up high, covered in red flames, and fell like a burning mountain. He raised his 2 giant arms high, crossed his fingers, and hit the ground with his fists like giant hammers. Kill. Boom. The earth cracked, and the red flames that had been accumulated for a long time suddenly erupted, rolling out like a mountain torrent. The raging fire formed a surging torrent more than 10 meters wide, submerging, raging, devouring, and burning everything in its path. The momentum is huge. Haha, I'm repeating my old tricks. I'm strong on the outside but strong on the inside. Strength doesn't come from shouting. No matter how loud you roar, you're just a piece of trash with a combat power of 25,000. Master Dutch sneered. The rings on the mechanical fingers of his left hand lit up one after another, activating and unfolding a layer of protective force fields and energy shields. In front of our human technology, you are just a despicable primitive savage. Go to hell, Master Dutch roared, holding a lightsaber in hand, and plunged into the torrent of flames. The violent flow of ultra-high temperature flames that could melt steel in an instant, as soon as it got close to his body, they dared to automatically avoid and divert the flow, and passed by the old man. The shield on the body is indestructible, preventing the elements from penetrating into it. Like an unstoppable sharp arrow, he went against the rapids, broke through numerous obstacles, and charged forward with his sword. With an overwhelmingly strong posture, he withstood the torrent of fire and charged all the way to Lu Xun. You will lose your mind after just a few provocations. You are such a brainless thing. Go to hell. Master Daki raised his sword to strike. Hula. Suddenly, a flash of green light appeared in the red flames. A green fire snake had been dormant and hidden for a long time. At this moment, it suddenly shot out and instantly pounced on the shield outside Master Daki's body. It actually passed through the 4-layer energy shield without any resistance and struck the enemy's head like lightning. What? Master Dutch was shocked. He instinctively turned sideways and turned his head quickly, trying to avoid it. However, the fire snake still rubbed his left cheek and passed by. Laugh. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. A little green spark falls on the face, and the skin and flesh and blood tissue instantly wither, rot, decay, and fall off. Laugh. This old man is also a ruthless person. After being touched by the fire of hell, he only hesitated for 0.5 seconds before he made a decisive decision and slashed his face with a sword. He actually took the initiative to cut off the entire left side of his face, including half of his nose and lips. Paw! A large lump of meat fell to the ground, was quickly devoured by the fire of hell, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Are you a black magician? Master Dutch roared, his liver shaking with anger. He looked terrible. The right side of his face was intact, but the left side was missing, exposing his white and bloody facial bones and jaws, and his gums were exposed to the air. The picture is very scary. Black magician. It is a common name for necromancers and necromancers. You really don't have a soul power shield. Lu Xuan's big, ferocious face showed a smile, which was mixed with cruelty and coldness. You have such disrespect for the power of the soul, why? Quote. Didn't your mother tell you ghost stories when you were a kid? Lu Xuan's guess was right. Master Dutch's fourth ring is a laser deflector shield. When he equipped himself, he did not configure a shield generator that could defend against the power of the soul. There is certainly a reason for this. Master Dutch heard the legend of black magic when he was a child, but he never saw the undead until he was old. Because soul magic is too niche, basically only the undead tribe in the world knows this kind of thing. And Jinghai City is the territory of the People's Federation. It's hard for you to meet even an ordinary magician, let alone black magic. That's even rarer than a 3-legged toad. Soul shield generator. Sorry, that can't happen at all. If a person can meet a soul mage in his lifetime, his luck is comparable to winning the first prize in a lottery ticket. But there was one thing that Lu Xuan was wrong about. Master Dutch has no mother. Like most of the dead soldiers, he was an orphan and abandoned baby secretly adopted by the Shu family. They were trained since childhood and instilled in them the idea of always being loyal to the family. He was so outstanding. Not only was he extremely talented, but he was also diligent and hardworking. He successfully stood out from the many dead soldiers and became a retainer. The Shu family has more than a dozen retainers, and Master Daki's strength ranks among the top 4. Although he didn't have a mother, no one told him ghost stories. But when he was a child, he heard the instructor talk about the existence of black magic. I don't mean to disrespect the power of the soul. Master Dutch is also prepared. He spent millions to equip his prosthetic eyes with a spirit recognition and tracking system, which allowed him to see various forms after the power of the soul manifested. He also specially equipped himself with a revolver that can kill ghosts, which is currently placed on his waist. He has worn this gun personally for more than 20 years, but the trigger has not been pulled once. Who would have thought that a ruthless barbarian with devilish muscles and a physical body could actually be a soul magician? It's so outrageous. Okay, I'm underestimating the enemy, you're a monster. Master Dutch's exposed gums crunched loudly as he stared at the 2-6 tall muscular beast in front of him, hating it to the core of his bones. The fire of hell has extremely strong and vicious destructive power on living bodies. The old man has no soul shield, and the situation seems to be in danger. It is very likely that Lu Xuan will be killed by Lu Xuan in a single step. The situation seems to have reversed instantly. Are you surprised or not? I'll give you a bad mouth. Lu Xuan snorted coldly, raised his strong right arm, and a ball of green hellfire ignited in his palm with a hurrah. Although the move just now failed to directly sneak attack and kill Master Dutch, it still caused damage to the opponent. Not only was the entire left side of his face gone, but half of his foul mouth that liked to curse was cut off. Very happy. Knowing how to hide a trump card, you have some brains. Master Dutch took out the medical spray and sprayed it on his face, and the ferocious wound stopped bleeding instantly. He stood with his sword in hand and said calmly, "But that's all." Do you really think that just by learning half a bucket of black magic, you can even the 10,000 combat power gap between you and me? You are naive. Lu Xun was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. After seeing the power of black magic, this old man is still so confident. I don't know if it's a bluff or if it's true. Could it be that this old man also has a hidden card? Lu Xun's expression became serious and he resisted the urge to attack directly instead of attacking rashly. Underestimating the enemy is a taboo. Master Daki just paid a price for his face because he despised Lu Xun. This is a lesson learned from the past. When a lion fights a rabbit, he also uses all his strength. The enemy taught Lu Xun that no matter when, where, or how many advantages he has, he must learn to respect and value his opponents. HMPH. Don't do this to me, pretending to be cool even though you've lost your face. You're at the end of your game, and you're bound to die today. Lu Xun deliberately used a very arrogant tone to provoke, trying to find out the other party's true nature. Ha! Master Dutch grinned, his facial bones and gums exposed in the air. His smile was very scary and ferocious. I have mediocre swordsmanship, but at a young age, I became the second greatest swordsman in Jinghaicheng. Everyone in the world calls me Master Daki. Do you know why? Quote. The second greatest swordsman in Jinghaicheng. Hearing this, Lu Xun was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this old man with an unattractive appearance could actually have such a prestigious reputation. Who is the first swordsman? Phew, what was I thinking? These are not important. Lu Xun put aside his distracting thoughts, followed the question just now, and continued to talk to him. Because there are only 2 sword wielders in Jinghaicheng. Buzz. The plasma lightsaber hummed and the jetpack roared. Because he held the sword in his right hand, suspended in midair, looked at Lu Xun with a look that looked at a dead man, and roared fiercely. I don't need any skills at all. Didi. As he finished speaking, Master Dutch raised his left hand and gently pressed several switches on the back of his head with his mechanical fingers. Sizzle. In an instant, thousands of fine blue arcs, visible to the naked eye, erupted from the 40 million pores in his body. The arcs were very small, but countless. They were raging crazily inside and outside his body. Master Dutch's body was twitching wildly, every inch of his muscles was trembling, and he seemed to be in pain. This process only lasted for a moment, and he returned to normal, but the feeling was different, as if he had entered a new and unknown state. He held a lightsaber, and his red electronic eyes automatically focused on the enemy in front of him. Buzz. The moment he was caught in his gaze, Lu Xun felt a strong warning sign in his heart. The hair on his body was counting down, and he felt that fatal threat again. This old man is indeed hiding something, and he also has a trump card. Both the enemy and ourselves have shown their trump cards, so let's play them out and compare them. Hellfire. Lu Xun let out a low shout, swung his giant arm, and a rope made of green flames shot out with a huff, heading straight for the enemy's face. The speed was as fast as a stream of light, and it arrived in an instant. However, Master Dutch just tilted his head slightly to dodge perfectly. The reaction has become much faster. Did you activate some powerful prosthetic body? Lu Xun narrowed his eyes. Then I'll block you from moving. Kill, he roared, stretched out his arms, the hellfire roared, and dozens of ropes of green flames roared out, covering the sky and the earth. They surrounded Master Dutch from all sides, blocked his movement space, and attacked him. However, what happened next made Lu Xun stunned. Master Daki was seen tossing and turning in the air at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. In 1 second, he made more than a dozen body movements, as if dancing in a sea of fire. With only his inhuman reaction speed, he managed to dodge all the attacks of hellfire without any damage. Call out. After dodging all the attacks with ease, he was like a night falcon flying at high speed, carrying dense blue arcs, falling from the sky and killing with an extremely fierce sword. The sound breaks through the air. The fire of hell cannot stop this powerful enemy at all. If he was allowed to get close, Lu Xun would be killed on the spot within 3 or 4 moves based on the sharpness of the plasma lightsaber. Lightsabers are too powerful in close combat. Lu Xun had no weapons that could compete with him. But fortunately, since the power of soul is Master Dutch's weakness, he still has something to play with. Come out, Go Sheng. As he retreated, he raised his hand and shouted in a deep voice. Buzz! The power of the soul rolled out. In the far corner, a magic circle appeared, and a skeleton warrior came out. It stood squarely against the wall, motionless, like a skeleton specimen in a medical school. As soon as Go Sheng appeared on the stage, he attracted Master Dutch's attention. He turned his electronic eyes and looked over. But this is just a cover-up. Suddenly, another summoning array with strange light appeared behind Master Dutch and quickly expanded in the void. Roar! Two beast-shaped evil spirits rushed out with a roar. Their illusory translucent spirits flew through the sky, and they were extremely ferocious. They launched a sneak attack from Master Dutch's back. Bang bang! Master Dutch didn't even look back. He quickly pulled out the revolver from his waist and fired 2 shots with a flick of his hand. Woo! The 2 big evil spirits immediately let out pitiful wails, and their virtual souls were directly hit by bullets. In just the blink of an eye, they were evaporated by the terrifying energy and disappeared from the world. He drew his gun so quickly that even Lu Xun didn't see his movements clearly, and the 2 evil spirit generals just sent him away. Ho ho! Another evil spirit rushed out. In non-Bone King form, Lu Xun can only summon 2 big evil spirits at the same time. He threw out balls of hellfire with a hula, trying to coordinate with the evil spirits by attacking Master Dutch in front and back. Bang bang bang! Gunshots rang out again, and 2 evil spirits were killed again. Master Dutch was able to easily dodge all the fires of hell as if he was just walking around. He could also shoot accurately, 1 shot at a time, with no miss. Click! He flicked the revolver with his left hand, pushed out the bullet chamber, cleared out the bullet casings, and quickly filled it with mysterious blue bullets made of crystal, and then closed it with a click. Reloading is skillful and done in one go. This is a highly concentrated ultraviolet bullet, designed to kill evil objects and destroy souls. Coupled with the spirit identification system attached to his electronic eyes, a few big evil spirits pose no threat at all. Die! Master Daki flew over and slashed with his sword. This kind of attack is very common, it's not the first time I've seen it. Lu Xun turned sideways and dodged very skillfully. However, as soon as he moved, the trajectory of the sword light suddenly changed. It turned at an acute angle and swung up at a tricky angle. Laugh! A hard hit with the sword. Boom! At the same time, the skeleton warrior standing in the far corner suddenly exploded and shattered. Turned into ashes. Lu Xun's eyes widened as pain hit him. What the hell? He looked down at the front of his majestic torso, and a strangely long sword wound extending from his left shoulder to his right abdominal edge came into view. The wound was not deep, even shallow. Master Daki was extremely surprised, as if he was surprised that this sword failed to kill Lu Xun instantly. He looked at the pile of ashes at his feet, narrowed his eyes, and murmured, "Is part of the damage transferred to the summoned object? It's interesting. That's right, 1/3 of the power of the sword just now was borne by Go Sheng. Therefore, Lu Xun only suffered some superficial injuries, otherwise he would have been disemboweled and gutted by a sword. There's something wrong with you." Lu Xun quickly pulled away and stared at Master Daki with great caution, his eyes very solemn. He swore that the sword strike just now moved at the same time as his body. In no order, no delay at all. It even seemed to outsiders that he was the one taking the initiative to hit someone else's sword. Master Dutch seemed to have predicted his actions in advance. This thing can't be described as exquisite sword skills, but he really saw through all Lu Xun's thoughts and saw through all his actions. How is this possible? This is so counterintuitive. Lu Xun is not a rookie, right? He has analyzed all the hundreds of thousands of books on fighting arts in the library. He is also a master who is proficient in basic fighting. It stands to reason that if he makes an evasive action or tendency to evade first, Master Dutch needs to make a judgment first, and then the sword will change direction accordingly. However, the sword strike just now was not. The last strike came first, but the same strike struck first. That's outrageous. Is it just pure luck? Stop thinking blindly. Go die with confusion, you ant. Master Dutch sneered, flew into the air with his sword, and came to kill again. Come out. Go Sheng too. Lu Xun roared angrily, and once again summoned an inferior skeleton warrior, letting it stand in the corner, ready to sacrifice gloriously for Lord Bone King at any time. Laugh. Blood flowers bloom. In the distance, the skeletal body of Go Sheng Tu exploded into powder with a bang, and his ashes scattered everywhere. There's really something wrong with you. Lu Xun roared, stepped back again, and distanced himself. There was a shallow sword wound on his thick and muscular neck, and blood oozed out. Another sword. It's exactly the same situation as before. What a bullshit. Great swordsman, this is not swordsmanship or swordsmanship at all. Master Dutch can know all his moves in advance, and can predict the future a few seconds later. When he has a sword in his hand, he is a great swordsman. When he holds a sword, he is a master of swordsmanship. If he crosses his spear and mounts his horse, he is the king of spear kings. This has nothing to do with weapons. Lu Xun was completely seen through and saw through. Can't fight. Totally unbeatable. The other party is cheating. The reason why Master Daki did not activate this heaven-defying ability in the initial chase was because Lu Xun did not fight back at all and did not fight him at all. Naturally, there was no need to transform into a great swordsman. But now, Lu Xun realized that it made sense for the opponent to be 2 levels higher than him. That 1.8 billion might not be enough. Haha, you look so embarrassed now. Master Daki chased him with his sword and said jokingly, killing him by crossing the rank. It's just an illusion. If you were really proficient in advanced black magic, I would still be afraid of you. Unfortunately, your half-baked skills pose no threat to me. Quote. In a battle, the situation reversed again and again, and in the end it was back to the original starting point. It was still the smelly old man who had the upper hand, chasing Lu Xun and killing him. It turned into a chase again. It was so abstract. Master Dutch cannot actually predict the future. But that's about it. Because Master Dutch has a very mysterious, central nervous system implant. That's a chip the size of a fingernail, worth 1.2 billion. Yes, most of the money given to him by the Shu family was spent on that chip. The human brain is actually very, very fast. The essence of thinking is the transmission of electrical signals. And how fast can the speed of electrical signals be? Everyone knows this. But humans are slow to respond. Because the electrical signals and chemical signals sent by the brain need to be converted multiple times between neurons and between nerves and muscles, the delay will become very high, and the upper limit of the reaction will naturally become very low. However, the central nervous system implant in Master Dutch can automatically receive electrical signals from the brain, and after infinite amplification, directly stimulate the corresponding body parts. Eliminates various signal conversion steps. It can make humans react countless times faster. Coupled with the pair of electronic eyes on his head that are comparable to ultra-high-speed cameras, Master Dutch has absolute reactions. Lu Xun dodges in a random direction within 0.1 seconds, and his movements are very fast. But when it fell into his eyes, it seemed to slow down 10,000 times. It's all flaws. Master Dutch, who has entered the absolute reaction state, is really a super swordsman who cannot be defeated by opponents of the same level. Laugh. The plasma lightsaber slashed down on the giant beast's body. Another skeleton warrior exploded into powder. Go Sheng 9th life. Lu Xun roared and summoned his younger brother again to help him resist damage. He was so angry that his teeth itched and his face became red and warm. Learn skills. What bullshit technique. It's no use at all. They are cheating. Use their abilities, and attack with dimensionality reduction. No matter how superb your skills are, you can still be killed with just one sword strike. What age is it? Does a great swordsman still need to know sword skills? Unnecessary. As long as you have money. The more Lu Xun thought about it, the more unhappy he became. Build the thickest armor and get the hardest beating. He looked back and saw Master Dutch still pursuing him with murderous intent. Old guy, if you cheat, then I won't be polite either. Single quote. There was a hint of ruthlessness and determination in his eyes. He turned around and looked around to make sure there were no cameras. Then the forward body suddenly stopped. Hula. Suddenly, his 2-meter-6-meter tall majestic body suddenly burst into blazing hellfire, and the green soul flame overwhelmed him. Then, in Master Daki's shocked eyes, Lu Xun turned into a skeleton covered in green fire in the blink of an eye. Ah, Master Dutch was stunned, and suspected that he was hallucinating. Buzz. The next second, a huge magic circle appeared in the void. Ho ho. Roar. In an instant, a dense army of evil spirits swarmed out. Commander Tizu took the lead and led his men to kill Master Daki. What? Master Daki was shocked. He never expected that such a change would happen. He has an absolute reaction and is invincible in a duel. But Lu Xun has an army of evil spirits. Who the hell wants to challenge you to a duel? Roar. The dense evil spirits were like a torrent, directly submerging him and dragging him from the sky to the ground. Ah! Get away! Get away! He roared angrily, drew his revolver and fired repeatedly. But soon, the bullet was empty. He moved left and right, dashing, trying to break out. But there were too many evil spirits to hold him back. Master Dutch flew up several times and was quickly dragged down again. Laugh. The jetpack was removed. Master Dutch was pinned to the ground by evil spirits, with hundreds of hands and claws holding him tightly. Too many ants can kill an elephant. He was like a fly caught in a spider's web, unable to move at all. Why? This is impossible. Master Daki lay on the ground and raised his head with difficulty. Lu Xun, in the form of the Bone Crush King, roared. Monster, who are you? Snapped. Tizu directly manifested his soul power, used soul strikes to slap him hard, and roared, threatening and intimidating, "Be polite to Lord Bone King." What's impossible? The more food you have, the more krypton you get, but you don't get enough krypton. Lu Xun's eye sockets were dancing with joy, his jaws were opening and closing, and there was no expression on the skull's face. As he walked towards Master Dutch, he said calmly, "I'm different from you. In order to become stronger, I put in hard work and sweat that you can't imagine. What I am today is all due to my own efforts, and you took a shortcut. There is a price to pay for taking shortcuts. Hula." After saying that, the skeleton waved his hand and threw out a ball of hellfire, hitting him in the face. Ah! Master Dutch screamed, his flesh and blood being devoured. He struggled wildly, but was held down by hundreds of evil spirits, unable to move. In just 2 seconds, there was no movement. The flesh and blood tissue all over his body disappeared and turned into a pile of skeletons. Various prosthetic bodies and equipment worth 1.8 billion were all exploded and fell to the ground with a dinging clang sound. Explosive equipment. Hellfire only damages living objects. And its power depends on the target's vitality. In the Bone King form, Lu Xun only has the withering characteristic of level 4. If Master Dutch himself is a special level life form, he can completely bear the fire of hell with his physical body and suffer only minor injuries at most. But unfortunately, he is a pure Krypton Gold warrior, and he has not yet reached the point of Krypton. Although he had the strength of a special 8th level, his life level was only at a low level. He was hit in the face by the fire of hell and was instantly killed. The second greatest swordsman in Jinghai, the dignified one, was killed by Lu Xunyu. He probably would not die in peace. But this can't be blamed on Lu Xun's lack of martial ethics, it was the other party who cheated first. He has a habit of hiding a hand before a fight, keeping a whole card in case something unexpected happens, and will only use it as a last resort. For example, when he was killing Hongyun before, he hid his fire control ability. It wasn't until the opponent took out his lightsaber and threatened Lu Xun that he used red flames to kill him instantly. Same this time. The enemies were all cheating, but he was still hiding something, so he just slapped his face and killed her. Master Dutch revealed a lot of things. Brush. Lu Xun stepped forward, reached out and grabbed the cloak, tearing it off along with his clothes. Below is the dry skeleton of Master Dutch, with no trace of flesh or blood left. But around and inside the skeleton, there are dozens of prosthetic bodies, equipment, and props, which are so dazzling that it's dizzying to see. Hey, rich again. Lu Xun's eyes flashed with gold, and he immediately knelt down and punched Master Daki's face bones into pieces. A diamond-shaped, crystal-textured chip implant was taken out from the head. It was intact, only the size of a fingernail, and translucent. Is this his plug-in? Lu Xun licked his lips and couldn't wait to analyze it. Parsing, 1%, 5%, 10%. Analysis completed. Characteristic points plus 4450. Included. Non-living illustrated book X1. Illustrated book time and space observer type 4. Illustrated completeness. 100%. Type. Central nervous system implant. Operating principle, material composition, internal structure, effect performance. In just a few seconds, he completed the analysis. Given so many characteristic points, Lu Xun took a breath of air, his heart trembling. This chip is the most valuable and precious treasure of Master Dutch. In addition, many things have been revealed. Although the value is not as good as chips, they are better in quantity. There are dozens of them. If they were all analyzed, there would be at least 10,000 characteristics, right? What is the concept of 10,000? Lu Xun accumulated 75,000 characteristic points in 13 years. As a result, killing a Krypton gold boss can actually cover his inventory for 2 years. I'm getting rich. I'm getting developed. Haha. Lu Xun's skull face trembled and he smiled from ear to ear. So is killing explosive equipment the correct way to collect characteristic points? Kill a Dutchman and earn 10,000. Killing 10 Daki is equivalent to 100,000. Slaughter 100. And take off directly. He put away his distracting thoughts. Continue to lick the bag and savor it slowly. Space-time observer. What an arrogant name. However, he recalled the heaven-defying, absolute reaction that Master Dutch showed just now. It certainly deserves the name. As long as this prosthetic body is implanted, the body's reaction speed can be increased thousands of times, and it can gain insight into everything and control everything. Defeat all the techniques in the world. It can turn an ordinary human into the world's top fighting master overnight. On defense, impeccable. When attacking, no one can stop him. Lu Xun was really jealous. It's a pity that he has a special situation and cannot be implanted with the Space-Time Observer Type 4. Just after the craniotomy, as soon as I transformed into the Bone King form, the chip fell out. But it doesn't matter, you can change it into money. Spend money to customize a super powerful heavy weapon, and you won't be afraid of lightsabers in the future. Including this brain chip, Master Dutch broke out a total of 34 military-grade prosthetics and equipment. Includes a 5th-generation lightsaber or above, a jetpack, subcutaneous armor, micro-missile launchers, prosthetic eyes, robotic arms, brain combat platform, reinforced tendons, bionic joints. All military-grade. Tisk tisk, Dak, Dachi, you really look like a pig, you are full of treasures. Lu Xun chuckled, turned around, threw the chip to Tizu, and gave the order. Take all these things back and keep them safe for me. Don't lose any of them. Find a place to slowly analyze the remaining treasures after you return. Roar. Tizu nodded respectfully, waved his hand, called to his younger brothers, and took back all the trophies. I wonder how Zhang Xinghai is doing. Han Hu is not weak, and he also has a special level 6. With a thought in his mind, Lu Xun directly entered the state of virtualization and invisibility, and rushed towards the battlefield on the other side. On the way, he couldn't help but stop when he encountered the corpses of Shu family's dead soldiers. Ahem, let's touch the corpse along the way. Anyway, there was no movement from Zhang Xinghai's side, and the battle was probably over. Either he dies, Han Hu dies, or they both die. Iron pillars are out. In stock. Roar, the other side. Who? Zhang Xinghai was covered in blood and squatted on the ground, panting. Laugh. He pulled out the mantis knife from Han Hu's body, then folded it with a clang and put it in his forearm. Han Hu was very strong, and this battle was not easy for him. He narrowly escaped death several times. But no matter what the process was, the result was that he won. But there was no happy look on Zhang Xinghai's face. Although he killed Han Hu, it is also very likely that the brother who fought alongside him just now was also killed by Master Daki. It was almost impossible for him to survive when faced with being chased by a strong man of Master Dutch's level. What a pity, Zhang Xinghai thought to himself before he could ask the hero his name. What's a pity? Suddenly, there was a voice from behind. Zhang Xinghai quickly turned around and was stunned. Who could the devilish muscular man in front of him be but Lu Xun? Brother, are you still alive? He was surprised at first, but then he remembered something and said quickly, hurry up, Master Dutch has a jetpack, run away. It's okay. Lu Xun shook his head and said calmly, he will have to wait 17 months at the earliest before he can catch up. Don't be afraid. Quote? Zhang Xinghai was confused. Why? You can fly, but you don't need 17 seconds, and you still need 17 months. Are you talking Master Daki has just been reincarnated. He will be born in 10 months. He will not learn to crawl for another 7 months. He will not catch up so soon. Lu Xun said calmly, walked over, squatted down, put his right hand on Han Hu's body, and analyzed it. Are you sure Han Hu is dead? Let me check. Han Hu is dead. Wait. Zhang Xinghai's mind was in a mess. He looked at Lu Xun with wide eyes and asked in an unbelievable tone, You can't really kill Master Daki. Killed. After receiving Lu Xun's affirmative reply, Zhang Xinghai fell into silence for a long time. Several seconds passed before he gave a stiff thumbs up. Awesome. That's Master Dutch, the powerful man who dominates Jinghai City. The Shu family devoted countless efforts to cultivate a retainer and a super thug. Zhang Xinghai thought to himself that even if 3 of him came together, they wouldn't be able to defeat Daki. Their reputation was gained through decades of hard work. However, this great swordsman, who was said to be invincible in single combat, was actually killed by Lu Xun alone. Besides, awesome, what else can he say? How did he kill Master Dutch even after surpassing level 2? Zhang Xinghai was curious, but didn't intend to ask. After all, that is their secret. Characteristic points plus 2490. Information feedback came from the omniscient right hand. Another fortune has been recorded. It's just that compared to Master Daki, Han Hu gave him far fewer characteristic points. Although he is also full of treasures, like a fat pig, he is far less fat than Master Daki. They paid more than 4,000 for a Space-Time Observer Type 4 chip. Han Hu was rewarded 2,000 yuan only after analyzing the whole person. It can be seen from this that there is also a gap between Kryptonians. Moreover, he has a small number of prosthetics, which are the same as those on Master Dutch. If he repeats the illustrations, he will not be rewarded a second time. But it was okay, he was also a fat boy, and Lu Xun was very satisfied. He did a simple calculation. After bringing back all the trophies collected along the way and analyzing them all, plus the more than 1,700 he earned while collecting the Evil Spirit illustrated book, the characteristic points have completely exceeded 20,000. In addition, there is lots and lots of money, wealth and wealth. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, the roar of aircraft engines came from all directions outside the building. The elite reinforcements sent by the Shu family from various districts in Jinghai finally arrived. Quickly retreat. I know a way, follow me. Zhang Xinghai said in a deep voice, then turned around and ran quickly in the other direction. He is originally the super commissioner of the Dark Dagger organization, how can he not be familiar with the headquarters? Lu Xun nodded and followed. At the same time, he moved his right hand. The void above Han Hu's body opened, and the iron pillar emerged half of the body, dragging the body in, and then the summoning array closed. Find time to take off all the equipment on Han Hu. If you have the channels, you can sell it for a lot of money. Since Zhang Xinghai didn't want it, Lu Xun didn't mind taking it. Master Daki and Han Hu are both retainers trained by the Shu family. But where did the Shu family's money come from? Oh, 4 words, people's fat and people's anointing. Therefore, Lu Xun was crazy about making money from dead people without any psychological burden. If these prosthetic bodies and equipment are left on the battlefield, they will be recycled and reused by the Shu family. That is something Lu Xun cannot accept. He followed Zhang Xinghai to the depths of the building. There is a rarely known secret passage here, which Zhang Xinghai accidentally discovered when he sneaked into the headquarters building several times before. Most likely, Shu Tanqing quietly opened it for the convenience of smuggling goods. In this regard, Zhang Xinghai is very professional. What's in that vault? On the way, Lu Xun suddenly looked to one side. The mysterious cargo smuggled by Shu Tanqing. My original purpose of infiltrating was to investigate it. I wanted to collect evidence of Shu Tanqing's crimes and make him fail to run for speaker, in order to complete my revenge. I didn't expect to meet you and beat him to death. Hey, it's over once and for all. Quote. Zhang Xinghai smiled and asked Lu Xun, do you want to take a look? It's only a few seconds away. Both of them can become invisible, and Lu Xun can even become invisible. Zhang Xinghai is not afraid, so what is he afraid of? Cargo. Let's go. Take a look. Lu Xun's eyes lit up and he strode over immediately. If it's really a treasure, just leave it and don't leave it to the Shu family. Lu Xun took out Master Dutch's lightsaber. Compared to his size, it would be more appropriate to call him a light dagger. Chi chi chi. The plasma lightsaber cut open the alloy door of the vault without any hindrance, just as easily as a steel knife cutting butter, and the molten metal flowed to the ground. In just 3 seconds, a big hole opened in the door. The two of them looked inside intently. Immediately, the smiles on Lu Xun and Zhang Xinghai's faces disappeared, and a chill started from their heels and rushed straight to the back of their heads. Plop, plop, both of them could hear each other's wildly beating heartbeats. They looked at each other and saw the horror and shock in each other's eyes. If I read it correctly, brother. Zhang Xinghai's throat rolled with difficulty, and he said in a trembling voice, she is the one inside, right? Lu Xun nodded, his face twitching crazily. You read that right, it's who you think you are. In the vault are a dozen large glass jars. Each jar is filled with nutrient solution, and humanoid creatures with pointed ears are soaked in it. They were naked, eyes closed tightly, motionless, and fell into a deep sleep. This creature is so famous on this planet. For humans, it is even more familiar, and their race can be identified at a glance. That's right, it's the Super Iron Ally that has been a blood alliance with humans since the first intersection of the heaven and earth, shared weal and woe for 30,000 years, and worked together to survive 5 world-destroying wars, the Elves. Chapter 71. After seeing these dozen canned elves in the vault, both Lu Xun and Zhang Xinghai's brains shut down at the same time. Especially Lu Xun, he thought there would be some treasure hidden inside, so he was ready for Tizu to come out and purchase the goods. The truth is shocking. He really didn't expect that the mysterious goods smuggled by the Shu family turned out to be elves. This is so outrageous. You must know that the elves are the most powerful, reliable and trustworthy allies for the human federation, and vice versa. In the past 30,000 years, mankind has faced the crisis of annihilation many times. Thanks to the help of the elves, it has been able to survive the crisis. The elves also almost perished in several wars. It is only because humans spared no effort to help that they can continue to this day. The two races are not an ordinary strategic partnership, but have a deep friendship. 30,000 years ago, the first meeting of the heavens and the earth took place, and the first war of all races also started. The war lasted 100 years before it ended. Humanity and 11 other races formed an alliance through bloodshed, shared adversity, and finally broke through the darkness together and became the victor. 30,000 years later, the only remaining members of the alliance were the elves and humans, and the other 10 have all perished in the long river of history. As for the undead tribe and the fox tribe, although they are also iron allies of mankind, that happened later. These things are written in history textbooks. Even a 3-year-old child knows that the relationship between humans and elves is very good, as good as wearing a pair of pants. The Shu family dared to smuggle elves, and they got more than a dozen at one time. This shows that a terrible black industry chain must have been formed behind it. Some people are quietly capturing and abducting elves, and then canning the elves and selling them to all parts of the world. This can no longer be described as daring. The sky is not that big. That is really not afraid of death. He doesn't take his family's life seriously at all. The elves have a sparse population, and they value their people very much. As long as this matter is revealed, the powerful elf warriors don't even need to take action. The iron fist of justice of the People's Federation can wipe the Shu family from this planet. Even the elf-selling industry chain behind it will be uprooted, and everyone involved will die. What limits my imagination? Zhang Xinghai was shocked. He originally just wanted to investigate this batch of goods and use the evidence to prevent Shu Tanqing from running for speaker to complete his revenge. But now I realize that it was shallow. His vision was too shallow. Once this batch of goods is exposed, not only will the Shu family be confiscated and exterminated, but everyone involved will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history and be infamy for thousands of years. Can you save an elf? There's still enough time, Zhang Xinghai asked. I'm afraid not. Boom. Lu Xun punched out, causing ripples. However, it was bounced back by a super thick air wall, making it impossible to get close to those jars. The vault is just a decoration. The real insurance measure is the super energy shield inside. This shield has 5 colors in one. Like Shu Tanqing's shield, it can protect against anything. But the defensive performance is countless times higher. Because the generator is too big. It's not a small necklace that activates this shield. It was a huge piece of equipment 2 meters high and 3 meters wide. The shield generating device is located in the very center of the vault and cannot be destroyed. Brute force is useless, soul power is useless, lasers, plasma cannons, everything is useless. Can't take it away. The only thing we can do is record it. Regardless of whether it's useful or not, record it first and then talk about it. Zhang Xinghai put his finger on his temple and tapped it. The retinas of his eyes immediately lit up and he recorded everything in the vault. Dong dong dong. There was a lot of movement in the distance. The elite soldiers of the Shu family had already rushed into the main entrance of the building, and the building was completely surrounded by armed men. The Shu family dispatched all their dead soldiers, and there were thousands of them. This is comparable to a low-end version of the Iron Guard. Let's go, retreat. Zhang Xinghai finished the video, saved the data to the hard drive in his brain, and then ran away. Lu Xuan followed him into the secret passage and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 10 seconds later, a large number of armed personnel arrived here, all wearing exoskeleton-powered armor and holding various light and heavy weapons. The soldiers of the Shu family moved forward in a tactical formation and launched a blanket search. Soon, they saw the vault that had been cut open, and someone was about to go over to investigate. Back off. Suddenly, a loud shout sounded, accompanied by the sound of SSSSSSSS breaking through the air. 6 men in black flew in from the sky. They were dressed the same as Master Daki and Han Hu. They were all dressed in black and had black cloaks. They looked like retainers of the Shu family. The jetpacks behind them sprayed 2 streams of azure particles, and their bodies flew at high speeds under the powerful propulsion force. In the blink of an eye, they passed over the heads of the dead soldiers and stood between them and the vault. The 6 retainers are all masters. Master Morong, Master Li, Master Vic. The dead soldiers immediately put their right hands on their chests, bowed their heads, and saluted respectfully. You don't need to investigate here. Go search other places, a retainer said in a deep voice. As you command. Even the dead soldiers who are loyal to the family cannot know the secrets in the vault. If someone accidentally sees it, it must be disposed of to prevent its memory from being extracted by outsiders. Even if the rescue is timely, priority must be given to ensuring the safety of the cargo, followed by protecting Shu Tanqing. This is what the important figures of the Shu family specially told the retainers before they set off. After driving away the idle personnel, the dead soldiers quickly rushed into the vault to check. They all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the elves and cans were still there. The 2 assassins saw the goods and probably videotaped them and left evidence. This kind of criminal evidence cannot pose a threat, and the higher-ups will naturally handle it. After all, the people involved in this case are not just our Shu family. Everyone nodded in agreement. Catch the thief and the stolen goods, catch the traitor and the couple. What about smuggling elves? As long as you don't get caught doing it and don't get hammered, that means nothing will happen. What you worry about is nothing more than a power game to others. Didi. Suddenly, the leader's retainer received a message, and his expression became extremely solemn. What happened, Morong? Someone asked from the side. The commotion was too loud, and it has already reached the city lord's mansion. What? Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they were frightened and panicked. A middle-aged woman quickly asked, have you alerted the city lord? The city lord just went to the 3rd-level self-circulation city for inspection, exchange and study. When did he come back? That's not true. Master Morong shook his head and said in a deep voice, but the deputy secretary of the city lord's mansion has already left for our Shu family district 1 master's house to visit regarding this matter. The pressure from above can no longer be suppressed, and the Internal Security and Public Security Bureau will take over this place soon. The owner ordered us to move all the goods within 20 minutes. Quote. It turns out that was the case, and everyone was relieved. If the city lord doesn't come forward in person, then that's fine. It's just that the Shu family can hold off the deputy secretary of the city lord's palace. Come on, let's do it, Master Morong said, taking out a portable device and entering the password. Buzz. The super shield in the vault was immediately closed, and the air wall disappeared. They stepped forward and wrapped each jar with opaque black packaging cloth to cover it up. Several people were busy working for a while, racing against time. Didi, what happened again? Quote. The news from the people below. The third young master is dead. They found some of the remains of his lower limbs, but the rest of the body is missing. Quote. Several people remained silent and continued working. Didi, another retainer's communication rang, and 5 pairs of eyes looked over immediately. Quote. Master Dutch also died, and his remains were found. Quote. Didi, well, Hanhu is probably dead too. His blood stains were found and no one can contact him. Didi, the building was searched, but no assassin was found. But someone found a secret underground passage. The assassin must have escaped from below. He has probably left Area 3 now, and it will be difficult for us to catch up. Reports from subordinates came one after another, and they were all bad news. The faces of the retainers became increasingly gloomy, and their eyes were filled with rage. Okay, turn off the communication device. Master Morong was extremely irritable, his face was sullen, and he shouted. If you die, you will die. What else can you do? Move the goods to a safe place first. The 2 assassins killed everyone, and there was no one left alive in the whole building. The Shu family will settle this account. As long as the Shu family is still there, they will definitely avenge the third young master, Master Daki, Hanhu, and more than 200 dead soldiers. Of course, the most important thing at the moment is to deal with this batch of goods first, otherwise the Shu family may really be gone. The other main material is about to be shipped to Jinghai City. In just 2 days, these dozen elves will disappear from the world. There is no proof of death, no body remains. Only after spending these 48 hours can the Shu family sleep peacefully. At that time, you can take revenge and liquidation with confidence and boldness. Zhang Xinghai and his accomplices must die. No one can live, they all have to pay for the third young master. Jinghaicheng, District 1, the ancestral home of the Shu family. An unprecedentedly urgent family meeting was held here. There are 14 chairs surrounding the round table. Except for 1 chair in the southeast corner, all the other chairs are occupied by people. At this moment, the atmosphere is very depressing and heavy. The faces of the Shu family members present were all clouded, and there was a layer of lingering gloom hanging between their brows and eyes. From time to time they glanced at the only empty chair. It seems to be waiting for something. Didi, the communicator beeped several times. The boss of the Shu family glanced at the message, and a look of rage suddenly appeared on his face. His fists clenched loudly, as if there was a ball of monstrous anger and murderous intent burning in his heart. No need to wait any longer, the third child is dead. He raised his head and said to everyone through gritted teeth. The empty chair belonged to Shu Tanqing. He was absent from this family meeting and would never return. Where is the cargo? An old man in a gorgeous robe slapped the table and asked sternly, he will die if he dies. Where is the batch of goods that he was asked to guard? The goods have been moved. The boss of the Shu family gave the old man a cold look and said in a bad tone, second uncle, my brother is dead. He is your nephew. What does death means death mean? Please go through it before speaking. Get over your head. Snort. Hearing that the goods had not been exposed, the old man snorted coldly and sat back in his seat. The rest of the Shu family members also breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but look happy. As for Shu Tanqing's death, they didn't seem to care much. Contradictions are common, especially for a behemoth like the Shu family. Its internal structure is not monolithic, and there will always be conflicts of interest. A dignified member of District 3, who was protected by hundreds of bodyguards, could still be assassinated. What a worthless waste. This matter should not be left to you. At 11 o'clock on the round table, a tall man patted the table and said in a very dissatisfied tone. The election for the new speaker is about to begin, but he is gone. What a waste of so much family resources. You might as well have promoted me to the position in the first place. It was obvious that he was very angry and unhappy. The other Shu family members in the room were also very unhappy and had strong opinions. Over the years, the Shu family has spent at least hundreds of billions in order to support Shu Tanqing to ascend to the position of speaker. Vigorous publicity to win votes, build political achievements and resumes, smooth relationships, and make connections. It is simply a bottomless pit and a huge waste of money. The Shu family has put in so much effort, and finally it's time to reap the rewards. You tell me Shu Tanqing is gone. How can people from all branches of the family be reconciled to this? How to be convinced? People cannot be resurrected after death. The position of the new speaker is no longer available to our Shu family. On the other side, a woman said in a deep voice. Don't make any more trouble, stop the loss in time. Dispose of that batch of goods immediately and get out of trouble as soon as possible. Buying and selling elves is basically a business of confiscating homes and exterminating families. It's just that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. As long as there is enough profit motivation, this kind of head-turning thing is not impossible. As long as it's done secretly enough and handled cleanly enough, there won't be any problems. The Shu family was originally the strongest family in Jinghai City, and their ancestors had several city lords. But since the 5th generation, it has begun to decline and go downhill. As of today, not to mention the city lord, even the speaker, the family has not produced another one for 3 consecutive generations. This time, it was their best chance to rebuild their family's glory. The Shu family has put all its chips on the line and tried its best to cultivate a speaker who can lead the family to make a comeback and regain its former glory. But now Shu Tanqing is dead. Just die. Half of the body was broken into pieces. The other half of the body was even taken away by the assassin. The family is destined to miss out on the position of speaker. Fetching water from a bamboo basket was in vain. Maybe even Lu Xuan and Zhang Xinghai didn't expect that they met by chance, joined forces to cause a casual incident, and accidentally hit the Shu family's 7-inch vital point. It caused immeasurable losses to these big shots. Years of hard work were destroyed in one night. Yes, interrupt the transaction and stop immediately. Another member of the Shu family spoke up and said firmly. Within half an hour, destroy those spirits, destroy all that batch of goods. Don't leave any evidence of crime. It makes sense, let's stop the loss in time. Another main material is about to be delivered to Jinghai, which is also a big trouble. Contact the seller and return it immediately. The transaction is cancelled. Many people expressed their agreement. There is no point in taking risks now that there is no profit to be made. Those goods are time bombs, only wind and waves, no fish. So destroy it quickly. Shut up, everyone. Suddenly, the eldest son of the Shu family gave a cold shout, and in a tone that left no room for doubt, he rejected all opinions and said, if it is not destroyed, the plan will remain as usual and the transaction will continue. After the words fell, the conference room fell silent. Before the other Shu family members could react. Bang bang. The eldest son of the Shu family clapped his hands and said calmly, come in. Crunch. The conference room door opened. Everyone subconsciously cast their gaze over, and were immediately stunned on the spot, with everyone looking in disbelief. A man who looked exactly like Shu Tanqing walked in. He wears suits and leather shoes, and his height, body shape, appearance, hairstyle, body movements, and demeanor are completely indistinguishable from Shu Tanqing. Hey, I've met all the adults of the Shu family. However, with just one sentence, the other party was exposed. This, Shu Tanqing, had a flattering expression on his face. After entering, he nodded and bowed to the big shots of the Shu family, like a pug wagging its tail begging for mercy. This is. Everyone was shocked and finally reacted. Substitute. The eldest son of the Shu family actually plans to use a double to impersonate Shu Tanqing and participate in the election for speaker. Hi, it seems, it's not impossible. The second uncle of the Shu family narrowed his eyes and realized that this plan is indeed very feasible. Although the substitute is still a substitute, not a member of the family. But with the ability of the Shu family, they can definitely control it. Supporting a puppet congressman can also achieve the Shu family's purpose. Is this really possible? How to pass the test of identity verification? Some people also raised questions. With the current advanced technology, plastic surgery, changing body shape and voice are very simple things, and one operation can solve them all. It is even possible to create a bionic robot that is exactly the same as Shu Tanqing. But running for speaker is no small matter. Various physical examinations and verifications are very, very detailed and careful. Even Shu Tanqing's clone would have a hard time fooling around, let alone a stand-in. Don't worry, there are others who will help cover the physical examination. The boss of the Shu family said calmly, they want to complete this deal more than we do, and they are even more urgent. Hearing this, everyone was suddenly stunned. If the big shot is willing to take action, even a robot can pass the physical examination and participate in the election. Is there any problem? The eldest son of the Shu family looked around and looked at the people around the round table. Some people nodded decisively in agreement and supported this emergency plan, while others were still thinking about it and weighing the pros and cons, but in the end, none of the Shu family members objected. Then it's settled, business remains as usual. Don't worry, in 2 days, another main material will be obtained. By then, all the turmoil will have subsided. Mr. Shu laughed, and then his smile quickly faded, and a fierce light surged in his eyes. As for the 2 ants who killed my third brother, let them survive for 2 more days. There will be plenty of time to settle things with them afterwards. At the same time, the Shu family emergency meeting was held. On the other side, District 25 of Jinghai City. In a very hidden basement. Crunch. A revolving door on the wall disguised as a bookshelf was pushed open, and the sensor lights in the room automatically turned on. The light dispelled the darkness and illuminated the surrounding area. A transparent man, with water stains all over his body, walked into the house, leaving wet footprints on the ground with every step he took. Only the outline of the human figure outlined by the water stains can be seen. Very scary. Didi. Zhang Xinghai pressed several buttons on his left forearm. The nanosystem of the optical camouflage suit automatically shut down, and he slowly exited the invisibility state, and his body parts gradually became visible. The nano-invisibility cloak shrank and flowed like water, and quickly got into the belt button in front of his waistband. This is it. The safe house has not been activated yet. It will never be found. Brother, come in quickly. He called over his shoulder. Wait a minute, he's coming in. A 2-meter 6-meter tall humanoid beast covered in devilish muscles was trying hard to squeeze in through the revolving door. But his muscles are too big, and his forearms are thicker than an adult's waist, so he can't squeeze in. It was not convenient for Lu Xuan to expose his normal and Bone King form vest in front of Zhang Xinghai. Click. He simply stretched out his giant arm, grabbed the revolving door, dismantled the entire door, and put it aside. He finally got into the safe house, but the ceiling was too low. He was so hunched over that the horns on his head could reach the ceiling. So Lu Xuan couldn't bear it anymore and complained. What kind of crappy place is this? You're not a dwarf, goblin, or dwarf. Can't you make the space bigger? I should have known I wouldn't have come with you. Zhang Xinghai. He was a little speechless, thinking, is this a small local problem? You are obviously too big. Where is the super healing medicine you just mentioned? Lu Xuan's huge buttocks sat down on the ground, and then he urged. Quick, come and wipe it on the hour. After the 2 escaped from the headquarters building through the secret passage, they left Area 3 through the Ring City River. They should have parted ways, but Zhang Xinghai suggested that Lu Xuan follow him to the safe house, where there were very powerful special medicines, and by the way, they could discuss more about the Shu family and the elves. Lu Xuan thought for a while and agreed. Because now his whole body is covered in wounds, with more than 300 large and small wounds. Even more exaggerated than last time. Gunshot wounds, sword wounds, burns, all over his body, shocking. Although Lu Xuan in the ghost form had extremely strong vitality and lost several kilograms of blood, he still felt in good condition and felt nothing uncomfortable. But once he returns to normal, he will only have level 3 vitality and will be affected. So it still needs to be dealt with. Otherwise, I will scare my aunt to death when I get home. My aunt has sharp eyes, so she definitely can't hide it. Lu Zugong promised her not to cause trouble again, but only a few days later, he was so scarred again. I must not let my aunt know this time. Wait until the wound heals before going home. After weighing it, he followed Zhang Xinghai. He is not afraid that the other party will be malicious towards him, since Zhang Xinghai can't beat him anyway. The other party said that there is a super special medicine specially provided by Iron Guard, which can heal quickly. So what about more than 300 wounds? The special medicine provided by Tiwei is really powerful. After applying the medicine, Lu Xun could feel that the cells in every wound on his body were repairing rapidly. With his strong vitality, it may only take 5 or 6 hours to fully recover. Do you have enough of this medicine left? Lu Xun asked. More. How many bottles do you want? Zhang Xinghai was very cheerful and not stingy at all. Half a bottle is enough. Lu Xun mainly wanted to give Li Xiaoning some time. This will end his career as a nursing worker early. Give. Zhang Xinghai handed over the medicine. After Lu Xun took it, he lightly snapped his fingers. Then an illusory, evil hand stretched out from the void, grabbed the medicine and took it back. Ah, this. Zhang Xinghai was stunned. He did not turn on the spirit identification system, so from his perspective, the bottle of medicine flew up on its own and then disappeared out of thin air. Superpower, or magic, forget it, that's their secret. Zhang Xinghai put aside his curiosity and asked instead, my name is Zhang Xinghai. I was in a hurry just now and didn't have time to ask. What do you call me, brother? Just call me Zhongwei. Lu Xun casually made up an identity with his lips. Zhongwei, real name. It seems that there is indeed an ancient surname, Zhan. But why do you still have the same name as my spine? Zhang Xinghai was a little suspicious, but he didn't pay much attention. Thank you just now, brother Zhan. He looked sincerely. Thanks to your help, I was able to kill Shu Tanqing and avenge this great revenge. You're welcome. Lu Xun waved his hand calmly. He was not trying to help Zhang Xinghai, he was also just trying to avenge himself. However, although Shu Tanqing is dead, the account has not been settled yet. Shu Tanqing was not the only one who embezzled his parents' pension and hacked his uncle's compensation money back then, and it wasn't even the Shu family. None of those enemies can escape, they all have to pay the price. Originally, Lu Xun wanted to settle things slowly with the Shu family. After all, the other party was a behemoth in Jinghaic City. How could it be so easy to deal with? But things took a turn. The enemy revealed a fatal flaw and was caught by him. Smuggling elves. This crime alone is enough to kill the entire Shu family, leaving no chickens or dogs behind, and no one can survive. What are you going to do with that video? Lu Xun asked Zhang Xinghai. The other party frowned, and after thinking for a few seconds, he shook his head. It's not of much use. This video alone won't kill the Shu family. How could it be useless? Lu Xun didn't believe it. That's a real video, not a fake. And there are these two pieces of evidence. Snapped. He snapped his fingers, and the river of soul surged. A small summoning array was outlined in the void, and a hand stretched out from it. Taizu handed both documents to Lu Xun. The Dark Dagger Plan and the embezzlement of victims' compensation for 58 years. Lu Xun threw the documents on the table and said to Zhang Xinghai, in addition, selling elves, and punishing several crimes at the same time, it can definitely be easily done death to the Shu family. Give these incriminating evidence to the artificial intelligence of Zero C, or to the old speaker, the city lord, or to the political opponents of the Shu family. The evidence is irrefutable and they will be brought to justice. Even if the Shu family can cover the sky with one hand in Jinghai City, we can still report it to the People's Council above. The City Council can only manage a self-circulating city. But the People's United Council is the organization that manages all the recycling cities in the world. The Shu family's hands and eyes are all over the sky in the secondary self-circulating city, but to the real leaders of the Human Federation, they are nothing more than a fly, slap them to death. Brother Zhan, I hope the Shu family will perish more than you do, but believe me, I have tried all the methods you can think of before, it's useless. Zhang Xinghai clenched his fists, suppressing the anger in his heart, and gritted his teeth and said, those scumbags know the rules of the game better than us, and are better at playing with them. Lu Xun couldn't help but frown. Indeed, Zhang Xinghai was persecuted so miserably by the Shu family. He must have made many attempts, but it is obvious that as a ninth-generation family, how can the Shu family be so easy to deal with? He thought for a moment, then suddenly had an idea and asked, what if Shu Tanqing's brain is used as evidence? Isn't there a memory extractor? Zhang Xinghai shook his head. The Shu family, including the Shu family's retainers, all have memory protection chips implanted in their brains. Once a person dies, all brain tissue will be dissolved by high temperatures. In fact, many high-level officials of the Human Federation have implanted this kind of memory protection chip. To prevent himself from being killed, the enemy would cut open his brain, extract his memory, and steal the People's League's military and political secrets. Even Zhang Xinghai himself had it implanted, because he used to be a special elite of the Iron Guard and knew many military secrets. After talking for a long time, the two of them still only had one video. That video could only prove that someone was smuggling elves, but it couldn't prove that it was the Shu family, or even prove that the incident happened in Jinghai City. Even if the report is useful and the People's Federation sends people to Jinghai to investigate, the Shu family does not need to prove their innocence at all, they only need to delay time. Those big shots on the same pirate ship who are bound to the interests of the Shu family will also help pull the strings. Whether they transfer the elves or destroy them directly, they have plenty of ways to deal with them. After all, Jinghai City is their territory. Those people from the Shu family are the local snakes here. Unless the People's Federation sends agents to conduct a secret investigation. But it's not Lu Xuan's decision. Who knows what will happen? Besides, maybe those elves have been dealt with at this moment. Zhang Xinghai added in a heavy voice. You destroyed the body and wiped out all traces, and there is no evidence. Why do you convict someone? No, the elves are all fine, Lu Xuan said firmly. Before he escaped from the building, he quietly released the little evil spirit Erlangxi. Let it stare at those canned elves, to see where the Shu family will be transferred. If it dies, Lu Xuan can sense it. The fact that it did not die means that it was not discovered and was followed successfully. It didn't come back to report, which means that the elves are still fine and have not been destroyed. The retainers of the Shu family all have spirit recognition systems, and spiritual power detection devices are installed in many places. Lu Xuan wanted to give it a try, but didn't really expect it to come back alive. But I didn't expect it to be successful. This little guy is indeed an intelligence material. He is extremely talented. He must be trained well in the future. Even if it hasn't been dealt with yet, it will be soon. Zhang Xinghai said. The Shu family is probably waiting for another main material. Once the material is obtained, those elves will disappear from the world. We don't have much time left. Waiting for another document. Lu Xuan was stunned for a moment, confused. What do you mean? Isn't the Shu family smuggling elves for the purpose of enslaving and toying with? The elves are generally very good-looking, almost all of them are naturally handsome men and beauties, and they are born with a cool and noble temperament. He also thought that the Shu family engaged in elves for love. No, it's for medicine. Zhang Xinghai looked at Lu Xuan with deep eyes and whispered. Elixir of life. Pharmaceutical, or the elixir of life. Lu Xuan took a second to react, feeling extremely shocked. The elves can also be used to make elixirs of life. Why has he never heard of such a thing in his whole life? The elves have existed on this planet for 30,000 years. If they could really be used to create the elixir of life, everyone would have known about it. But the relevant information is not available in textbooks, libraries, or online. The People's Federation has implemented a news blockade to protect the elves. It is normal for ordinary people not to know, but for the upper class, it is not a secret. Zhang Xinghai explained. No wonder elves rarely leave their hometown. They obviously have a good relationship with humans, but even in the self-circulating city of the People's Alliance, you can hardly see elves walking on the streets. Lu Xuan thought that elves were just Buddhists, otakus who were too lazy to go out. Only now do I know that they were afraid of being arrested for making medicine. The elves are all Tang monks, a walking elixir that even the first emperor would cry when he came. Can't you just rely on elves to refine the elixir of longevity? Lu Xuan asked curiously. It can, but the life-extending effect is average and not as good as the life-extending medicine produced by humans. Zhang Xinghai explained. Generally, those who need to catch elves to make medicine are close to 200 years old. The life-extending medicine developed by humans has lost its effect on them. If you want to continue living, you can only touch the taboo. Only medicine made from elves and another main ingredient can make a person's lifespan exceed the 200 limit. The maximum lifespan can be 800 years old. And not only can you live forever, you can also be immortal. You can stay young forever until your lifespan is exhausted. 800 years old, eternal youth. Lu Xun scratched the horn on his head and finally understood. No wonder the Shu family dared to risk the world's disapproval and risk being confiscated and exterminated to smuggle elves. A mortal, a mere inferior creature, living 800 years. If the lifespan of an ordinary person is 100 years. Give you a chance to use your life as a bet on the gambling table. If you lose, you will die. If you win the bet, you will earn 7 lifetimes. Are you willing to bet? You may be young, afraid of losing, and unwilling to gamble your life. But what if you are 99 years old and die next year? Use 1 year to bet on 700 years. Do you dare to bet now? Money and power can no longer satisfy some people. People want to live forever. No wonder he is so bold and dares to attack the elves. What are the 2 main materials? Lu Xun asked again with a solemn expression. One portion is the blood and bone marrow of elves, and it must be taken from a living body. If it is left outside the body for more than 10 minutes, the life-extending effect of the medicine will be greatly attenuated. Zhang Xinghai replied. The other main material is a vampire above Baron, that is, an advanced life level and above. The bone powder made from the skulls of the Baron vampires must also be obtained from living bodies. Elven blood, bone marrow, and the head of a high-level vampire. These are the main materials needed for the elixir of life. Hearing this, Lu Xun was stunned. What? Vampire? Bloodlines? Isn't that race that humans hate dogs extinct long ago? Are there actually living vampires in this world? His pupils were dilated and he was surprised. This news is too big. It was 100 times more unexpected than when I heard that the elves could create the elixir of life. Although the vampire tribe, the undead tribe, liches and other tribes all belong to the undead tribe. But during the last World War, the vampires bravely and proactively stood on the opposite side of the human camp, and were then killed to the point of annihilation. Yes, the vampires disappeared from this world more than 4,000 years ago. Even if the Shu family smuggles elves, they can actually get hold of vampires that have long since perished. Still alive, could it be that the remnants of the vampire clan have always existed, but ordinary people don't know about it due to the same information blockade? Haha, this thing is getting more and more interesting. The last time the heavens and earth met occurred more than 4,000 years ago. 4,000 years. For humans, a short-lived species, this number is too exaggerated. In the old era, how long was the lifespan of a dynasty? 4,000 years, how many times will the dynasty have to change? Therefore, Lu Xun, like other humans, had no deep impression of ancient wars. He only vaguely glimpsed fragmented images of those dark years from historical images, written materials, or documentaries. War is merciless and born for destruction. Every time the heaven and earth meet, there will be a world-destroying war. What is world-destroying level? Mountains and rivers are collapsing, the earth is collapsing, icebergs are melting, oceans are evaporating, and the air is polluted. Smoke and dust have blocked the sun, and species on the surface have become extinct. There have been several wars in history that have devastated the entire planet, making the surface unsuitable for biological survival. Human beings have no choice but to live deep underground and build doomsday shelters, and various alien races can only survive in the Rift world. It wasn't until the human-linked technology advanced further and used artificial gravity to improve the planet's environment that people were able to see the light of day again. The timing of the celestial conjunction cannot be predicted. It may be thousands of years before the next one comes, or maybe you suddenly blink your eyes, and the war begins. In addition, since the interstellar immigration plan was interrupted 20,000 years ago, the starry sky has become a restricted area for life. The remaining humans who have not yet had time to immigrate, like other races, are trapped on the shabby gambling table of Blue Star, unable to escape even if they want to. This is why the People's Federation wants to build a self-circulating city. Even in the post-war peace period, it must give up its territorial advantages on the surface and instead develop underground around fisher resources. Because the People's Federation is always ready to face the end of the world. Every minute and every second, we are in the highest level of combat readiness. According to ancient legends, the self-circulating city can move. When a disaster really comes, Humans don't even need the planet under their feet, they can immediately take the city around and go wherever they want. Even if the floorboards flip over like fried eggs, humans will still survive. When the city is there, the people are there. When the city is destroyed, the people are dead. Although mankind has always been the victor, there is no real winner in a world-destroying war. Every victory is achieved through the sacrifice of countless people. There have been many hostile races in history, all of which have brought severe suffering to mankind. However, it is rare for human beings to still hate a certain enemy race and, never forget, it through gritted teeth, even after tens of thousands of years of war. Even when talking about the Dragon Clan, which almost crushed all mankind in history, there are few derogatory and hateful remarks. Instead, people praise and marvel at the proud dragon soul. This is quite acknowledgement of the Dragon Clan's strong backbone and strength. In the Battle of Longyuan Valley that year, the Dragon Clan was besieged by humans and their allies. Millions of giant dragons fought until their race was exterminated, but not a single dragon was willing to surrender. Even the young dragon, which had just hatched out of its shell, roared onto the battlefield and shed every last drop of blood. You can destroy this kind of strong and proud enemy, but you cannot conquer or enslave it. Inconsistent interests lead to different positions and opposing camps. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy, that's all. Human beings respect their enemies very much, even if they are defeated. There is only one racial exception. That's the vampire. When it comes to vampires, you can't be ashamed of your human status if you don't spit on them. The vampires did not stand on the opposite side of mankind from the beginning. At first, they also joined the human side along with many races from other worlds. However, not long after the war started, the human camp suffered a small loss in a battle. They were not defeated, but the losses were a bit heavy and they won miserably. Because of this, the vampires stabbed the allies in the back and jumped to the enemy camp. The betrayal came too suddenly, and a self-circulating city was blood-bathed by them. Millions of humans were enslaved by vampires, raised like pigs and dogs, and used as food reserves to be eaten at any time. Later, the human camp became more and more courageous as they fought, and their advantage gradually expanded. The vampires suddenly wanted to surrender, and wanted to jump back. Since it was during the war, the victory of the camp and the strategic purpose were more important than anything else. The People's Federation discussed with its allies and felt that they could temporarily put aside their hatred and settle old scores with the war criminals after the war, so they gave the vampires a chance to atone for their crimes. So the vampires stabbed the new camp in the back, trapping all the friendly forces to death. Helped the human camp win a major battle. But the war among all races cannot be fought in a short time. There are so many hostile or neutral camps, and it usually takes dozens or hundreds of years to fight. Victory or defeat is standard issue. Yes, within 10 years, the vampires betrayed again and jumped to another big camp. This time, humans and their allies took precautions and were not successfully backstabbed by the vampires. But the two betrayals have undoubtedly filled up the hatred value. Old and new grudges make human beings hate vampires deeply rooted in their bones. 4,000 years have passed, and I still never forget it. The negative example of the vampire clan can also show the reliability of the elf Lautai from another angle. We were iron allies 30,000 years ago, and we are still iron allies 30,000 years later. Love is stronger than gold. The vampire clan has long since disappeared in the long river of history. Now it is discovered that they are not extinct, and the Shu family can still catch them alive and use them to make medicine. This surprised Lu Xuan. How many remnants of the vampire clan are left? Who did the Shu family do business with? Could the people who smuggled elves and those who trafficked vampires be the same group? The fog is heavy and the clouds are treacherous. Under various information blockades by the People's Federation, how many things do ordinary people still don't know? Perhaps only by working hard to reach the upper echelons can you be qualified to access more secrets about this world. I will try my best to take that video. Zhang Xinghai said seriously, but it's best not to have high expectations. This is not the first time that the Shu family has done this, but it can still last for 9 generations. They are very good at betting on family luck and rarely lose. Betting on a family's luck is the same as betting on a country's luck. If you lose, you will lose everything, but once you win, you will make a lot of money. They can't win the bet. Lu Xun shook his head and said calmly. Even if this time they succeeded in making elf elixir into elixir of life and destroyed all evidence, so what? It only took Lu Xun a few days to grow from the inferior level to the 6th level of the special level. Even he himself cannot estimate his future achievements. The seeds of hatred have been planted and will take root and sprout soon. When he becomes a lord-level creature, or even a king-level creature, he can easily destroy the Shu family. As long as Lu Xun is willing to catch on, what will the Shu family have to win? Iron defeat. But that doesn't mean that this time the elf incident is over. Lu Xun will try hard and look for opportunities. If the Shu family can be wiped out this time, it will be wiped out easily. Who will have the heart to wait for the next time? It's just a family from a second-level self-circulating city, nothing more. This batch of elves should be the batch from the Shadow Dragon Society. Single quote. Before, I wasn't sure that Where was the cloaked woman, but now it seems that it's basically her and she didn't run away. Single quote. Lu Xun recalled what happened before and thought of classmate Where in the class. If she is the cloaked woman, tracing the whereabouts of the elves, then it would make sense. She transferred from the 6th level self-circulating city to a poor place like Jinghai City probably to investigate this matter. If Where is a secret agent sent by the elf ambassador, then she will definitely have a way to kill the Shu family. Maybe, just show Wire the video and tell her where the elf in a jar is hiding, and everything will be over. There was no need for Lu Xun to do anything extra. He could kill the Shu family simply by providing information. This is not impossible. Give me a backup copy of the video. Lu Xun suddenly said to Zhang Xinghai. Zhang Xinghai was a little confused, but he didn't ask any more questions and nodded immediately. Okay, I'll give you a copy. Soon, he copied the video to a communication device, handed it over, and said, "It's all stored in it. This communication device is also for military use. It does not require identity registration. It has a call encryption function and my contact information is in it." After Lu Xun received it, he handed the things to Commander Tizu for safekeeping. Then he waved his hand and said goodbye. "Thank you for the special medicine. I'll leave first. I'll contact you if you need anything." He had a big haul tonight. I can't wait to go to the cemetery and count the loot. With more than 20,000 characteristic points, it can definitely be greatly improved. Wait a minute, Brother Zonghui, I have something to give you. As he was leaving, Zhang Xinghai suddenly thought of something, slapped his forehead, and quickly called Lu Xun. Give me something. Lu Xun looked wary. "Let me tell you first, I am very poor and have nothing to give you in return." I just wanted to give it to you because it was too heavy and rough for me to use. But I suddenly found that it really suits you. Zhang Xinghai asked mysteriously. Do you want to own a super powerful, peerless magic weapon that is stronger than a lightsaber? Absolute, unparalleled divine weapon. Hiss. Lu Xun's eyes widened. Lu Xun has always fought with his bare hands. The fists are his weapons, the muscles are his armor. But this is actually quite disadvantageous. Especially when encountering a Kryptonian master like Master Dutch and a great swordsman, he did not dare to fight head-on. He has a shield and can withstand several of his punches, but his physical body can hardly withstand the cuts of an advanced lightsaber, unless damage transfer is used. This makes him look like a foolish and reckless man, which is very unfair. It would be different if Lu Xun also had powerful weapons. Take a look, isn't it good? Zhang Xinghai rummaged in the corner for a while, then came back with a thick, iron rod. It must be suitable for you. Lu Xun was originally full of expectations, but when he saw this thing, his face suddenly fell. Is this the peerless magic weapon you are talking about? This weapon looks too ordinary. It's a 1.3 meter long metal stick that looks like a baseball bat. Very rough, unpretentious, without any highlights. Don't underestimate it. This weapon is made of extremely rare special metals and combined with the cutting-edge military technology of the People's Federation. It is a melee weapon, much rarer than a plasma lightsaber. Zhang Xinghai explained. It has a total of 9 gears. Each time you open a gear, its weight, volume, armor breaking, and shield breaking performance will increase exponentially. The higher the gear, the more powerful it is. Real or false? Lu Xun was doubtful and reached out to take the iron rod. As soon as I got it, I realized that it was indeed not simple. It was much heavier than it looked. In the zero position, it weighed at least 50 kilograms. It was also hard in texture and exuded a cold metallic luster. This weapon is not new, is it old? Who was its last owner? He tried the feel of it and asked. This is the relic of my comrade in arms. The prize he won in the army competition in Jinghai City many years ago. The championship prize. Zhang Xinghai's voice was a little heavy, as if he was recalling unhappy things. In fact, the ghost spine on his back also came from that comrade. Lu Xun observed what was happening, and when he saw this, he changed the topic. How to open the 9 gears? It depends on the grip strength. Zhang Xinghai said, it has an intelligent sensor system that will automatically adjust the gear according to the strength of the user. My comrade's fighting style is similar to yours. He is also a warrior with natural supernatural power. He can drive up to 4 gear, weight 1.2 tons. In 4th gear, it weighs 1.2 tons. How could this big, ugly iron rod be so powerful? With Lu Xun's current physical strength, at full power, he could blast out more than 100 tons of power with one punch. It can smash the exoskeleton armor with fists. He knew the level of punching power. But I really don't know how strong my grip strength is. Let me try. Lu Xun was eager to try. He held the handle of the small iron rod with his right hand and suddenly gave it a squeeze. Buzz. The unpretentious iron rod actually vibrated, and its surface lit up with a black light that was full of science fiction. It is rapidly growing in size, thicker, and heavier. In an instant, the 1st gear was activated. The next second, the 2nd gear indicator lights up, 3rd gear, 4th gear. The weight has reached a terrifying 1.2 tons. But this is not Lu Xun's limit. Ha! He shouted violently, the muscles on his strong arms bulged and knotted. The veins on the back of his hands popped out, and the ferocious, thick finger joints clenched loudly. Buzz. Level 5 activated. The iron rod became larger and heavier again. It was 1.5 meters long and weighed 2.5 tons. The rod was extremely thick, and sharp all nails popped out of the huge head of the rod. It turned into a very exaggerated wolf-toothed stick. Ah! Zhang Xinghai on the side was dumbfounded and shocked beyond words. It's reached the limit. It's only level 5. Lu Xun sighed, it seems that your comrade is also very powerful, and his pure strength is not much lower than mine. No. Zhang Xinghai's lips trembled, his throat rolled with difficulty, and he smiled bitterly. Brother Zan, this big stick is for use with both hands. It is not a one-handed weapon. One hand and 2 hands, can that be the same? With just one hand's grip, you can turn on 5th gear. What a monster. Not to mention the combat effectiveness. If we only look at pure physical strength, his comrade is far inferior to Lu Xun. Does your comrade drive in 4th gear with both hands? Ahem. Okay. Lu Xun coughed to relieve his embarrassment. Then hold the mace with both hands and exert force again. Buzz. Almost instantly, the 6th gear was automatically activated, and it did not stop until the 7th gear was opened again. This mace-toothed stick has turned into a behemoth. Its weight reached a terrifying 12.5 tons. What is the concept of a 12.5-ton weapon? You know, a car only weighs about 1.5 tons. The length of the mace club has also reached 1.8 meters. It is thick and long. The head of the club is huge, and the all nails are cold and intimidating. The thickest part is more than 50 centimeters in diameter. This weapon is so handy. Lu Xun picked up the big stick with both hands and waved it casually, and immediately there was a heavy and terrifying sound of breaking through the air. If you hit someone like this with a stick, you'd be bruised and bruised, right? Moreover, Lu Xun discovered that this weapon seemed to have excellent conduction capabilities for all types of energy. He can use his mace and club to inspire mountain-shaking ripples. Analysis. Single quote. Parsing. 5%, 10%, 15%. Analysis completed. Characteristic points plus 4,900. Included. Non-living illustrated book X1. Illustrated book King of Truth fighting stick. Super adaptability. Armor piercing. Effect enhancement. Sharpness. Ultimate power. Comma. It's just a melee weapon that rewards so many characteristic points. Single quote. The King of Truth. What an arrogant name. Not bad, not bad. This is my special martial art that is tailor-made for me. Single quote. Lu Xun was amazed in his heart, as if he had found a treasure, he couldn't put it down. But he immediately remembered something and couldn't help but frown. Ahem, to be honest, I like this weapon very much. But I don't want to take your gift for nothing. Please give me a price, he said to Zhang Xinghai. This mace is worth a lot of money at first glance. It is definitely top-notch military-grade equipment. It is not comparable to the arms obtained by the Shu family from illegal channels. This is the championship prize won by Zhang Xinghai's comrade in the martial arts competition. Even if Lu Xun reaches the Lord level, this weapon will not be outdated. If Lu Xun had such a magical weapon in his hand before, he wouldn't even need to summon an army of evil spirits. He could kill Master Daki with a direct blow. Lu Xun can rely on the soul link to transfer the damage to the leftovers and resist many enemy swords. But the opponent's shield could never withstand Lu Xun's full blow. The conical spines on the head of the club have a strong, armor-breaking and shield-breaking effect. One strike of the stick, including shields and people, they all exploded. This is truly cutting-edge military supplies. The free ones are the most expensive. It looks like a gift, but the price is actually marked on the back. Lu Xun didn't want to owe Zhang Xinghai such a big favor. Favor debts are the hardest to repay, so it's better to talk about money. Zhang Xinghai also realized this, and the Zhang brothers didn't want to accept his gifts. How about we talk about it later? He scratched his head. You can use it now. If you want to change weapons later, just return it to me. And this is a relic of my comrade in arms, not mine. Lu Xun frowned. Master, don't do the ink. How much does it cost? Come up with a price. This is a cutting-edge melee weapon customized by the army for the elite Iron Guards. It will not be sold to the outside world, and it cannot be bought on the black market. It is not easy to measure the value with money. Zhang Xinghai explained. It's just like his mantis blade, but it's many times more advanced than the mantis blade. After all, he has never won a championship in a competition, and he has only been runner-up once. This kind of strictly controlled product, not for sale, is very precious. It is not a product. For some people, it can be bought without spending a penny, but for many people, you can't buy it even if you increase the price 10 times. A rough estimate, Lu Xun asked again. He hesitated for a moment and could only sigh and said, probably, starting at a few $100 million. As the saying goes, swords are given to heroes, and thatch is fed to wild cattle. If the price is really offered, how can Brother Zhang afford it? That's why he gave it away. Quote. Lu Xun suddenly fell silent. He stared at the King of Truth in his hand and thought for a few seconds, but in the end he didn't want to owe this favor. Eaters are soft-mouthed, but takers are short-handed. It's not like he can't afford it, so he'd better not take advantage of it. Snapped. He snapped his fingers, and an evil hand stretched out from the void. It handed a chip made of crystal-like material to Lord Bone King. Astonishingly, it was Master Duch's Space-Time Observer Type 4. It has about the same value as the King of Truth. Even the analytical King of Truth rewards more characteristic points, hundreds of points more. I'll trade this with you. Lu Xun threw the chip to Zhang Xinghai and said. Giving to each other is best, no one owes anyone anything. This is. Zhang Xinghai was stunned and rubbed his eyes again to make sure he saw it correctly. He couldn't hold it back and cursed. Early in the morning. Hello, Auntie, I'm staying at a classmate's house for one night. Well, I've finished dinner. Don't worry about me. What can happen to me? I'm not that female classmate. Don't think too much. Okay, that's it. I will go directly to school tomorrow morning and go home after school at noon. Drop. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xun breathed a sigh of relief. He snapped his fingers and handed the communication device to the evil spirit, asking it to be taken to another space for safekeeping. Then, taking advantage of the darkness, he walked in the other direction. After leaving the safe house where Zhang Xinghai was hiding, Lu Xun quietly returned to normal and changed his appearance. And took out the new clothes that he had given to Tai Zu before and put them on. The necromancer is really cool. Being able to summon evil spirits from an alien plane is like carrying an alien space with you. But only dead objects without any vitality can travel between the two worlds through the summoning array. Over there is the country of the dead. Of course, if the power is extremely powerful, perhaps the caster himself can travel across the world and travel to the plane where the evil spirits are. The connection between Erluzi and my soul is still there. It seems that it is well hidden and has been keeping a close eye on the elf. Lu Xuan muttered to himself, thinking about his next plan in his mind. Zhang Xinghai decided to use the evidence he had to anonymously report the Shu family's evil deeds to the People's Federation and the Elf Embassy. But just a video that cannot be verified, and the reporter is anonymous, is not enough to attract too much attention. It is impossible to say that people will accept it immediately after it was uploaded tonight. The investigation commissioner will arrive in Jinghai tomorrow morning, and he will be able to find out the truth smoothly as soon as he arrives, confirm the Shu family's death penalty, and execute the death penalty immediately. It is too idealistic. As for why we need to report anonymously, because Zhang Xinghai is a 5-star wanted criminal. If it were his real name, it would be even less likely that anyone would believe him. Lu Xuan felt that the Shu family could not be dealt with by conventional means. Gotta get something unconventional. As soon as it dawned, he went to school and used a trumpet to test Ware. If she was really investigating the elf smuggling case, Lu Xuan would give her the video and inform her of the elf's whereabouts. Of course, it's still early before dawn. Lu Xuan must have lied to his aunt when he said, "Go and stay at a classmate's house for one night." He has something very important to do: count the loot, improve and upgrade. The fierce battle last night made him realize that he was not strong enough. He has been through several battles in recent times. That time at Wansheng Security Company, there was a direct violent bloodbath and massacre. At the Shadow Dragon Club, there was also a mass killing. This kind of achievement vaguely gave Lu Xuan the illusion that, I am so invincible. But this time, he was almost tortured by Master Dutch. I was taught a hard lesson by a strong man. There are mountains outside the mountains, and there are people outside the mountains. There is no strongest, only stronger. An unprecedented desire for power arose in Lu Xuan's heart. 1 o'clock in the morning. It was a long night, and there was a dark wind in the cemetery. The shadows of the trees were dancing, and occasionally a few shrill crows could be heard. Lu Xuan came to the old place again. After confirming safety again and again, he walked to the open space in front of a lonely grave and sat on the ground. Hulala! The raging hellfire spurted out from his body, burning every inch of flesh and blood in his body within 0.5 seconds, turning him into a skeleton glowing with green fire. There is still a sense of ritual. After the transformation, Lu Xuan can perfectly blend into the surrounding environment. 100 Ghosts Night Parade. The summoning array in the void opens. The evil spirits dropped items, large or small, including corpses, exoskeleton armor, firearms, prosthetics, black gold. Soon there were several hills piled up. After all the loot was moved out, Commander Tizu called on his younger brothers to sort, organize and stack the things neatly. Roar! Tizu knelt down on one knee and asked for instructions on what to do next. Lord Bone King waved his hand and said calmly, "Go back. I will notify you after I finish counting the things." Roar! The evil spirits took the order and left this world one after another. Let's analyze and dispose of the body first. Lu Xuan moved lightly and walked to the mountain of corpses. Because it was too tight at the time and there was no time to carefully clean up the battlefield, only dozens of corpses of the Shu family's dead soldiers were brought back. Brush. He casually pulled out a corpse and held the skeleton with his right hand. Analysis. Analysis completed. Included. Non-living illustrated book X14. Reminder. Characteristic points plus 890. What a rubbish little Karami. Lu Xuan complained and threw out a ball of hellfire. Hula! After a moment, only a bare skeleton was left, and more than a dozen prosthetics exploded out. There are only 2 military prosthetics, and the others are all civilian grade. Zhang Xinghai is worth 2,600 characteristic points, Hanhu is 2,400, and Master Daki is worth tens of thousands. This kind of small miscellaneous soldier can only be given 8 or 900. Brush. Another body was dragged out. Analysis. Analysis completed. Reminder. Characteristic points plus 420. The second miscellaneous soldier's prosthetic body and equipment only mostly overlap with those of the previous one. There are far fewer new unanalyzed gadgets, and the bonus feature points have also been cut in half. Lu Xun was not surprised by this and continued working. Hula. Ding ling dang kang. The third body. Analysis. Characteristic points plus 260. Comma. Analysis. Characteristic points plus 125. Comma. Analysis. Characteristic points plus 4050. Huh. Lu Xun was stunned, turned over the half of the corpse on the ground, and immediately felt happy. It turns out to be Shu Tanqing. No wonder he gave so much and brought back the necklace worth 800 million around his neck. Fully functional shield generator. Of course, we can't say, worth 800 million, we can only say, bought for 800 million. Just like Master Duch's chip, the Shu family must have obtained it through illegal channels and from arms smugglers at a high price, and the price must have been greatly mixed with water. A contraband with a cost of 100 yuan, you bought it for 10,000 yuan out of necessity, but can you say it is worth 10,000 yuan? Lu Xun took off the necklace and threw it into the pile of trophies aside. Shu Tanqing did not have a locator on his body. It may have been implanted in his lower body and then shattered. But he still planned to get it done as soon as possible and leave. This cemetery will no longer be accessible. He has been here 2 or 3 times. For safety's sake, it's time to change places and move to a new home. Hunting for blood. Lu Xun activated his stunt. Memory protection chip. Protected a lonely person. He doesn't need Shu Tanqing's brain at all. The blood of the deceased is enough. In just 10 seconds, he read Shu Tanqing's lifelong memory. Got a lot of information about the Shu family. And it's not just the Shu family, but also the shocking secrets of many big shots in Jinghaicheng. The Shu family's smuggling of elves and buying and selling of vampires is not only about making the elixir of life for themselves, but also involves a power transaction. The current old speaker of Jinghaicheng turned out to be an important player in this case. The identity of the old speaker is not simple either. The Li family behind him is also an aristocratic family in Jinghaicheng with terrifying power. The Shu family wants to use the elixir of life in exchange for the old speaker's recommendation letter for resigning. These secrets will definitely come in handy. Hula. Lu Xun threw a ball of red flames up, scattering his ashes. 10 minutes later, he analyzed all the things he brought back that were valuable for analysis. Then I can't wait to communicate with the omniscient right hand to see the harvest. Get immediate feedback. Available feature points. 34,500. Cool. Lu Xun suddenly felt relieved both physically and mentally. Overnight, I accumulated so many characteristic points. Far exceeded his expectations. He thought it would only be more than 20,000, but Shu Tanqing's shield generator and the King of Truth both gave him a surprise. 34,000 and 5,000, it's still far short of 60,000. Lu Xun scratched his head. If you confuse the ghost form and the Bone King form, it will definitely be an unprecedented enhancement. Just imagine, a muscular tyrant with a strong body can become invisible and invisible, can summon an army of undead, and can also transfer damage to skeleton warriors. What kind of supermodel is that? 60,000 is needed. Far from enough. But Lu Xun couldn't wait any longer, so he saved the points and didn't use them. That's the big fool. If you want to hoard 60,000 yuan without making a fortune, will it take years of the monkey and horses and months of the horse? It only makes sense to convert these 34,500 characteristic points into power as soon as possible. However, the 2 major forms of Ghost and Bone King have reached the limit of their genetic master's lifetime. Lu Xun communicated with his omniscient right hand and did some calculations. If you put all the characteristic points into the ghost form and add points forcibly, you can only upgrade it to the special level 8. This is such a blood loss. It would be great if there was a stronger red ghost gene, which could reduce the cost by 90%, and it would not be difficult to break through to the peak of the special level. But where are the stronger red ghost genes? Hiss. It seems there really is. Lu Xun's eyes suddenly lit up and he recalled a place, the museum. I heard from passers-by before that there are complete remains of the Ghost clan in the museum, and they are also the Ghost Kings. No. It's too desperate. As soon as the thought took hold, he shook his head and suppressed the crazy thought. That museum is extraordinary. It is the largest, comprehensive museum in Jinghaicheng, and the various cultural relics inside are priceless. It's not too difficult to sneak in. In such a large comprehensive museum, there must be some omissions, and Lu Xun had the ability to sneak into them. The really difficult thing is to touch something. Important collections will only be put on display in the museum during the day, and will be moved back to the vault and locked up at night. If Lu Xun had the ability to open the museum's vault, he and Zhang Xinghai wouldn't have been helpless when they faced the canned elves before. A fully functional shield generator, even the soul power cannot seep into it. A super large shield generator cannot be carried around, which means it will not be helpful in combat. So the price is not expensive, and the museum can definitely afford it. Even if he could blast away the shield, he would definitely make a big fuss and be pursued by the regular army and the police mobile team. Lu Xun's skeleton hand groped his chin and pondered for a few seconds. Suddenly, he had an idea and thought of a way. No conflicts need to break out, no need to sneak into museums, no need to even act stealthily. He himself will deliver the remains of the Ghost King to him. The risk is extremely low, 60% sure, it's worth a try. Hula! The red flames surged, and the raging fire burned dozens of corpses. On the top of the mountain, the cold wind blew and the ashes flew. After destroying the corpses and removing traces of them, Lu Xun glanced at the numerous equipment and trophies on the ground. There are more than 30 military prosthetics of various types. In addition, there are more than 400 civilian-grade prosthetics with top performance. For super modas, not only military-grade prosthetics have implant value. In fact, many civilian-level effects are also very powerful. For example, this turtle breath type 3 lung lobe can greatly improve the utilization rate of oxygen in the human alveoli. It can also hold your breath and dive for several hours without using any equipment. There is also a secondary heart that greatly enhances the body's blood pumping function. And the godly octopus type 1 prosthetic eye imitates the eyeball structure of an octopus and greatly optimizes the human visual system. There are more than 30 pieces of military grade and more than 400 pieces of civilian grade, plus lightsabers, power suits, jetpacks, various types of firearms, and combat equipment. They are worth at least several billion, or even tens of billions. After all, Lu Xun and Zhang Xinghai wiped out an entire private army of Shu Tanqing's dead soldiers. In order to protect Shu Tanqing's safety, the Shu family devoted countless efforts to these dead soldiers and spent a lot of money to arm them. The situation was urgent at that time, and Lu Xun didn't have much time to restock. There were still many corpses that he had not had time to move away, otherwise the harvest would be even greater. They are all stolen goods. With so many prosthetics, it is difficult to sell them directly for cash. Lu Xun shook his head, save them for now. When you are short of money later, you can find a way to sell them. There will definitely be a lot of money to spend in the future. Although Lu Xun can rely on projection and evolution to become stronger and stronger. But this is the People's Union, and he is human. Others can rely on Krypton gold to become stronger, so can he. I just exchanged gifts with Zhang Xinghai and got the mace and stick, King of Truth. With the help of this magical weapon, Lu Xun's strength can be increased by 30%, 50%. In fact, he has already embarked on the road of being a Kryptonian. After counting the prosthetics, Lu Xun looked at the pile of black gold and cash. The money was found from Shu Tanqing's office. More than 30 million in cash and 15 black gold, a total of 180 million plus. The wine and meat of the rich family smells bad. He complained. Some time ago, he risked his life for 60 million life-saving money and was involved in the whirlpool. The old octopus even lost his life directly. 60 million is an astronomical figure for an ordinary family. But Congressman Shu's pocket money, saved in the office, amounts to 180 million. Iron Pillar. Roar. Evil spirits swarmed out of the summoning circle. They took away all the loot and kept a small treasury for Lord Bone King. After finishing, Lu Xun looked at the time. It's still early before dawn. Get ready, go to the museum and analyze the Ghost King's remains. Use 34,500 characteristic points to reach the peak of the special level, or even the Lord level. Early morning, 5:30. There were few people on the streets. The Zhongfeng Museum has not yet opened, and the door is closed. There are many security personnel around the museum, patrolling and guarding, and cameras are placed in every corner of the building, with more hidden in the dark. This museum has a history of hundreds of years and has been visited by thieves countless times, but there has never been any case of theft. No one can steal even the cultural relics on ordinary display cabinets, let alone the precious collections locked in the vault. In fact, the combat effectiveness of these guards is not strong. They don't have any powerful military equipment. They are even equipped with small caliber kinetic energy pistols. They are just ordinary security personnel. The reason why museums can deter robbers and thieves is that the anti-theft measures such as surveillance, sensors, detectors, and alarms have reached a quite exaggerated level. As long as a thief comes in, he will be discovered. If someone really dares to cause trouble here, what he needs to face is not the security inside and outside the museum, but the encirclement and suppression by the Public Security Department and internal guards. More than 400 meters southeast of Zhongfeng Museum is the headquarters of the Public Security Department of the city. This is the inner city, not the outer city. The nearby security patrol cars and flying motorcycles are on duty and on standby 24 hours a day to prevent all crimes from occurring. From receiving the alarm to arriving at the crime scene, it only takes less than 5 seconds. If the thief is too strong, the Public Security Bureau headquarters is nearby and support will arrive in 10 seconds. If you still can't beat it, there's still an inner defender. In a word, a king-level creature can't escape even if it invades the museum. Squeak! Suddenly, a pickup truck came and stopped at the entrance of the museum. A bearded driver came down and walked inside. Hey, it's not even opening time yet. What do you want to do? A guard in the security room shouted loudly, stopped the bearded man, pointed to the sign at the door, and said, "It doesn't open until 9 o'clock in the morning. If you want to visit the museum, you have to wait a few hours." Several security personnel gathered around and looked at this suspicious person warily. Guys, don't get me wrong, I'm not here to visit." "Then why are you here so early?" the security guard asked. The man shrugged his shoulders and explained helplessly. "Someone gave me 100 yuan and asked me to help him donate a cultural relic to the museum." Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. Occasionally, citizens will come to donate things to help the museum develop and build. Although most of the donated items have little research or exhibition value, they are somewhat in line with the wishes of the citizens. Museums usually accept them and give small gifts in return, such as a box of milk, a bag of paper towels, and a bag of snacks. This kind of thing is indeed quite common, and the security personnel didn't think too much about it. "Where's the stuff? Put it on the pocket of the car," the bearded man complained. "It's such a big box and quite heavy." Although it was a smooth ride, he felt that he still lost money by charging only 100 yuan, at least 20 yuan more. "Come on, let's help you carry your things down and go through the security check. If there's no problem, we'll take you to the donation office." "Forget it, it's not me who donated it, I'm just a delivery person. It's up to you whether to keep it or throw it away. It's better to register, there will be gifts in return." "That's not impossible, haha," his eyes lit up. Drop. The security personnel pressed a remote control button, and 2 loading and unloading robots came over immediately. They stretched out their robotic arms and lifted the donations from the car pockets. This is a large long cardboard box, like a coffin. After the loading and unloading robot put the things on the ground, several security personnel scanned them with detectors. No dangerous goods were found. Then the box was moved to the donation processing office next to the main building of the museum for a more detailed security inspection process. There are many types of testing instruments inside, including soul power detector, metal detector, liquid detector, quite comprehensive. "Is this a well-preserved humanoid skeleton?" The inspector scratched his head and looked puzzled. "But why can't the instrument detect the species of the organism? Nor can it detect the year of death." Don't these look like human skeletons?" The security guard lowered his head and looked at the skeleton inside, with a puzzled look on his face. "Is it a demi-human race?" Probably not. A total of 468 species of demi-humans have been discovered so far, and they are all in the database. Undead skeletons. Did any of the undead tribe forget to wear clothes? No, these are real biological remains, not the fallen body of the Necrons. The inspector frowned and his expression gradually became serious. While touching his chin, he thought and speculated. Could it be that it's a brand new, unknown species? It's indeed possible. He suddenly looked up and realized the seriousness of the matter, and was extremely excited. After all, this planet has experienced 5 celestial spheres converging, and tens of thousands of races from different worlds have emerged. Some weak races were exterminated quietly, and their traces were wiped out before the world could even learn of their existence. What is the sign of the progress of human civilization? Its materials, engineering, manufacturing. The technological development of the People's Federation relies heavily on resources from other worlds and rift resources. This of course also includes biological materials. Someone anonymously donated the remains of a suspected new species to the museum. This is definitely a major event that deserves great attention. Quick, someone, bring this donation in and store it. The inspector quickly turned his head and said to his companion, I'm going to contact the curator and ask him to come over. By the way, let's call some master appraisers to come too. What vault is it stored in? Nonsense, of course it's the fossil remains area, warehouse number 7, go there quickly, don't make any ink marks. Remember to be gentle when moving it, don't damage it. They got busy, making phone calls and moving things. No one noticed that the skeletal fingers of the remains of the unknown creature in the box moved slightly. Boom. There was a muffled sound of heavy objects touching the ground. Just leave it here, right? One person asked. I don't even understand what it is, so there won't be any problems, right? These are very precious remains of unknown creatures. There is no room for loss. None of us can make the decision. Another person said in a serious voice, let's leave it here for now. When the curator arrives, just follow his arrangements. Good. The two had a brief conversation. Then he exited the vault and pressed the remote control button. Buzz. The space fluctuated. In the center of the vault, a large generator system was activated, releasing a 5-color, fully functional protective shield, full of a sci-fi feel. An extra thick air wall envelops the entire interior space. Indestructible. This vault cannot be easily breached from the outside. After confirming that the anti-theft system was operating normally, the two staff members nodded with satisfaction and closed the alloy door of the vault with a bang. In the space, the light is dim, and only the light on the surface of the energy shield flows quietly in the darkness. Click. A skeleton hand as dry as a branch gently pushed open the lid of the carton and stretched it out. The elbow joint was bent and the bony palm grasped the edge. Then, a skeleton suddenly raised its upper body. In its dark eye sockets, a little green light suddenly appeared, and then a dancing soul fire appeared. Hey, you really got in. Lu Xuan looked around and saw pieces of biological skeletons and ancient fossils everywhere he could see. Some were incomplete, with only pieces of skeleton left, but there were also relatively complete remains. It's developed again. Lu Xuan rubbed his hands excitedly, stood up from the box, and walked cautiously towards the babies. We don't have much time, we have to hurry up. He looked around and soon locked his eyes on a complete remains in the southwest corner. This collection is stored in a glass cabinet, and there is a small sign on the pedestal below with relevant introduction. The remains of the Ghost Clan. The year of death was 8,000 years ago. Was a king during his lifetime. Isn't this a king-level ghost clan? Is this a small king-level ghost? Lu Xuan was confused and looked at the skeleton. Compared to humans, it does have a tall frame, 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and long body. But if they were really king-level ghosts, how could they be so tall? And the bones are not strong enough. If it hadn't been for the fact that there were 2 familiar horns on its head, Lu Xuan would not have believed that it was a ghost race in the flesh. Netherworld travel. Single quote. Lu Xuan made his entire right arm virtual, and then passed through the glass cabinet. The metacarpal bones and finger bones at the front returned to their solid form, and he touched the remains. Analysis. Single quote. Parsing. 5%, 10%. Analysis completed. Characteristic points plus 28,500. Already included in the biological illustration X1. Illustrated book Blue Ghost King. Illustrated completeness. 54%. Branch of the Ghost Clan, Green Ghost. Life level. King level. Magical attribute. Wind. Racial magical powers. Natal talents. Year of death of the creature. King level ghost gene detected. 100% genetic compatibility, reaching perfect compatibility standards. The projection conditions have been met. Do you want to start? Weather. Comma. Ah. Lu Xuan subconsciously said, ah, and then quickly covered his mouth. He lost his temper. I never expected that after analysis, this would be the result. These are indeed the remains of the Ghost King. The two passers-by did not lie, and the museum did not make any mistakes in identification. But this is Aoki, not the remains of a red ghost. Green ghosts and red ghosts are both ghost clans, with the same ancestor and origin, but they have different branches. What's the specific difference? Aoki is a agile attack stream. The direction of Chigi's promotion is to continuously pile up defense and strength. While the meat is terrifying, the strength is also terrifying. As for Aoki, his speed and agility were maximized to the extreme. 100% fit. This is my first time seeing you. Lu Xuan's heart was beating wildly. He suddenly realized that since the green ghost and the red ghost have the same ancestor and have the same origin, and there are not many differences in genes, does that mean that the two can easily be integrated into the same form? The repulsiveness of the Necrons and red ghosts is so strong that it would cost 60,000 to fuse them together. But Aoki and Red Oni may only need very few characteristic points to merge into one. Extreme strength and agility, coupled with extreme speed and agility. That's unthinkable. 28,500 characteristic points were awarded. Is this the gold content of a king-level creature? Lu Xuan felt like he was about to faint from happiness. Including the previous inventory, he has now accumulated a total of 63,000 characteristic points. Moreover, there are many remains and fossils in this vault that have not been analyzed. This museum is really the right one. Although it is dangerous and can be easily exposed, the benefits are really great and it is totally worth the risk. There are only two words in his mind now: take off. Analyze, analyze, analyze everything. Lu Xuan's heart was filled with enthusiasm and he went straight to other collections. Although this vault is not very large, it still stores at least more than 60 remains and fossils of various sizes. He walked over to another glass case, put his right hand inside and picked up a very thick thigh bone. Analysis. Single quote. Analysis completed. Characteristic points plus 175. Included biological illustration X1. Illustrated book Troll Tribe Special. Completeness, 1.2%. Comma. Characteristic points plus 1,806. Illustrated book Goblin High. Completeness, 25.4%. Comma. Characteristic points plus 4,790. Illustrated book Ogre High. Completeness, 69%. Comma. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xuan had analyzed 2/3 of the treasures inside. Earn trait points like crazy. In the blink of an eye, the balance of characteristic points exceeded 70,000 and was approaching 80,000 crazily. After 13 years of rebirth, I have never felt so good. They are indeed biological remains worthy of being locked up in a museum's vault. All good stuff. Anyone whose life level has not reached a high level is not qualified to enter here. Unfortunately, most of the remains are incomplete. The only one that is relatively intact is the Ghost King just now. Ta, ta, ta. Suddenly, the sound of small footsteps came to my ears. The sound coming from far away means that someone is coming here. Wipe. There's still a little bit to go. Hurry up, hurry up. Lu Xuan became anxious and used his super fast hand speed that he had practiced for more than 10 years to analyze it like crazy. Click. The alloy door made a sound. At the same time, he happened to finish analyzing the last fossil, quickly got back into the box, and gently closed the lid. Crunch. The vault door opens. With just a beep sound, the shield generator system was turned off. The colorful air wall automatically disappeared, and the isolation was lifted. An old man wearing a suit and a monocle on his face walked in eagerly with a cane. A large group of people followed behind him. Is this the donation you were talking about? Reporting to the curator, yes. A staff member quickly replied, all the ordinary instruments in our donation reception room cannot detect the species it belongs to. After scanning, there is no information about this creature in the database and it cannot be compared. So we guess that this skeleton is most likely a brand new species that has not yet been discovered. Because the matter is so important, we can't make the decision, so we can only store it first. Another person added, sorry to disturb your rest so early, Director Liu. It was only around 5 o'clock in the morning, and they called such an old curator out of bed with just one phone call. It was really frustrating. What's there to be sorry for? When something good like this happens, I wish you would bother me every day. The old man waved his hand nonchalantly, then opened the box and checked it out. The more he looked at it, the more excited he became. It does seem to be a new humanoid species. The skeleton is actually preserved so completely. It's well done. Someone, bring this remains to my cultural relics laboratory. I want to personally identify it. The equipment in the cultural relics research room is more advanced and complete. We can definitely understand this skeleton from the inside out. After the old man gave the order, someone immediately controlled the robot to lift the cardboard box and walk out. Go slowly, be gentle, don't break it. Director Liu kept reminding him along the way. Soon, they left the collection storage area, went to the outer hall, went down the stairs, and then walked along a long corridor. At the end of the corridor is the cultural relics research room. When everyone was halfway there, suddenly, laugh. A skeleton arm pierced the cardboard box, and the skeleton inside suddenly raised its upper body. The soul fire in its eye sockets was dancing, and it stretched its body, speaking in a lazy tone. Yawn, I feel so comfortable after sleeping for hundreds of years, Where are you? Who are you? Where are you taking me? For a moment, the heaven and earth fell silent. Everyone was stunned for 5 seconds, and then the heart-rending scream of a female staff member rang out. Ah, boom. As she screamed, another female researcher next to her rolled her eyes and fainted from fright. Oh, I'm leaving first. You guys are busy, so there's no need to send it off. The skeleton hurriedly dropped a word, and then, in full view of everyone, he became invisible on the spot and disappeared out of thin air. Ah, boom. It was the old curator who fainted this time. Lu Xuan really didn't mean to scare them. If you don't run away, you won't be able to run away anymore, and you will be moved into the research room. The equipment in the research room is very complete and high-end, and it can definitely find out anything fishy about him. If you don't run now, when will you wait? Send the old curator to the infirmary quickly. Which fool donated the remains? I'm scared to death. A staff member of the museum was furious. That was the Necrons just now, right? They slept peacefully for hundreds of years, and yet they were dug out and donated to a museum. It's simply outrageous. Why can't the instrument detect it? Then the instrument must be broken. How could the instrument malfunction? I check and maintain it every day. They are arguing. Suddenly someone reacted and exclaimed, "Go back to the vault quickly, quickly, quickly." A group of people quickly turned back, returned to vault number 7, and quickly opened it. But what puzzled them was that not a single item in the collection was missing, and they were all placed neatly. Except for the old director and staff who were a little frightened, the museum seemed to have suffered no losses. Well, the instrument may really be broken. Let me just say, how can it be so easy to discover a new species? That's the Necrons. It's good that you didn't lose anything. 10 minutes later, a remote alley not far away, in the shadows of the corner. A skeleton appeared out of thin air, it looked sneaky, and the soul fire danced in its eye sockets. So exciting. Lu Xuan subconsciously patted his non-existent heart. Fortunately, he slipped away quickly and wasn't caught. There is no way, the anti-theft measures in the museum are too terrible. If you sneak in rashly, you will not be able to crack the shield system in the vault even if you are not discovered. The only way he could think of to gain access to the Ghost King's remains was to donate himself. This is actually a risky gamble. Although he can enter the sleep state of the Necrons, actively extinguish the soul fire, and suspend the fluctuation of the soul, he is not 100% sure of passing the test. Fortunately, his bet was right. The instruments at the donation processing office are not high-end and sophisticated enough. He really took advantage of it. How many characteristic points have you accumulated? I didn't even have time to see it just now. Lu Xun couldn't wait to communicate with the omniscient right hand. Get feedback immediately. Available feature points. 87,600. 87,000 6,000. He gasped. The museum is really a treasure. Even after subtracting the previous 34,500, this wave of self-donation earned him 53,100 characteristic points. The complete remains of the Ghost King alone were given to 28,000. 87,000 6,000. Does this mean you have to break through to the Lord level? Lu Xun was so excited. He could no longer resist the urge to escalate. Netherworld travel. Buzz. The skeleton immediately became invisible and dived deep into the underground. Not long after, he arrived at a place 40 meters underground, with dirt in all directions. The underground of Jinghai City starts from 80 meters, which is the scope of the underground city. His depth is just right. When he breaks through underground, all movement will be isolated and there is no way he will be discovered. Huka Yako, come out, Corporal Tizu. Lu Xun was in a state of virtualization, opened the summoning array, and released hundreds of evil spirit generals. Roar. Corporal Tizu respectfully asked Lord Bone King for instructions. Dig. Lu Xun stretched out his hand and pointed around. Clean a space, just enough to move around, don't make it too big. Roar. Tizu took the order and immediately started working with his younger brothers. They constantly clean up the surrounding soil and move it back to the alien plane. The evil spirit engineering team is extremely efficient. In just a few dozen seconds, Lord Bone King freed up an underground space that was 5 meters long, 4 meters wide and 3 meters high. Let's go back. Roar. After doing their dirty work, the evil spirits returned to their world and disappeared. Let's get started. Return to normal first. Lu Xun was in the underground space, and with a thought, the bear skeleton immediately sprouted flesh and blood, and instantly turned into a handsome young man with a height of 1.85 meters, with broad shoulders and a well-proportioned body, tight muscles, and clear lines. He was completely naked, showing a perfect figure like a human sculpture. When he donated himself before, he took off all his clothes. But there are no outsiders here, so there is no need to stick to this detail. Are the 87,600 characteristic points the projection of a green ghost, or the fusion of ghost, god, and Bone King forms? This question is redundant. It must be a fusion king level blue ghost. Merge the green ghost and the red ghost again. The Bone King form was obtained by projecting Ur's genes. Was only at an advanced level. Before Lu Xun collected a stronger necromancer illustrated book, his Bone King form could only stay at an advanced level. And Qinghui is king level. Above the special level is the lord level, and the next higher level is the king. The potential is endless. Lu Xun communicated with his omniscient right hand and turned out the king level green ghost illustrated book he had just obtained. Characteristics: divine speed, strong wind. Do you want to start projection? Weather. Yes. He made his choice without hesitation. Buzz. The moment the words fell, the omniscient right hand burst out with a cyan, very surging mysterious energy, rushing to the body, limbs and bones, infiltrating every cell, and starting the baptism and evolution of life levels. Doesn't it hurt a lot? Lu Xun was very surprised because the pain caused by this projection was very small. The pain level is only 1/10 of the last time. Although it was very tortuous, the situation was much better than before and completely within the tolerable range. Moreover, this energy gave Lu Xun a different feeling. When the red ghost is projected, it is violent and destructive. When the undead clan is projected, it is cold, forbidding, and strange, making people feel the torment of a dull knife cutting flesh. But at this moment, what Aoki brings is a feeling of lightness, freedom, and unrestraint. This not only didn't make Lu Xun feel uncomfortable, but actually made him feel happy. He called out. The muscles, bones, fascia, and even every cell in the whole body are rhythmic, trembling, and quietly evolving under the baptism of energy. Soon, there was a crackling sound from his body, and at the same time, 2 green ghost horns grew out of the top of his head, glowing green like emerald. His fingers became very long, darkened in color, and grew claws like iron hooks, with a cold light. The pupils of his eyes also turn cyan. As the pain fades away like a tide, the projection is completed and over. Is this Aoki? Lu Xuan lowered his head and looked at his body in his new form. My height has only increased a little, reaching 1.9 meters, but my muscle dimensions have not increased. Instead, I have shrunk a little, and my muscle density has increased a lot. Although his whole body is full of strong, well-defined muscles, his body shape has become thin, making him tall and thin. The most amazing thing is that Lu Xuan's 5 senses have become super sharp. Hearing, dynamic vision, reaction speed, thinking, all have improved to an incredible level. Kai, he tapped lightly with his toes, and heard a sharp sound like cracking silk. With a flash of green light, his body whizzed out like a sharp arrow from the string. The speed was as fast as a stream of light, and it was difficult to catch it with the naked eye. When it was about to hit the wall, it relied on its extremely strong reaction speed to complete the emergency stop within 0.01 seconds. So fast, Lu Xuan was dumbfounded. He just tried it casually and didn't use all his strength. Is this the super speed characteristic of Aoki? When moving at super high speed, he actually couldn't feel the resistance of the air at all. It's like blending into the wind and becoming a wind man. The most exaggerated thing is that as his movement speed becomes faster, his reaction speed, thinking speed, dynamic vision, also become faster. In his eyes, the surrounding time and space seem to have entered a very stagnant, double-speed slow-motion state. Isn't this similar to the effect of Master Duchess, Space-Time Observer Type 4? Oh no, it belongs to Zhang Xinghai now. As expected of someone who follows the sensitive attack stream. If the green Oni and the red Oni become one, what's the point? Red Oni is of the fire element, Ao Oni is of the wind element. Wind. Lu Xuan seemed to feel something, as if he had an innate instinct. He raised his hand gently. Call. In the completely enclosed underground space, magic elements poured in from all directions, creating an invisible wind. Lu Xuan increased his strength, and the wind actually took on a light cyan color, like ribbons circling in the air, flying freely. The wind howled. His body slowly rose into the air and was dragged up by Qingfeng. I seem to be able to fly. Flight. It is not uncommon in this world with advanced technology and thousands of races. For example, Dutch and Han who can also fly at high speeds with jetpacks. But Lu Xuan was still very excited. Because he did not rely on any external objects, but only relied on his own ability to conquer the sky. This is similar to the Red Ghost's ability to control fire. It is also the elemental magic that the Ghost tribe is born with. Being able to control the wind and airflow at will is Aoki's natural talent. Let's call this new form the Tiangui form, he muttered. As he spoke, he held his right hand with his left hand and analyzed his body. Race. Human can be renamed freely. Life level. High. Current life form. Heavenly ghost body. Special skills. Blue light shadow, wind blessing, strong healing light, hell fire, red flame, mountain shaking power, soul devouring. Biological characteristics. Speed LV5, wind LV4, vitality LV5, wither LV2, super magic LV2, strong soul LV2, power LV2, hardness LV3, burning LV4. Talent. Form switching right pointing arrow normal, ghost body, bone king body. Available characteristic points. 74,802 points. In the form of a sky ghost, it is neither a green ghost, nor a human, a red ghost, or an undead spirit. The essence of projection is optimization. Extract and retain the excellent characteristics of a race, and eliminate the inferior things. By optimizing genes infinitely, you can eventually evolve into the ultimate life form in the universe. Lu Xuan's heavenly ghost form inherited one of Qinggui's racial magical powers, the strong healing aura. As well as 2 natal talents, green light quick shadow and wind blessing. Strong healing aura, as the name suggests, is a healing ability. Lu Xuan used the cyan ghost horn on his head to release a magical, spiritual light, to help wounds heal quickly. He really needs this. Special medicines are very expensive, and the better ones cost tens of thousands for a small bottle. With the special skill of strong healing light. You can nurse yourself again if you get injured in the future, which saves a lot of money. 2 more stunts. The protection of wind is the ability to control wind and airflow. The higher the wind characteristic, the stronger its power. Blue light and quick shadow are related to the super speed characteristic. The faster Lu Xun is, the more agile his thinking, reaction, and perception are. If he could go as fast as he could, time and space would become still and solidified in his eyes. Ooey, when you are fast enough, the enemy will have flaws in your eyes, and the opponent's skills will become pale and powerless, or even meaningless. The ghost form is very strong, but unfortunately its power is not that good. It's only the second level of violence, so it's too weak. If you open a shield and stand still while you scratch it, you'd have to scratch it for a long time. If the characteristics of the red ghost and the green ghost were combined, they would be perfect, and they could even compete with the dragons due to their innate advantages. Did the initial integration cost only more than 10,000 characteristic points? Very well, continue. Take the next step. After the initial fusion, the heavenly ghost form is only advanced. But there are still more than 74,000 characteristics left, and this evolution has just begun. Next, what Lu Xun has to do is very simple. It means merging the green Oni and the red Oni into one. I wonder how many characteristic points are needed. He immediately communicates with the omniscient right hand. Try to combine the 2 ghost forms and the celestial ghost form. Suddenly, Lu Xun exclaimed. He was shocked to find that there was no feedback from the omniscient right hand, because there was no repulsion between the 2 forms. Not even 1 characteristic point is needed. He can get along if he wants. This is the same ancestor and the same origin. The ancestor of the ghost clan should possess all the characteristics of both the green ghost and the red ghost. It's just that the descendants failed to live up to expectations and the bloodline branched. Then come, Lu Xun thought. Buzz. In an instant, his tiger body shook, the muscles and bones all over his body vibrated, and every cell in his body roared. Boom. In his heavenly ghost form, a sea of energy suddenly erupted from the dantian in his body. That was red flame. It carried the wrath of the burning sky and swept across it, reaching every corner of the body in an instant. Crunchy. Lu Xun's body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, the dimensions of his limbs soared, and steel-like muscles bulged high on his majestic back. Accompanied by a burst of crackling sounds like fried beans, his size grew larger and larger, and in a blink of an eye, he turned into a muscular behemoth with a height of 2.6 meters. Kai. The cyan horn on the left side of his forehead changed color and became as red as blood. The color of his right eye also changed from green to red, like a scorching sun. The extremely exaggerated muscle dimensions have shrunk slightly. It's not that the muscles have decreased, but that the quality has increased. Muscles and bones are extremely dense. The strength does not decrease but increases, and it increases dramatically. The lines of the body are also smoother, much more beautiful, and not as rough as they looked before. The original form of ghosts and gods is a pure demonic muscleman, giving people a violent, ferocious, arrogant, rude, and domineering visual impact and sense of oppression. It's as if the brain is full of muscles. But now, there is a kind of evil, quiet, and cold. 2 completely opposite and extremely contrasting temperaments are integrated together. What a powerful form this is! Lu Xun's strange eyes were filled with shock. He gently clenched his fist like a giant hammer, and he could clearly feel the violent power dormant in every inch of his muscles. In the lightness and freedom of riding the strong wind, traveling across the universe, and reaching whatever your heart desires in a single thought. After merging the forms of heavenly ghosts and ghosts, his life level naturally broke through to the special 9th level. None of the characteristic points are of any use. They are simply put together and it has been upgraded to 3 levels in a row. If he fights Master Daki again, Lu Xun can easily crush him even without the magic weapon, King of Truth. Rush over, punch, shield broken, people killed. It's that simple and crude. This fusion form is different from other forms. Lu Xun thought. Chi chi chi. Accompanied by a burst of bones crackling and muscles pulsing, the cyan ghost horn on the right side of Lu Xun's head turned red, and the cyan pupil of his left eye also turned red. The dimensions of the muscles throughout the body have skyrocketed. he unexpectedly returned to his traditional ghost and god form. This is amazing. He entered the ghost form from normal state, then from the ghost form to the fused form, and now from the fused form to the ghost form. The various forms change back and forth, quite smoothly. That's right, after the forms are fused, they can be separated at any time. I understand. I see. Lu Xun suddenly realized. If the normal state is compared to the palm of a hand, then ghosts, gods, bone kings, heavenly ghosts, these advanced forms are equivalent to relying on the fingers of the palm. And the fusion form is a fist. The hand is still the same hand, essentially unchanged. But the power of a fist is greater than a single finger. Lu Xun could do whatever he wanted. He could spread his palms if he wanted to, and he could make a fist if he wanted to. There is no distinction between the main body and the clone. Each form is the noumenon. As long as he wants, he can maintain the fusion form and never return to normal. This form conversion and fusion conforms to the law of conservation of energy. There are only two things Lu Xun needs to do. 1. Continuously include new racial illustrations and integrate new forms to make more and more fingers. 2. Work hard to improve the levels of each form and make each finger stronger and stronger. The more fingers you have, the stronger you are, and when you clench into a fist, you will also be stronger. The omniscient right hand has two functions, analysis and projection. This is the correct way to turn on the projection function. But the problem also arises. What will I evolve into? What is the essence of life? Can I still be considered a living being in the conventional sense? For the first time, there was a trace of confusion in Lu Xun's eyes. If there are 10,000 forms, and they can all be regarded as one's own body, then it means there is no body. Forget it. As long as my soul and heart as a human being remain unchanged, then no matter what I become in the end, I will still be a human being. He quickly got rid of this confusion and regained his original intention. Chi. With a thought, the dimensions of his muscles rapidly shrank, his body became smaller, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a ghost form. There are still 74,000 characteristic points left, and the ghost form can continue to improve. This form comes from the king level Aoki. Although he is only at a high level now, there is no bottleneck when he is promoted all the way to the king level. It is just a matter of retracing the path he has already taken. You can enjoy a super discount by adding points, which can reduce the cost of characteristic points by 90% compared to forced upgrades. After raising the Sky Ghost form to the special level, the fusion form should be able to break through to the Lord level. The thicker the fingers, the more powerful the fist. If you still have a lot of characteristic points, you can try integrating the Bone King form into it. By the way, it seems that the slime illustrated book was unlocked just now. Forget it, let's add some first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Lu Xun put aside distracting thoughts, calmed down, and communicated with his omniscient right hand. Give me more. Chapter 81. Buzz. More than 70,000 characteristic points disappeared instantly. At the same time, the omniscient right hand once again burst out with surging energy, flowing into every corner of the body to continue the evolution of life levels. Tika. Lu Xunhu's body in the form of a ghost trembled, and he felt that every cell in his body was breathing greedily. His life aura is getting stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, he broke through from high level to special level. And it continues to surge. Special level 1, level 2, level 3, 7th level, 8th level, 9th level. With the help of extra points, I rushed to level 9 in one breath, and before the energy completely disappeared, I jumped up a lot. It has reached the peak limit of special level 9. Further up, there is the Lord level. Lu Xun was breathing heavily and sweating profusely. He glanced at the characteristic point balance 1908 points. Why did you spend so much? I thought there were probably tens of thousands left. Lu Xun scratched his head, feeling helpless. After the life level reaches the special level, it is difficult to move up even a small level. The higher you go, the more bumpy and difficult the road becomes. Upgrading from special level 8 to level 9 consumes more characteristic points than upgrading from inferior level to intermediate level. There are only less than 2,000 characteristic points left. It is impossible to integrate the Bone King form. I can only say that it will be done next time. The slime illustrated book has been unlocked, and the compatibility has reached over 99%. Lu found the illustrated book, sensed it, and then shook his head. If he wanted to project a low-level slime, he would need more than 3,000 characteristic points, but he was still short of 1,000. He really had none at all. Well, definitely next time. Let's test the results. Lu Xuan's eyes were excited as he entered the fusion form again. The special level 6 ghost and god form, plus the special level 9 peak ghost form, quickly merged into one. Chi chi chi. The muscles all over Lu Xuan's body swelled, his bones became thicker and longer, the 2 ghost horns on his head were green and red, and his eyes were red and green. His body shape once again exceeded the limit. He is getting taller and taller, and his body is getting stronger. 2.6 meters. 0.2.8 meters. 0.3 meters. When he reached 3 meters high, Lu Xuan felt that he had opened a certain shackles of life, broke through a shackles of life, and immediately transcended. Roar. He roared, and waves of air visible to the naked eye centered on his body and swept in all directions. A terrifying breath of life that far exceeded the special level burst out. The air was distorted to the naked eye, and the movement even penetrated the 40-meter thick soil layer above the head and was faintly transmitted to the surface, causing many gravels and dust on the road to tremble continuously. Is this a lord-level creature? Lu Xuan looked down at his body. Although the muscle density and bone density are already very high, the muscles are still terrifyingly large. The chest, abdomen, arms, shoulders, back, hips, legs, neck, the thick bones all over the body are covered with huge muscles. Strong tendons are stacked and overlapped to form undulating folds, and the fascia is interlaced and drawn, which is very exaggerated. 3 meters tall, his wrists are as thick as a human waist, his legs are like giant pillars, his shoulders are as wide as a bridge, and he carries a grimace on his back. As stalwart as a mountain, majestic as a dragon. This sense of visual oppression cannot be described in words. Only when you stand next to this giant humanoid beast and see its majestic form with your own eyes can you feel the suffocating impact. Analysis. Lu Xuan put his right hand on his chest, making a sound like rolling thunder. Analysis completed. Race. Human can be renamed freely. Life level. Lord level 2nd level. Current life form. Ultimate body. Special skills. Hunting blood and searching for souls, mountain shaking power, red flame body, green light shadow, wind protection, strong healing aura, hellfire, soul eating. Biological characteristics. Speed LV11, strength LV10, hardness LV10, shock LV10, violent wind LV9, burning LV8, vitality LV9, withering LV4, super magic LV3, strong soul LV4. Talent. Form switching right pointing arrow normal, ghost body, bone king body, celestial ghost body. Available characteristic points. 1908 points. After accepting the information feedback from Quan Ji's right hand, Lu Xuan fell silent. He could only use 2 words to describe this kind of panel data: invincible. Invincible panel. Level 11 inches speed. Trait, plus level 10 inches strength, level 10 inches hardness. This is the ultimate speed, strength, and defense. Under the Lord, everyone is an ant. The final form is so terrifying. Snapped. He snapped his fingers, and his soul power surged out. In the void, the summoning array opened. The evil spirits carried the King of Truth out. They used themselves as a weapon stand, knelt on one knee, and respectfully held the divine weapon above their heads, waiting for the Bone King to take it away. Lu Xuan stretched out his right arm and held the small iron rod with his huge palm. Then the muscles of his arms became knotted and swollen, and he used one hand to exert force, conveying the violent power. Buzz. The King of Truth roared, and all 9 gears were activated in an instant. And it grows in the wind, becoming thicker, bigger, and heavier. It eventually turned into a huge mace 2.3 meters long. The weight has reached a terrifying 30 tons, and it is already at full power. However, this is the limit of the King of Truth, not Lu Xuan's. Hoo-hoo. He waved the mace club, and immediately there was a terrifying sound of breaking through the air. After all 9 gears are turned on, it still feels quite comfortable. When this big stick is swung and hit on a person's body, it may not just be bruises and purples, but bruises here and there. The ultimate form was so powerful that Lu Xun even didn't want to turn back into a human again. After returning to normalcy, it seems that the realm has slipped, but this is not the case. Just like a tiger has retracted its claws into its flesh pad, it cannot be said that it has degenerated to the point of losing its claws. There is no lack of strength at all, it is just hidden and not revealed. It only takes one thought to explode. It's almost time, let's go back to school first. Lu Xun put away the stick of truth and transformed into the Bone King form. Then asked Taizu to give away all the clothes, pants, shoes. After getting dressed, he entered a virtual state and left the underground space. Drilling out of an unmonitored area hundreds of meters away, it immediately transformed into normalcy again. Put on your school bag and head to school. At 8:30 in the morning, Jinghai No. 1 Middle School. Classroom of grade 3-4. Dagu, I need to trouble you with something. You can tell me what's going on, Brother Lu. Patted his sternum, quite generously, do you still need to be polite to me? Lu Xun nodded and lowered his voice. I want an advanced version of the skeleton warrior summoning technique. You should finish writing this today before writing the others. Hearing this, scratched his skull and thought that it was strange that Brother Lu, an ordinary mortal who didn't even have a sense of soul, was still so persistent and interested in undead magic. But it didn't say much. Human beings are like this, the less they can get something, the more they want it. When a person is alive, he must have some spiritual sustenance. Okay, Brother Lu, I will write an advanced skeleton warrior summoning technique this morning, which can summon the golden skeleton warrior. Nodded in agreement readily, patted his deskmate on the shoulder and comforted him. Although you will never learn this magic, don't worry, Brother Lu. After I graduate, I can personally summon a few golden skeletons for you to see and touch as you please. Lu Xun shrugged his shoulders. Yes, I can't learn. You hurry up and start writing. You have to finish it before school ends at noon today. Did you write my homework yesterday? Suddenly remembered something and raised his skull face. Lu Xun slapped his forehead. Yes, there is homework. Last night, I was invited to drink coffee by 2 agents, then I went to Shu Tanqing's place for a casual walk, then I went to Zhang Xinghai's safe house to play for a while, then I went to the cemetery to count the loot, and finally I went to the museum. He was definitely a little busy. As a result, I even forgot to do my homework. He immediately looked at the time and breathed a sigh of relief. There are still 10 minutes left before the homework is collected, so it's totally too late. Good guy, you really haven't written anything yet. Looked at his deskmate who was frantically doing homework and was speechless. Fortunately, it asked casually, otherwise it would have been doomed. It's over. Remember to remind me earlier next time. In just over 4 minutes, Lu Xun quickly finished writing the homework for each subject and handed it to her. He doesn't need to write his own. The teacher doesn't care about him anyway. Crunch. At this time, the classroom door suddenly opened, and a beautiful elf walked in quickly. There was coldness and nobility in his emerald eyes. After she entered the classroom, she immediately opened her long legs, rushed to the window seat in the back row, and began to rummage through the drawers. Classmate, where? Called her softly and asked tentatively, you haven't done your homework either, right? Seeing her nod, was speechless for a moment. Why is there something wrong with its seatmate and the one in the back? What are these men and women busy with each other all day long? So mysterious. Stop struggling, there are only 5 minutes left to finish the homework. Spread his hands and said, looking at the whole world, only Brother Lu can save you. Hearing this, Lu Xun's eyes widened and he gave his deskmate an elbow. Brush. A pair of beautiful big eyes immediately looked over and locked onto him. Her eyes flashed, her voice was clear and melodious, and she asked in a very polite and serious tone. Classmate Lu, can you help me? In fact, it's okay if you don't do homework. But Wei wanted to integrate into the class environment and didn't want to appear unique and unsociable. This is a very important point in interpersonal communication. Fine, Lu Xun thought for a second, then nodded and raised his finger at her, give me the homework book. It's just right to take this opportunity to test Wire's depth. She is probably the mysterious cloaked woman who bloodbathed the Shadow Dragon Society. Whether it is specific or not, we will know later when we try it. A job brought us closer to each other and gave us an opportunity to chat. Titan City is a paradise on Earth, which makes countless people full of longing. Why did Wire suddenly decide to transfer from the 6th-level self-circulating city to a small place like ours? Lu Xuan handed her the finished homework and asked calmly, "Can you tell me?" Titan City is not a paradise and a holy place. Although the people there have abundant material life, human beings have too many distracting thoughts and strong desires. After they have enough food and clothing, they begin to be greedy for higher-level enjoyment, and will actively seek all kinds of strong and novel spiritual experiences. The stimulation. Even if it is a 6th-level self-circulating city, many places still harbor dirt and evil. Ware opened her big green emerald eyes and corrected her subconsciously. Then she realized that this was not the point. Ahem, it's not my decision to transfer to another school. Ware cleared her throat, returned to the topic, and replied seriously, "I'm sorry, Student Lu, it's not convenient for me to say more." Lu Xuan nodded. Is transferring to another school not voluntary? This is critical. I see you haven't come to school a while ago. What are you busy with? Lu Xuan shrugged his shoulders and asked in a natural manner, "Don't worry, I'm just curious, so I'm just asking. I won't tell anyone else. I've done the homework for you, you can't lie to me, right? Be honest." Ware frowned. After hesitating for a moment, her pretty face was full of sincerity and she said, "I lost something very precious and I have been looking for it recently. Found it. Not yet." She shook her head. "I asked some friends to help me find it, and I'm still waiting for news." Friends. Lu Xuan smiled. Wire has just arrived in Jinghaicheng for a few days and has already made friends. Sure, you can introduce me to him some other time. If there is a chance, no problem. She nodded. Turned sideways, looked at Ware to the left and Lu Xuan to the right, then scratched his skull. He felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange. When did Brother Lu talk so much? When it first came to know. One middle school, Brother Lu ignored it and was very cold, but now he takes the initiative to catch the new classmate Ware and ask questions, and he is full of curiosity. Just because she is a beautiful elf and I am just a pile of skeletons. Okay, it turns out you are this kind of Brother Lu. You two like to chat so much, why don't we sit at the same table together? Thought angrily. After a lot of cliches without leaving any trace, combined with the previously known information, it is now almost confirmed. Wire is the cloaked woman. The reason why she transferred to Jinghai No. 1 middle school was because she was ordered to secretly investigate the whereabouts of those canned elves. Moreover, she is not alone. People have friends. Then he must not be a serious friend, but someone who came to investigate the case. But what confuses Lu Xuan is that since the elves have caught the clue and tracked it to Jinghai City according to the map, then why not directly use the power of the embassy to put pressure on the top leaders of the People's Federation? The People's Federation Council only wants to say one thing, a thorough investigation. Jinghaicheng will be turned upside down. It seems that the elves don't trust humans that much. In other words, elves trust humans, but they are also very aware of the dark side of human nature. Shu Tanqing is very popular among the people in District 3. Everyone thinks that he is kind, honest, sunny, gentle. Hey, what is the truth? Just a beast in human skin. In this world, do you really know who is the good guy and who is the bad guy? If the above sentence of thorough investigation is dropped, can the following one really be implemented smoothly and be implemented to the fullest extent? Not necessarily. This case involves a lot of big forces, and it's very likely that it's not just the aristocratic families in Jinghaicheng who are involved in this case. If the pressure from above is too great, they may simply destroy all the goods and destroy all traces of the corpses. When it comes to issues concerning the lives of their own people, elves are more willing to believe in their own power. After quietly rescuing the clan members, and then having a tough showdown with the People's Federation, the evidence of the crime will be thrown directly in your face. What else do you have to say? They are still just suspicious at the moment, they have only found some clues, and the clues are not clear. If the evidence is really conclusive, the foreign student sent by the elves is not Ware. In a sense, they are already giving people face. Now that things are as I expected, let's start with the next step. Lu Xun touched his chin and thought in his mind. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, school is over at noon. Irby worked all morning and finally finished writing the Golden Skeleton Warrior Summoning Technique. It recorded all its insights and experiences about this magic in the book, which was indeed very attentive. After Lu Xun finished analyzing it, he immediately learned this advanced undead magic. It can summon 10 skeleton warriors at one time to assist in combat, all of which have advanced level 5 or above strength. Moreover, their bones are super strengthened and very resistant to beatings, making them perfect for absorbing injuries. Inferior, low and intermediate undead magic was of little use to Lu Xun. But high-level magic is still very good. After leaving school, he did not return home. Instead, he found a safe place, changed his appearance, and put on his vest. Foreign students all live in the inner city. Wire is no exception. She lives in an apartment near the school, very close to it. As soon as school was over, she left school with her school bag on her back and walked home. She wore a small brown round hat that covered her long pointed elf ears. However, she was naturally beautiful and had such good looks that she couldn't keep a low profile even if she wanted to. The rate of turning heads of passers-by on the road was extremely high. We walked into a food store on the way, and when we came out, Wire had a piece of wheat bread, a box of yogurt, and a strawberry sundae in her hands. Suck it. She held the straw in her small mouth and took a sip of yogurt, and then took a bite of bread. She didn't care about the eyes of others. She just wanted to finish lunch quickly and use her precious time to do other things. The girl has a pretty and deserted face, a noble temperament, and a strangely cute appearance. The strong contrast is even more eye-catching. She quickly ate all the yogurt and bread and threw the boxes and bags into the roadside trash can. Then I opened my favorite strawberry sundae, took a spoonful, ah woo, took another spoonful, ah woo. It was only a few hundred meters from the school to where she lived. When I got home to the door, the last scoop of sundae was gone from the bottom of the cup. Ware's eyes showed regret, a little unfinished, but she wasn't too greedy for sweets. Crunch. The door opened, and she walked into the house with her long, round and straight legs. I am getting ready to go to the balcony to water the potted plants. Suddenly, a warning sign rose in Ware's heart. She seemed to sense something, and turned back suddenly to look at the living room, her eyes suddenly becoming as sharp as a knife, and radiating cold light. Who are you? Living room, on the sofa. A tall figure appeared there out of thin air. He was covered in a black cloak, with a huge hood and his back to this side. When she first entered the house, she glanced at the living room to make sure there was no one there. Unexpectedly, she just turned around and an uninvited guest broke in and appeared silently at home. Like a ghost. Please forgive me for coming uninvited. The intruder did not look back. He remained motionless and his voice was low and slightly hoarse. Sit down and talk, friends of the elves. Who are you? Answer me immediately. Wire asked coldly, slowly stretching her hand into her arms, ready to fight. Me. The other party chuckled. I am the enemy of your enemy. Do you just have to peel it off? Wire almost couldn't hold back and took action directly. Enemy of my enemy, friend. Her heart moved slightly, as if she thought of something. I know where the clansmen you have been searching for to no avail have been hidden. Lu Xun was too lazy to write ink and went straight to the point. Have you lost track of them recently? The clues have been broken. No clue yet. It doesn't matter, I have everything you want to know. After saying that, he raised his hook-like claws and pointed at the sofa next to him. You're welcome, please sit down. Are you quite polite? This is clearly my home. Ware complained in her heart. She was still wary of the intruder, but her hostility was slightly reduced. After all, if the other party was really malicious, they wouldn't have missed such a good sneak attack opportunity just now. Since he dared to show up openly and invite her to sit down and talk, he was probably really a friendly army. Wire slowly walked over and arrived directly in front of the mysterious man. She didn't sit down, still keeping a safe distance. Do you have news about my people? While asking, she looked at the man in front of her, black cloak, big hood, tall, slender torso, slightly dark complexion, and fingers like hooks. The hood was too big, and his head was slightly lowered, leaving his face hidden. But judging from the shape of the hood, there should be a pair of horns on the top of his head. Weir's eyes flickered and she said in a deep voice, "I'm not curious about your identity, but if you can really provide clues, my clan will surely be richly rewarded." A generous reward. Lu Xuan's eyes suddenly lit up behind his hood. "If you want to say this, then I won't be sleepy. Let's take a look at this first." He took out a micro-memory from his arms and threw it towards her. Wire caught the thing and looked at it suspiciously. After confirming that there is no problem, place it on the table and press the button above. Buzz. Brilliant light was released, and the holographic projection unfolded immediately. A video is played. Surprisingly, it was the clip that Zhang Xinghai recorded before. This is. Wei suddenly clenched her pink fists. She looked at the tribesmen and compatriots who were, canned, as goods in the picture. Anger surged in her beautiful eyes, and her teeth clenched loudly. How dare they do this? How outrageous. The suspicion above is correct, and it really is not just a matter of speculation. Originally, she was not sure that the batch of goods was elves. After all, she had never found any solid evidence. But now, the facts are before our eyes and cannot be disputed. "Friend, can you tell me where this video was taken?" Wei calmed down. She walked forward, sat down on the sofa opposite Lu Xuan, and said sincerely, "I really need this information. It's useless even if you know where the video was shot." Lu Xuan shook his head and said, "Your tribe has been moved away by them." In the next few minutes, he told Wire all the information he had. Because he had read Shu Tanqing's memory before, he knew the entire case very well. Of course, the identity of the seller was a mystery. Because even the Shu family doesn't know who the mysterious force that sells elves is. There is another group that sells vampires, and the Shu family doesn't know their true identity in Lucian. The Shu family. The Li family, that's it. Wire nodded and looked at her eyes. "Please tell me the address after the transfer, and I will arrange action immediately." "Are you sure?" Hearing this, Lu Xuan couldn't help but remind him, those are two aristocratic families. It's hard for a strong dragon to defeat a local snake. Don't you understand this? Local snake. Her pretty face revealed a murderous secret, her eyes filled with cold light, and she said coldly, "If things are really like what you said, my friend, the Li and Shu families will disappear from this planet tonight." Lu Xuan was stunned. "Oops, so cool. This is the Human Federation, do you want to be tough?" he asked in a deep voice. The elves are indeed very strong and have many top-level combat powers. Just send any great magician to teleport over, and a forbidden spell can be given to the Shu family and the Li family, killing them all. But on other people's territory, you have to abide by other people's rules, right? No matter how good the relationship between allies is, some respect must be maintained, otherwise the relationship between the two communities will be affected. From what she said, she didn't plan to go through the process at all, and wanted to kill the Shu and Li families directly. "Don't worry, we will save some face for the People's League. We don't need to do this ourselves." Wire explained, "We elves have a servant army. Although time is tight, we still have time to mobilize a group of elites. If you ask me, I'm sure. 90%. Servant army, 90% sure." Lu Xuan was stunned for a moment. The small clan depends on the big clan, and the weak relies on the strong. This is the way to survive. The elves really don't need to do it themselves, they have many younger brothers. Let the servant armies of other races take action, similar to a proxy war. Even if the methods are tougher, the People's Federation can still get by in terms of face. So you don't need me at all. Tonight is the death day of the Li family and the Shu family. Lu Xuan was very surprised. Last night, he and Zhang Xinghai racked their brains, made various calculations, and discussed strategies. But I didn't expect it to be so simple. I handed the information directly to classmate Wei, and immediately the divine soldiers descended from the sky to cleanse the evil atmosphere. Is this really over? People themselves said that they were 90% sure. I guess they were being modest. Why else would Lu Xuan join in the fun? Just prepare a small bench and melon seeds, and watch the show. Wait, servant army. His eyes widened. Isn't that just the characteristic points of walking? I ask the summoned creature to track the Shu family to a new hiding place. It is keeping an eye on the target. If things go wrong, it will come back on its own. If it doesn't come back, it means everything is normal and your clan members are fine. Lu Xun asked, if you want the address now, I'll call it back. He didn't know where Erlengxi had gone. But as the summons of the necromancer, the little evil spirit needs the soul power provided by Lu Xun in order to survive in this world, and it cannot run too far. As long as Lu Xun cuts off the supply, it will automatically return to the underworld. Then just call them out for questioning. Are you a magician? Wire was a little surprised. In the Human Federation, although there are many foreign immigrants, magicians are rare. Most of the foreigners who can immigrate to the People's Federation are just ordinary laborers, and few have awakened their racial talents. This is of course for the sake of social stability. If the streets were full of powerful magicians, it would not be conducive to social security management. There are also many summoning types of elemental magic, such as earth spirit summoning. She thought Lu Xun was just an ordinary elemental mage. After all, necromancers were so rare that most people wouldn't think that way. If that's the case, then there's no need to call it back for the time being. Ware thought for a while and said to Lu Xun, let it continue to stare while I make some arrangements first. I'll probably take action around 10:30 tonight. Please tell us your address when the time comes. Sorry for your trouble. Yeah, Lu Xun nodded, understood what she meant. Erlengxi managed to sneak in. After he was recalled, it was not that easy to sneak in again. We have to wait until night to start taking action. If something happens in the meantime, it will be bad. For example, the elves were urgently transferred again, and the enemy suddenly made medicine in advance. So I had to let Erlengxi continue to watch, and then let Ware come back to report the situation after Ware had prepared the manpower. Add your contact information. Lu Xun took out the communication device. Of course it was not his own, but the one given to him by Zhang Xinghai. Ware also showed up her communicator, added a contact, and noted, friends. Since the mysterious man was unwilling to reveal his identity, there was no need for her to ask for his name. In interpersonal communication, respect is the basis of trust. By the way, how much do you know about those fools who capture and sell elves? Is there any more information? Ware suddenly raised her eyes and looked over, with a sweet voice, if you still have any information, please be sure to give it to us. We will settle the reward with you in the evening. The elves don't lie. They said before that there will be a generous reward, so it's definitely not possible for them to talk like farts. The rewards that should be given to others must be given. Nope. Lu Xun spread his hands, shook his head and said, as far as I know, the Shu family just happened to meet someone selling elves, and happened to find out someone was selling vampires again. What a coincidence. Everything has happened to the Shu family, right? Wire couldn't help but frown. In fact, it is obvious that these two groups of traffickers may be the same group of people. Because if you want to make a super powerful elixir of longevity, you have to have both elves and vampires. The elves are not bad, as long as you are brave enough, it is not difficult to catch a few. But vampires are so rare. If you only sell elves, there won't be much sales. Only some LSP customers who are so bold and want love over their lives will place orders. It seems you know more than me. Lu Xun observed his words and chuckled, I really can't help you with this, I have no information. It doesn't matter, you have already helped us a lot. Wire said with a serious expression. This case is actually not that simple. It is not just an elf smuggling case. You gave us important information, let me share with you some secrets that only the top brass know. Her face became serious and she whispered. This case is probably a sign of a war. Quote. Aha, it took Lu Xun 0.5 seconds to react, and he was shocked on the spot. A harbinger of war. It's just a smuggling case, why is there a war? The price of black gold has been rising recently. Is it possible that something big is going to happen? No way. He remained calm on the surface, but thoughts began to swirl in his mind. While he was thinking, Wire on the opposite side continued. This is the 7th elf smuggling case reported by the People's Federation this year. I am not the only one investigating, and the case does not only occur in Jinghai City. But there's something really weird, do you know what it is? Quote. Weird thing. Lu Xun frowned and motioned for her to continue. The clues we got were not discovered by ourselves, but from a mysterious person who has been providing intelligence to the embassy. The same goes for the Jinghai City case this time. Someone secretly photographed the elves who had been kidnapped and mailed them anonymously to the embassy. There were only 2 words behind the photo, Jinghai. So I was sent to investigate. Quote, "Isn't this a good thing? That's why it's not simple." Wire pursed her lips and said in a deep voice, "The people who sell elves and vampires and the people who provide information are probably from the same organization." What? Hearing this, Lu Xuan immediately frowned. What is this, a provocation? Catching and selling elves is an unforgivable death penalty. You don't do business secretly, you don't make a fortune quietly, but you report yourself, right? ... No, they are not reporting themselves. But as soon as the goods were shipped, the buyer who placed the order was stabbed in the back. But that's not profitable, it's just a loss of character. Could it be that? Lu Xuan was suddenly startled and thought of a possibility. Someone is deliberately driving a wedge between humans and elves. Right, Wire nodded, confirming his suspicion. Illegal capture of elves and vampires, sold to those in power in the Human Federation who were greedy for life and fear of death, and then deliberately sent information to the elves for them to investigate. Your intentions are so sinister. Lu Xuan couldn't help but sigh. Although his methods are despicable, this trick is really clever. If it were just ordinary people in the People's Union buying and selling elves, it might not be a big problem. After all, the Human Federation is so big, with billions of people, it's normal to have some flaws. Which race doesn't have a few rat droppings? This is understandable. Even the elves, who are known as low desire, have many bad guys with evil intentions. But the problem is that ordinary people can't afford elves and vampires at all. The vast majority of humans can't even afford ordinary life-extending medicines, let alone super-powerful elixirs. Those involved in the case, one by one, are all high-level officials of the Human Federation. The buyers are all influential and powerful human representatives in local councils and even the federal parliament. To a large extent, they can represent the People's Federation. Human nature is complex, contradictory, and changeable. As short-lived humans, how many people can resist the temptation of immortality? The group of elf dealers will secretly screen, select some unsteady human leaders, and seduce them. Sell the elves to others, then turn around and stab them in the back. Let the elves and humans create a rift. Really cruel. Spending so much effort, putting in so much thought, spending so much money, and taking such big risks, is it just to drive a wedge between elves and humans? Although puzzling, but as long as we deduce it in reverse. If the elves and the human alliance break up, who will benefit the most? That's a bit much. Don't look at it. Lu Xuan has lived in the peaceful era for the past 13 years. But if you zoom in and take a closer look at this world filled with thousands of races, you will find that there is actually no so-called peace from beginning to end. It can only be said that the city where Lu Xuan is located and the race he belongs to are in a relatively peaceful period, the situation is stable, and wars are rare. But if you look around the world, there are many careerists. There are not just 1 or 2 powerful clans who are unwilling to be left alone and are ready to take action. Elves and humans are not so easy to break up, and the 30,000-year friendship is not a show-off. But the embankment of 1,000 miles was destroyed by the ant nest. Many seemingly irreconcilable racial conflicts actually stem from seemingly insignificant, small conflicts. If attention is not paid to it, small conflicts will accumulate more and more, and finally they will boom and turn into a large volcanic eruption. Are you sure war is coming? Lu Xuan asked in a deep voice. No, it's just speculation. In fact, it's not just the elf smuggling case, there have been many, many strange things that have happened in recent years. Wire said seriously. I don't know if war will come, but what is certain is that someone is eyeing the humans and elves. The tranquility in front of us is just a sign before the storm. Lu Xuan nodded and subconsciously clenched his fists. He felt an inexplicable sense of urgency in his heart, and a layer of haze enveloped him. War. What a ruthless and cold word. How fragile is life in the face of the terrifying war machine. As small as grass. Even king-level creatures are nothing more than dust raised by a casual cannon. The 6 million people in Jinghai City are just the dead souls under the Great Forbidden Curse. I hope the storm will come again later. He is still just a seedling, and cannot yet bear the burden for himself and his family in the war. He needs time to grow. There are still a few months until the college entrance examination. You told me that a war is about to break out. Behind the quiet years, there are already undercurrents. If Wei hadn't told him, Lu Xuan might still have been confused until the war started. Jinghai District 17, Shuiyanjian Community. Li Xiaoning can already eat by herself and no longer needs anyone to feed her. Brother Lu's cooking skills are getting better and better. She praised with bright eyes. Just get used to it. Lu Xuan nodded and said to her, I just went to my friend's house to do some errands, so I came late. Since he went to Wei's house, it was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so he came over to make lunch for Li Xiaoning and change her father's medicine. It's okay. I'm very grateful that you can come, she said in a sincere tone. After meal, Lu Xuan took out half a bottle of medicine and handed it to her. This is the medicine someone gave me. You can apply it yourself. Astonishingly, it was the super healing medicine specially provided by Tiwei from Zhongxinghai. Last night, Lu Xuan had more than 300 wounds all over his body. After applying the medicine, all of them recovered in just over 3 hours without leaving even a scar. The medicine was incredibly effective. In fact, he now has the special skill of strong healing aura, which can cure Li Xiaoning in a few seconds. But don't reveal your secrets. Anyway, it's almost the same with special medicines. This medicine is very powerful. You will recover tonight. As soon as Li Xiaoning took the medicine bottle, his voice rang in her ears again. She was stunned for a moment, and then she was at a loss and her eyes were panicked. Huh. Well, is that so? Then, Brother Lu, will you come tomorrow? Of course I won't come. Lu Xuan gave her a strange look. After taking the medicine, you will be alive and kicking at night, what else am I going to do? He asked Zhang Xinghai for this medicine in order to end his career as a nursing worker, early. Oh, she was silent for a few seconds, her tone slightly disappointed, then. Okay. Lu Xuan glanced at this 16-year-old little sister, thought for a moment, and asked her, have you dropped out of school? Not yet, I'll go to school tomorrow to go through the withdrawal procedures. She replied in a low voice. Although the old octopus sent a lot of money. But after her father had the surgery and had his body replaced, there wasn't much left. The old octopus is dead, and no one will send money to her grandfather's card again. She and her father can only rely on each other for survival, and their future life will definitely not be easy. Drop out of school, work part-time, and make money to make ends meet. This is a reasonable life script. Lu Xuan couldn't help but think of his previous experience as an apprentice in a slaughterhouse, doing odd jobs and struggling to make money. Now he is not short of money. Prosthetics, equipment worth nearly 10 billion, and 180 million in cash are all placed at Tizu. He also jumped from a low-level ordinary student to a strong man of the second level of Lord. This has only happened in the past few days. His life has undergone earth-shaking changes because of a prosthetic body called War Ghost Type 8. What a wonderful fate. Continue to go to school. Only by studying can you find a way out. Lu Xuan thought for a while and said to her, if you need money, you can borrow it from me. When you get rich in the future, you can just pay it back to me. Of course, you are free to do what you want. I just mention it. I'm leaving. See you later. After saying that, before Li Xiaoning could react, Lu Xuan waved his hand, turned around and walked towards the door. Brother Lu, she suddenly shouted quickly, her voice trembling. Huh, what else? Thank you. Oh, comma. After leaving Li Xiaoning's house, Lu Xuan went to several nearby prosthetic shops very skillfully. I got some feature points for nothing. Then move on to the next place. It's still early before the agreed time to meet you at 10:30 p.m. with Wire. He planned to adjust some characteristics and project the slime. Projection slime only requires 4,000 characteristic points, which is quite cheap. He was only 1,000 points away. But Lu Xuan suddenly discovered that the civilian-grade prosthetics in the physical store in Jinghaicheng had almost been analyzed by him. There should be many more on the market that I have not analyzed. But it's impossible to have love for free. For many new types of prosthetics, you have to place an order and they will deliver them. Lu Xun visited more than 30 prosthetic shops in a row before earning 0.12 inches Daki Masters. Adding in the remaining 1908 points, we barely made up 4,000. Sure enough, we still have to kill people and explode equipment. If you follow the rules, you will grow too slowly. The wheels of war will not stop and wait for me. Lu Xun thought to himself as he found a hiding place to transform, become invisible, and escape. In the underground space, the young man is sitting cross-legged, with broad shoulders and a broad body, a straight back and a handsome face. Illustrated book Slime Bad, completeness 100%. Fusible trait, gluttony. Do you want to start projection? Whether. The essence of projection is to preserve the good and eliminate the bad. Whether it is racial characteristics or physical characteristics, only things that are better than one's own body will be preserved. Take the essence and discard the dross. Therefore, although slimes are recognized as the weakest alien creatures, it does not mean that there is no value in projection. If it was really completely useless and worthless, Lu Xun wouldn't have to pay 4,000 characteristic points. The omniscient right hand thinks it is worth 4,000, so it must be worth it. Yes, Lu Xun made his choice without hesitation. Boom! The surging energy exploded and surged into the limbs and bones. This evolution of life levels only lasted 10 minutes and ended. Is this a success? Lu Xun was stunned for a moment. He didn't feel much at all. Moreover, this time of fusion, there was no pain everywhere like before. Every cell was subjected to the violent impact and baptism of evolutionary energy. It seems that after successively projecting the 3 races of Red Ghost, Green Ghost and Undead, his innate advantages as a living body have become very strong. There are really very few parts of Slime's genes that are valuable to him. This new form doesn't seem to have changed much. Lu Xun lowered his head in confusion and looked at his body. Just like normal, no change at all. Not even a stunt. Where is the characteristic of gluttony reflected? Have the physical characteristics changed at all? He looked at the various private parts of his body. I even opened the creaking nest and looked at it, and there was indeed no change. So I had to hold my left hand with my right hand and quickly analyze the body. I see. He showed a surprised look. Immediately he opened his mouth and touched his teeth. His teeth turned into jagged shapes, like the blades of 2 saws, facing each other up and down. He stuck out his tongue again, and the surface of his tongue was actually covered with ferocious barbs, thousands of them, dense and small, extremely sharp, as if he had turned into a cat. This is just a change in physical characteristics. In fact, the improvement achieved by 4,000 characteristic points is more than that. Lu Xun's bite force and digestion ability were enhanced to a terrifying level. He feels like he can eat anything. There is nothing in the world that he can't eat. Tisk. He picked up a handful of dirt with his right hand, hesitated for a moment, then stuffed it into his mouth and ate it. Hiccup. In less than 2 seconds, the soil disappeared into the stomach without a trace. Matter does not disappear into thin air. The dirt was broken down into energy by his stomach, but where did the energy go? Lu Xun didn't know either. Maybe the soil has no value and is not absorbed by the body, and is automatically discharged in an invisible and insensible form. Try something else. Lu Xun suddenly became interested. He asked Tizu to take out a damaged exoskeleton-powered armor and place it on the ground. Click. He opened his ferocious mouth and chewed out a lump of extremely hard armor alloy. And just like chewing peanuts, chew it with a crunch, then roll your throat and swallow it with a gudong. This time it took longer. A full 10 seconds passed before the alloys disappeared into the stomach. This time, he felt as if his body had absorbed something. He analyzed his body again and compared the data before eating. The physical strength has indeed increased, but it's just a tiny bit. The amount of improvement brought is not as good as the bonus of 0.001 characteristic points. Good guy. Dot has become the most invincible foodie in the universe. Lu Xun was shocked. The digestion ability of the gluttonous form is too terrifying. What's more incredible than your digestion ability is your bite force. Such a hard armor alloy was as fragile as tofu under his ferocious teeth. Although it is said that being able to eat is a blessing, unfortunately, this ability does not seem to be of much use in combat. He has hands, feet, and a big stick of truth, so when will he get teeth? Gluttony is somewhat similar to Spirit Eater, in the form of Bone King. It is an inherent form for creatures from other worlds to practice and become stronger. It's a pity that Lu Xun has an omniscient right hand, he can use some upgrades. This kind of cultivation, bit by bit, accumulated over time, was too slow for him. But something is better than nothing. I seem to have a pretty good tongue too. Lu Xun had an idea, picked up a piece of alloy armor, stretched out his tongue covered with thousands of barbs, and took a hard lick. Laugh. He stared blankly at the piece of alloy in his hand and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The alloy looked like it was made of cream, and he licked off a large piece of it. Lu Xun swore that he didn't use much force at all, he couldn't use his tongue very hard either. But it's just that exaggerated. This has nothing to do with power. The barbs on his tongue have some magical power that can disintegrate, decompose, and dissolve almost all substances in the world. The tongue is harsher than the teeth. But Lu Xun licked his lips with his tongue, but nothing happened. He raised his hand, stuck out his tongue and licked the back of his left hand. He could clearly feel the barbs on his tongue rubbing against his skin, but it did not cause any harm. This shows that only when Lu Xun wants to eat something, his tongue will have an effect on it. If he doesn't want to eat something, he can lick it normally, huh? Why lick it if you don't want to eat it? Forget it, that's not important. Lu Xun shook his head and put aside his distracting thoughts. After figuring out all the functions of this new form, he communicated with his omniscient right hand. Well, if you want to integrate the slime form into the ultimate form, do you only need 6,000 characteristic points? His eyes lit up. This is much cheaper than the integrated Bone King form, 90% cheaper. In this state, his gluttony trait is only level 4. But if it is integrated into the ultimate form of Lord level 2, it can soar to at least level 8. Level 8 gluttony. I can even eat mechas. It's only 6,000, which is a great deal. We must arrange it as soon as possible. Lu Xun muttered to himself. At 10:30 tonight, the army of servants Weir found will arrive. The servant army is a small race that is dependent on the elves. There must be many masters above the special level, many, Daki. How can you miss this opportunity to earn attribute points? But it takes more than 10 seconds to analyze special level living creatures. When you meet someone for the first time, they may not be willing to touch him for so long. Lu Xun's expression showed some distress. Forget it, let's talk about it tonight. If you don't want me to touch you, don't force me to use force. He stood up and snapped his fingers. Commander Tizu immediately emerged from the summoning array and dragged in the exoskeleton armor that had been chewed several times on the ground. He planned to skip school, go home and lie down, and watch a good show in the evening. Weir said that she was sure of victory. Although she didn't know where she got her confidence, since she dared to say that, Lu Xun also believed it. He didn't have to fight. When the time comes, just be a spectator and watch. By the way, see if there is any chance to pick up some leaks and get some characteristic points from the battlefield. By the way, do you want to invite Zhang Xinghai to come to the show? Let him know casually in the evening, and let him decide whether to come or not. After all, they had fought bloody battles side by side. Lu Xun didn't mind sharing this opportunity with him to witness the destruction of his enemy's family. The show is about to begin, it will definitely relieve your stress and anger after watching it. Didn't you say you would come back for lunch after school? Where did you go to have fun? His aunt glared at him fiercely and scolded him. He comes and goes without a trace day after day. He doesn't come back to sleep or eat, does he have a family outside? She wondered if her nephew had gone out to share a house with the female classmate she mentioned last time, started a new life, and lived together. With Lu Xun's premature maturity, this possibility exists. This must be asked clearly. If her nephew really separates and starts a family of his own, that's not impossible. She plans to clear out his bedroom, turn it into a pet room, and raise a dog. Ahem, Lu Xun touched his nose. Don't talk nonsense, I'm still underage. Something happened recently. Don't worry, it won't happen next time. That's what you said last time. Auntie rolled her eyes. Lu Xun blinked and stopped talking. She folded her arms and crossed her chest and stared at her nephew majestically for a few seconds. She saw that he looked like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. The majesty of the head of the family had no effect on him. Auntie had no choice but to sigh, put away her posture, waved her hands helplessly and said, "Forget it, as long as you know what's going on, I'm going to work, remember to come back for dinner." Good. Anyway, Lu Xuan skipped school. Before the operation started in the evening, he stayed at home and didn't go anywhere. After my aunt left, he went to the ward again and said hello to his uncle. "Uncle, I heard that the bionic body has been sent." Lu Xuan pulled a chair over and sat in front of the camera and display screen. "Yes, it arrived in Jinghai this morning. Your aunt has already signed for it and sent it to the private hospital that I contacted before. Starting tomorrow, I will move to the hospital to wait for the operation." Xie Junhai typed a line of subtitles on the display screen. "I understand." Lu Xuan nodded. "Then I won't go to school tomorrow. I'll go to the hospital with you. Actually, it's not that troublesome. Your aunt will follow and take care of me. You and Xiao Yu are the only ones left at home. In the next month, you have to take care of your own meals. If you can't, just order takeout." Xie Junhai continued typing. "Order some takeout, don't worry, it's just a meal, it's easy." Lu Xuan patted his chest confidently. "I promise to make Xie Manu fat this month." "Fat, fat, fat, do you want to raise pigs? Don't talk about your sister like that, #O. Ha ha, comma. This is a major surgery to replace the body. The doctor needs to check and adjust the performance of the prosthesis in each system module, and then combine the patient's personal physical condition to formulate a surgical plan. That private prosthetic hospital was not opened by Jinghaicheng itself. It was backed by Level 5 Autonomous Circulation City. It had an excellent reputation and was very reliable, but a bit expensive. At first, my aunt was worried that something would go wrong. After all, this set of prosthetics worth 60 million was obtained through purchasing and was not an order placed in her own name. Will the hospital strictly investigate the source? No surgery scheduled. But it turned out that she thought too much. They didn't ask anything, just gave me the money and arrangements were made immediately. There were no problems before the surgery. The real problem is after the surgery. Although relatives of the Xie family have stopped visiting the family in recent years, and even took the initiative to cut off contact with the family because they found it too troublesome, Xie Junhai's sudden resurrection will definitely arouse suspicion. The source of the prosthetic body worth 60 million is unknown. It would be fine if I wasn't reported, but I'm just worried that some nosy guy might cause trouble. If someone reports you, you will be investigated. So Lu Xuan's plan is simple: move. The outer city is very large, with 88 districts, each of which is equivalent to a city within a city. Just move to another place, no one will know you. Xie Junhai just needs to keep a low profile, then there will be no problem. He planned to discuss it with his aunt later and finalize the move as soon as possible. It's a pity that their family is a commoner and cannot move to the inner city, otherwise it would be safer. Districts 1 to 14 of the inner city are where the superiors live. The living environment, public security conditions, and educational resources are all top-notch. You must first become an elite before you can be qualified to buy real estate in the inner city and be able to send your children to aristocratic schools. But how difficult is it to achieve a class jump? Only when the value you have created exceeds more than 97% of the citizens of Jinghai City can you become an elite and a superior. Lu Xuan definitely wants to become an elite and bring his family to live in the inner city. This has always been his goal. Speaking of which, it seems that he will turn 18 in a while. In the past, I was restrained and did not dare to show too much the ability of my omniscient right hand. But when he reaches adulthood, he can use his fists boldly and confidently. Uncle, I remember you said that you were not far away from being promoted to the elite back then. Lu Xuan suddenly asked. Yes, 3 years ago, I was only 32 years old, and I had already accumulated more than 1.3 million contribution points, which is not that far off. Xie Junhai was a little sad. The promotion standard has always been set by artificial intelligence, 0C. Although it is lifeless, it has very intelligent logical thinking. Without self-awareness, there is no concept of I, no selfishness, and no emotions. For artificial intelligence, instructions are more important than anything else, and it can be absolutely objective and rational when dealing with civilians. 0C can formulate the best urban development plan. The promotion standards vary every year. Last year, it seemed that you had to contribute 2.1 million to be promoted, but this year it dropped to 1.9 million. The threshold for elites has been lowered, which shows that the city is indeed developing and progressing. Productivity is getting higher and higher, and resources are becoming more abundant. When all the citizens of Jinghai City become elites, or elite families, the city can be promoted to a third-level self-circulating city. By then there will be no distinction between elites and civilians. Of course, privileged classes like the Shu family and the Li family will continue to exist as they should. But that day is still far away. Jinghaicheng currently only has 3% of elites. It is very difficult to upgrade to level 3. The rift resources around Jinghai City are very average and their development is slow. Human beings can live without this planet, but they cannot live without cracks. I was short of more than 800,000 points back then. I will definitely be able to steadily advance to the elite level in another 7 years. It's a pity that I didn't keep it up at the time. I wanted to take a big shot, so I participated in the crack reclamation, and then something happened. Xie Junhai revealed a little regret in his words. You should really live on, not less than these 7 years. There is no need to take such a big risk. Lu Xuan couldn't help but scold him. Although they all say, give it a try and your bicycle will turn into a motorcycle, but how can it be that easy? This thing really depends on fate. If your fate is not good, something will happen if you try hard. The old octopus just fighted himself to death. Including Li Xiaoning's father, like Uncle Lu Xuan, he met a miserable end. Even aristocratic families such as the Shu family and the Li family would probably lose themselves this time. Everyone's life is always accompanied by various difficulties and obstacles, and the road is filled with countless ups and downs. Many times, in order to change the situation, you have to give it a try. Back then, you were in the 3rd year of junior high school and Xiaoyu was in the 1st year of junior high school. I knew very well how important education is to a person's growth. I wanted to advance to the elite in advance so that you could all go to an aristocratic high school, receive the best education, and be admitted to a prestigious university. I also want to move my family to the inner city and live a good life. I couldn't hold it back, I gave it a try, and then lost. Alas, it's all in the past, so I won't mention it. Xie Junhai couldn't help but feel depressed and sad when he talked about sad things. Lu Xuan, forget it, the past is in the past. Just wait for the surgery quietly and prepare for a new life. Don't think about the past. He sighed and changed the subject. Can you tell me about the rift? Uncle. Although the rift is dangerous, as long as you win the battle and successfully open up the wasteland, you will be rich and powerful. If you're lucky, you can be promoted to the elite in one wave and change the fate of your whole family. Of course Lu Xuan is interested in the rift. A crack. It was really an experience that people don't want to recall. The rift is a byproduct of the convergence of the heavens and the earth. It is a strange place full of chaos, disorder, imbalance, and turmoil, which is made up of a mixture of various strange scenes and phenomena. World. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it's 17:50, dinner time. There are still 4 hours and 40 minutes left before the appointment time between Lu Xuan and Wei. Meanwhile, on the other side, at Jinghaicheng South Gate Airport, a mysterious huge transport plane arrived here. A huge stream of particles was sprayed from the bottom of the plane, and it landed slowly and vertically. Several fighter planes escorting along the route completed their mission, roared overhead, and disappeared into the sky. The transport aircraft has no painting on the outside and is escorted by fighter planes, indicating that it is not a civilian or commercial transport aircraft, but a special transport aircraft for special departments. The goods do not even need to go through security checks and can be secretly transported directly from the airport through special passages. 10 minutes later, in a secret warehouse near the airport, a huge alloy iron box was slowly brought in. Accompanying him were more than 20 mysterious men wearing black robes and hoods. Opposite them, deep in the warehouse, there was also a group of people standing. The leader had a cloak on his shoulders and a jetpack fixed on his back. He was a retainer of the Shu family. You are finally here, we have been waiting for you for a long time. The retainers and family dead men came forward to greet the guests and apologized with their right hands on their chests. I'm sorry, we encountered some minor troubles, so we have no choice but to urge you to deliver the goods as soon as possible. The customer is God. If delivery one day in advance can satisfy you, of course we will be happy to do it. A man walked out from the other side. He opened his hood, revealing his human face and a smile with unknown meaning. Bang bang, he clapped his hands. The mysterious man behind him immediately lifted the curtain and opened the door of the iron box. In the cage inside, there is a young man. The Shu family retainers quickly stepped forward to inspect the goods. Is this the rumored vampire? They look just like humans. They are really indistinguishable based on their appearance. Could it be a fake? The Shu family members talked in low voices. Roar! Suddenly, a beast-like roar rang in his ears. They talked a lot, but the young man in the cage was angered by the scornful name, vampire. He immediately activated his red blood eyes, and bared his ruthless fangs out of his lips. He roared ferociously and fiercely. Don't be presumptuous, I am a vampire. The retainer looked at it with interest for a few seconds, then nodded and said to his companion, it is indeed a vampire. Vampire. Roar. It raised its fist and smashed the cage wildly, roaring ferociously. This vampire is quite ferocious, which means he is healthy and energetic. The goods are fine. I am blood. Boom. The alloy door was smashed directly and closed again. It's ready to trade. The retainer turned to look at the mysterious seller, clapped his hands, and immediately someone came up behind him carrying a large suitcase. Open with a crunch. In an instant, a bright black light emitted. It turned out to be a whole box of woojin. You count the money first, and I'll call and report to the family. The retainer said to the mysterious sellers, if there are no accidents, the medicine will start in 30 minutes. You should leave Jinghai City as soon as possible. 30 minutes. Originally, the Shu family planned to start making medicine tomorrow, but now the time is more than a day ahead of schedule. Start in advance, turn the elves into immortality elixirs, and destroy the corpses to eliminate traces. At the same time, on the other side, Lu Zunjung, his aunt, and Xie Manyu were having dinner around the dining table. He held his chopsticks and aimed at a tempting piece of braised pork. Xie Manyu across from him did the same thing, aiming at the same target. The two were about to compete. Buzz. Suddenly, Lu Xuan's expression changed slightly, and he noticed something strange. Erlengxi, the captain of the intelligence squadron of the evil spirit army, lost contact with his soul. There are only two possibilities. 1. The second idiot was discovered and killed by the enemy, and died. 2. It took the initiative to return to the underworld because things had changed. Need to confirm as soon as possible. Aunt, Xiao Yu, you eat first, I'll go out and make a phone call. Lu Xuan looked as usual, put down his bowls and chopsticks, stood up, and smiled. Ah, brother, are you angry? Xie Manyu looked at the braised pork that had just been snatched from her chopsticks, and thought that her brother was angry because he was robbed of food. So she quickly put the braised pork into Lu Xuan's bowl and coaxed in a weak voice, oh, here's the meat for you, here's the meat for you, sit down and eat. If something really happens, please give me a call. Lu Xuan turned around, and the expression on his face immediately became solemn. Weir's plan may be disrupted by an accident. She had to do it hours in advance. Fortunately, I had saved a hand before. When I was at Weir's house, I didn't call Erlunzi back in advance, but let him continue to stare. A bit surprising, but not a big deal. In the stairwell, in the corner. Jigu Jigu, the little evil spirit lay on Lord Bone King's shoulder and kept talking. Yeah, I understand. Lu Xuan nodded. Chirp. Okay, I understand. You performed very well and made great achievements. Lu Xuan praised Erlunzi profusely. Not to fool children, but to really marvel at its intelligence-gathering capabilities. Those canned elves were moved to the ancestral home of the Shu family, hidden deep underground, and heavily guarded. Erlunzi actually sneaked into the Shu family's base camp to monitor the enemy's every move. It was secretly hiding behind the window of the conference room and eavesdropped on the conversations of several people inside. Maybe there is an element of luck involved, but it is undeniable that this little guy is really awesome. Okay, let's go back. I'll deal with this first. Lu Zunshu stroked its head and ordered. Chirp. Erlangxi nodded obediently and disappeared. He immediately took out the Iron Guard's special encrypted communication device and sent a message to Weyer. The plan has changed. The enemy has received another main material and is about to start making medicine. You must act in advance. Don't panic, tell me the time and address. Weyer replied immediately. Half an hour later, the ancestral home of the Shu family. Lu Xuan quickly typed a line of words and clicked send. I understand, time is tight and the task is heavy. The reward will be given to you later. We are leaving first. Weyer. Lu Xuan frowned, a little worried, so he wrote another line and asked, the action is too hasty and you have too little time to prepare. Are you sure? 2 seconds later, Weyer replied with 2 words 90%. Lu Xuan was stunned for a moment and couldn't help scratching his head. Or a 90% chance of winning. He went to find Weyer in the afternoon, and his original plan was to start work at 10:30 in the evening. She seizes the time to prepare and shake people. But the action time was advanced, and the time available for her to prepare was also reduced by half. Definitely not enough preparation. Can this also be 90%? Maybe she was modest last time, but this time she is 90% true. ... Okay, come on. Lu Xuan typed a few words, but the other party didn't reply. He must have already set off and started taking action. It seems that I am worrying too much. I am sure of winning, so I don't panic at all. His brows stretched again. That's right, Weyer has the support of the elves, so why should he worry about such a trivial matter? Just sit back and watch the show in peace. There is a high probability that the Shu family and the Li family will not survive tonight, and they will inevitably die. Lu Xuan was about to put away the military communicator when he suddenly thought of something and opened the contact list again. There are only 2 people on the list, one is Weyer and the other is Zhang Xinghai. He clicked on the latter and sent a message. The Shu family is going to send it. If you want to watch a show, come here. Don't say I didn't call you. Zhang Xinghai, In the warehouse near the airport, the transaction scene was still the same. As the report finished, the leader of the mysterious seller asked. The Shu family retainer nodded. Well, everything is ready in the family, let me send the vampire there within half an hour. Your identities cannot be exposed. The secret flight has been prepared. Take the money and leave Jinghai City quickly and don't come back. Quote. As he spoke, he gestured behind him. 4 dead soldiers immediately stepped forward, preparing to quickly transport the large iron box containing the vampire away. Boom! Suddenly, the alloy door opened from the inside out, and a black shadow shot out like lightning, instantly knocking down a dead soldier. Roar! The vampire roared, and its extremely sharp fangs instantly pierced the muscles on the human neck and penetrated into the aorta. Ah! The fallen soldier let out a shrill scream. His body kept twitching, and his blood was gushing, soaking his clothes and dyeing the ground beneath him red. Gudong gudong! The vampire roared and rolled, sucking blood. In just 2 seconds, it drained the blood from its prey. What happened? The Shu family's retainer's face changed drastically. The accident came so suddenly that it caught people off guard. This vampire was obviously locked in a cage, but it actually escaped. Roar! The vampire ate one person, then moved at high speed like a ghost, instantly pounced on another Shu family soldier, and bit at the human body like a wild beast. Why are you still standing there? Help! The retainer pulled out his lightsaber and turned to roar at the mysterious seller. Their goods were not packaged well, and now something happened. These people are still watching the show with their arms folded, without any thought of providing after-sales service. Do you believe I can give you a bad review? Want to help? Okay. Hearing this, the leader of the other party shrugged his shoulders. His eyes slowly turned from black to red, fangs sprouted from his lips, and a ferocious and bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Then I'll help you. Get rid of it faster. Brush, brush, brush. The moment the voice fell, more than 20 people behind him all lifted their dark hoods. In the dimly lit warehouse, pairs of frightening blood eyes were activated, which was breathtaking. Roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by frightening roars, they ferociously pounced on the Shu family's dead soldiers, mercilessly harvesting their lives. Vampires, all vampires. This group of people who secretly sell vampires are actually themselves. Why, this is not logical. How dare you? How dare you be so audacious? Kill us, and none of you will be able to leave Jinghai City alive. The retainer of the Shu family waved his lightsaber wildly, trying his best to protect himself, while roaring loudly. Leave. Suddenly, a man who had not activated his blood eyes and fangs slowly walked out from behind the vampire. His eyes were cold and he pulled open his sleeveless cloak, revealing a pair of armor. Then he looked at the retainer as if he were looking at a dead person, and said in a calm tone. Are you kidding? Do you know how strictly the People's Federation checks people coming in and out of Loop City? We managed to sneak in through the people in power in this city. How can we leave so easily? You. The Shu family retainer's pupils dilated, his eyes fixed on the armor on this man, as well as the badges and patterns on the armor. His expression gradually became horrified. Are you a human? No, you are the remnants of the Empire. The remnants of the blood race, the remnants of the Empire, you. Laugh. Before he could finish his words or even see the opponent's movements clearly, he felt a chill on his neck. After a moment of spinning, he saw his headless body. The next second, consciousness fell into eternal darkness. Let's go, lurk, and wait for the opportunity. The man in armor turned his head and looked at the vampires. Remember, you will die if you are exposed. What's the fear of death? A vampire said solemnly. It is also a supreme honor for the soul to return to the divine kingdom of the ancestor. The ancestors are with us. The other vampires said in unison. Jinghaicheng, District 1, the head family of the Shu family. As a ninth-generation family, the Shu family's ancestral home is luxurious and extravagant, beyond the limits of ordinary people's imagination. The entire mansion only covers an area of 40,000 square meters. It is resplendent and majestic, just like an ancient royal palace. This is District 1, where every inch of land is at a premium. At this moment, everyone in the Shu family did not know that just half a minute ago, the retainers and dead soldiers they sent to the airport to sign for the goods had been completely wiped out. They were stabbed in the back by the mysterious seller and killed all of them. This deal was a huge conspiracy from the beginning. In fact, the Shu and Li families also knew that the risks were high. But he still cannot restrain his desire for power and status and his greed for immortality. After all, he cannot escape the trap and falls into it. Southwest of Shu Mansion, in a room. Miss Ware, all our warriors are here and ready to take action at any time. A tall alien warrior knelt on one knee, stroking his chest and lowering his head in a respectful manner. It has a humanoid torso and limbs, but has a huge tiger head on its neck, and it's also a white tiger. This guy was wearing a special combat uniform and carried a double-edged giant axe. His whole body was furry, and his muscular body was covered with black and white tiger skin stripes. All 14 warriors of our iron-eating tribe are ready and waiting for your orders. Next to the tiger-headed man, there was also a highly anthropomorphic, giant panda, kneeling on one knee and reporting respectfully to Miss Ware. The pandarin carries a thick thing like a grenade launcher on his back, and an assault rifle that looks like an AK in his arms. 2 combat straps on his chest are cross-fixed in an X shape, and they are all filled with special ammunition, folder. But this is obviously not an ordinary RPG or assault rifle, but a strictly controlled high-tech weapon. Just do as the Romans do. Although they themselves are very strong, the equipment of the People's Alliance is so easy to use, why not use it? Everyone, get up. Ware looked back at them and said seriously, thank you very much for coming to support in such a short time. I'll leave it to you this time. No matter whether the rescue is successful or not, the elves will have a lot of support. Report. It's your duty, you don't have to do this. The tiger-headed man said solemnly. The pandarin's voice was sonorous and powerful. We are willing to fight to the death. Have you brought the 2 things I asked you to prepare for me? Wire looked at the pandarin and asked. Due to the hasty preparation, only more than 30 special warriors came, but fortunately, there was a secret weapon. Those 2 things are crucial and are the magic weapon to win. I brought it. Here is one. The pandarin handed a long suitcase to Wei. She opened the box, and there was a 2-meter-long super sniper inside. What age is it? Who said that elf archers can only play with bows and arrows? The appearance of this sniper rifle is so domineering, with dark purple lines looming on the pitch-black body, and the diameter of the muzzle is nearly 5 centimeters, which is quite ferocious. In addition to the Super Sniper, there are also boxes of thick bullets of different colors neatly placed in the box. Just one of them is worth more than $1 million. This Super Sniper is used to counter high-level armor, and can even snipe Lord-level creatures. That's right. Wire nodded, closed the lid of the box, and asked, "Did you also rent another item?" Although the big sniper is also important, another thing is more important. It's rented, but the rent is a bit expensive. Pandaren said with a bitter face, "It costs 500 million to rent that thing for 1 hour, which is many times more expensive than the big sniper. It was just transported to Jinghai City quickly. It's been 4 hours now." 4 hours. The action hasn't started yet, nothing has been done, and 2 billion is gone. How terrifying. Fortunately, Jinghai City is only a secondary self-circulating city. The city's artificial intelligence is not very strong, and that magic weapon is enough to cope with it. If the artificial intelligence is too strong, you will have to rent a more expensive one. It's okay. Don't mention the money. Just bring it. Weir's pretty face was calm. Without further ado, let's go down and start taking action according to the original plan. Yes. Subordinates take orders. The sun sets in the west, the clouds are shining thousands of miles away, and the sunset is gorgeous. On the top of a 401-meter-high skyscraper, a figure covered in a cloak was sitting on the edge of the rooftop, with his legs hanging leisurely and snacks and drinks placed beside him. Gudong. With his throat rolling, Lu Xuan took a sip of milk tea and looked down at the magnificent Shu family mansion in front of him with relish. What a huge family. A veritable behemoth, as seen before. It was like an evil beast that had just eaten a human and returned to the cave, lying on the bones and sleeping soundly. But the hunter had already quietly approached with a righteous shotgun. How effective is the elves' servant army in combat? Lu Xuan was still quite curious. He glanced at the time. As the show about to begin. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. Centered on the Shu family mansion, some subtle movements seemed to occur in the void within a 50-meter radius. If Lu Xuan hadn't been very close and had strong perception, he might not have noticed this silent change. The Shu family mansion was wrapped in an invisible, hemispherical layer, as if a large bowl had been flipped upside down into it. Hey, what is this? A magic circle. He was a little surprised, rubbed his eyes, and looked at the Shu family mansion again, staring at it for 3 minutes. It was still peaceful and quiet. He took out his communication device and sent a message to Wei. "Isn't it started yet?" Half a minute later, the other party replied, "The battle is almost over." Ah, Lu Xuan was stunned, looked at the still peaceful Shu family mansion, and then looked at the message on the communication device. What does "it's almost over" mean? No. The servant army used something to isolate the space inside and outside the Shu family, and the battle had actually started long ago. What he was seeing now was a false illusion, not reality. "I've got all the snacks ready, and you're just going to show me this?" Lu Xuan reacted instantly, slapped his thigh, stood up, and picked up snacks and drinks. The wind is coming. Phew. A gust of green wind carried strong air currents, roaring from all directions, and quickly lifted his body up. Then with a whoosh, he rode the wind and flew through the air towards the Shu family mansion. As he was getting closer, he felt a wave, which seemed to pass through the membrane of a soap bubble and reach its interior. Da da da. Boom. Bang bang bang. The moment he entered, the sound of fierce battles and firefights rang in his ears, which was deafening. Lu Xuan glanced around and saw that inside the Shu family's mansion, smoke was billowing, fire was shooting into the sky, dust was filling the air, and blood was flowing like a river. The battle has indeed begun, and it has already entered a fever pitch with extremely high intensity. Buzz. The communication device vibrated. Lu Xuan took it out and saw that it was an inquiry from Wei. "Is it you who just came in? You have been captured by the magic network barrier. Don't run around, I may accidentally hurt you." Magic network enchantment. Is that the membrane, just now? Not only can it automatically lock people entering and exiting the area, but it can also isolate sounds and sights inside and outside the area. No, it's not just that. The battle had been going on for 3.5 minutes, and the Shu family had no reinforcements. It shows that this barrier can even isolate and shield electronic signals. There was a huge fight inside, but the outside world didn't know anything about it. The street dozens of meters away was still full of people, passers-by were talking and laughing, everything was as usual. Boom! Suddenly, an astonishing loud noise like rolling thunder came. Accompanied by the roar of a sniper on a tall building in the distance, a special retainer who wanted to fly through the air with the help of a jetpack was shattered with his shield and his men, exploding into a ball of blood mist in the air. Boom! Another loud bang. In the opposite direction, a Shu family member who was also sneaking around the corner of the wall was shot to pieces by a sniper. So cruel. Lu Xuan blinked and finally understood what she meant by accidental injury. If an organism wants to approach the barrier, whether it is going out or coming in, the magic network will immediately feed back the information to where she is at the commanding heights and can snipe targets accurately and quickly. That super sniper is so powerful that the bullets it shoots can ignore many obstacles. Coupled with the assistance of the magic net, it is equivalent to see-through plus wall penetration plus headlock, with all the parameters. She is responsible for dealing with those Shu family members who want to run out for help. One shot at a time, all broken into pieces. You are an elf who doesn't use magic to fight, but you still want to be a sniper. Lu Xuan complained in his heart. Being held up by such a terrifying sniper, not even a mosquito could fly out of the Shu family. On the ground, more than 30 special level 5 or above servant soldiers were advancing from the main battlefield. Boom! The pandas let out a war cry, pulled the trigger, and the AK roared. When the bullets were close to the enemy, they exploded automatically, like small, highly concentrated explosives. Once the shuttle is pressed to the bottom, dozens of bullets explode close to the face, blowing a powered armor into powder within 0.3 seconds. If someone stands in the way of a person, he will kill someone. If someone stands in the way of a Buddha, he will kill the Buddha. Die. The tiger-headed man slashed down with a giant axe, and the earthquake was violent. A sharp aura of more than 10 meters long shot out of the air, killing all the enemies along the way. So fierce. It's so enjoyable to watch. Lu found a building, sat on the roof, and continued to watch the one-sided battle. The servant army was like a broken bamboo, killing the Shu family's men and horses like a piece of wood. Where unexpectedly brought in so many super powerful people. This was an unexpected incident, and after only a few hours of hurried preparation, I had to act in advance. I was able to overwhelm the Shu family. Where didn't say anything crazy. She really didn't need help from other elven warriors. She could destroy the Shu family with just the servant army. This battle was a one-sided crushing, and even if Lu Xuan wanted to make a move, he would have no chance. It's better to eat my snacks quietly, he thought. Wait another 4 to 5 minutes and the battle will be over. Deep inside the mansion, haven't you succeeded in breaking through yet? The boss of the Shu family rushed down to the people and roared, "Where are the reinforcements? Where are the Li family's reinforcements? Young master, the enemy is too strong. Our people broke through the encirclement 13 times and were all killed by snipers, even Master Marong died. We are trapped here and die," a retainer said solemnly. Master Marong is a powerful person of the 9th level. He was stronger than Master Dutch, but he was reduced to flesh and blood by a sniper. Under that super sniper, all living beings are equal. It doesn't matter whether you are low level, intermediate, or special, or what level you are, it's all a matter of one shot anyway. Arrange multiple people to break out from different directions at the same time. The boss of the Shu family had an idea and came up with a good idea. I tried it, but it didn't work. The retainer shook his head. The magic network barrier generating device is a combination of magic and technology. Its body is dozens of huge computers and magic matrices. The rent is 500 million per hour. Once trapped, how can it be so easy to break out? You can enter the barrier without hindrance, but once you leave the barrier, you will be hindered by magic and soul power, as if you are stuck in a quagmire, making it difficult to move your body. They had just arranged more than 20 dead soldiers at the same time to break out from all directions, trying to run out and ask for help. But they were all entangled in the barrier and killed one by snipers. It is like a huge spider web. Once it is sticky, you will die. Let's get the elves out of the jars and use them as hostages. the retainer said in a deep voice. It's useless. Once the smuggling of elves is exposed, he will die as well. It's over, it's over, it's over, the Shu family. The Shu family is gone. The eldest son of the Shu family looked ashen and fell to the ground in despair, his eyes dull. Master, good news. At this moment, a person rushed in and reported, reinforcements are coming, reinforcements from the Li family have arrived. Several people were stunned. They couldn't even send out a distress signal and were completely trapped. Why did the Li family come? Whoosh! Above the sky, figures flew in one after another and broke into the barrier. The two aircraft sprinkled hundreds of mysterious delivery capsules like raindrops. The delivery capsule crashed to the ground and opened automatically, and exoskeleton-powered armors walked out of it. This is the Li family's reinforcements, so many have come. Miss Ware, the enemy's reinforcements have arrived. This is impossible. The magic network barrier is functioning normally, how is it possible? An anxious voice came from the headset. Don't panic. Ware's tone was cold, her eyes were calm, and she commanded from behind. Come on, the battlefield is changing rapidly, but we still have a 60% chance of winning. Remember, the purpose of this battle is to find the captured elves. You all have recorders on your retinas. As long as you take a look and confirm that the elves are here, everything will be over. Go ahead and I'll cover you. Quote, boom. As the words fell, the super sniper let out a death roar. On the ground, 4 armors in a straight line were shattered simultaneously. But Wire's position was also locked, and several missiles immediately struck, blowing up the building where she was. Smoke and dust billowed. However, the next second, the blast of a large sniper sounded again from another direction. In the sky, a super master of the Li family shattered into pieces, and blood rained down. As soon as the Li family's reinforcements arrived, the situation immediately turned from one-sided to a bloody and evenly matched battle. More than 30 top masters from the Tiger Head tribe and the Iron-Eating tribe were surrounded by enemies that were dozens of times their body size, and suddenly felt the difficulty increase sharply. Fortunately, Wire was covering them, which relieved their pressure. HMPH. Looking for death. Suddenly, a super-modified man wearing a special combat uniform flew in and targeted Wire to eliminate this sniper who was a huge threat. This is a retainer of the Li family, a strong man at the peak of the special level. It is said that his combat power is close to that of a lord. His degree of prostheticization reached a terrifying 97.9%, of which military-grade prosthetics accounted for 21% and civilian-grade prosthetics accounted for 76.9%. Except for part of his brain, all his body parts are mechanical structures. There was not even an ounce of meat on his body. It's Dongfang Tianyu, the greatest swordsman in Jinghai City. Suddenly, a tiger-headed man exclaimed. They had conducted investigations on the Shu and Li families beforehand, and were no strangers to this famous superpower. Since you know my name, why don't you just surrender and arrest me? Dongfang Tianyu said proudly. He held a plasma lightsaber and used a jetpack to fly at super high speed, chasing the sniper. In addition to Dongfang Tianyu, there were dozens of enemies of the Li family who were also eyeing Ware. They used fire suppression to cover the #1 swordsman in Jinghai City as he approached the sniper. Wire moved her position and fired back with a sniper, but failed to hit 3 shots in a row. The opponent was very cunning and very fast, so it was not easy to be targeted. This super sniper is good at everything, but it doesn't have bullet tracking function. Bad review. She was suppressed and unable to cover the rapid advance of the servant army, and her chances of winning seemed to have dropped to 10%. Phew. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through. A huge figure suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking Dongfang Tianyu's path. How majestic and strong is he? Pieces of extremely strong muscles are piled up layer by layer on a 3-meter-tall body, with shoulders as wide as a bridge and a grimace on his back, standing like a mountain. There are green and red ghost horns on the top of the head, the left eye is as deep as a blue pool, and the right eye is as red as the blazing sun. On his right shoulder is an exaggeratedly large mace stick. Dongfang Tianyu was a little surprised when a devilish muscular man appeared on the way, and then sneered, I don't know whether to live or die. Boom. Suddenly, the sky collapsed. The world is silent. A pair of eyes stared blankly at the majestic body in the sky, and their minds stopped thinking. No one saw clearly what just happened. Even Wire and all the servant soldiers in the distance were stunned. This, Jing Haicheng's greatest swordsman, exploded instantly with his shield and man in 0.01 seconds, turning into hundreds of flying metal parts and mechanical fragments under the stick of truth. Phew! A gust of wind blew up, picking up equipment all over the sky. Each piece of prosthetic body flew up, making a clanging sound. When flying to a certain height, a summoning array opened in the void and all the equipment was collected. 2 Dutch are in the account. A dark dragon-like whisper reached everyone's ears. Hula! The next second, the wind howled. This muscular beast disappeared into the air, and only a vague cyan stream of light could be seen. Boom! Another special level 8 supermotor was crushed by the mace. All the equipment exploded out, and was carried by the strong wind and flew into the summoning array. Lord level, he is a lord level creature. Run! Don't come over here. The enemies finally reacted, and they were all terrified. Boom, 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 comma. When the big stick of truth hits people, it is like hammering a watermelon. One hammer will explode and the other will explode. This is an absolutely crushing personal power, just like slaughtering weak lambs. Kill people, explode equipment, and pick up dropped items. Keep killing, keep blasting, keep picking up. In just half a minute, Lu Xun killed more than 20 retainers sent by the Li family to support him. A dazzling array of prosthetic parts, weapons and equipment rushed into the void and disappeared. The Li family's reinforcements were killed like wolves running like hogs, throwing away their helmets and armor, and fleeing in embarrassment. Lu Xun licked his lips, his eyes were blazing, and with a thought in his mind, he followed the strong wind and chased the enemies. His voice was rich and rumbling like rolling thunder. Come on, stop struggling and become my nourishment gloriously. This is the glory of you ants. Phew! The mace covered with thorns came with destructive power, and even the space seemed to become distorted wherever it passed. No! Click! The shield was as fragile as tissue paper and shattered the moment it came into contact with the stick of truth. The next moment, there was a pop sound, and the human body exploded and shattered in the air. Blood rain was mixed with shredded internal organs and bone and flesh residues, and scattered down. Just one stick, shield and people, smashed them all to pieces. The strong wind swept up the exploded prosthetic body and disappeared into the void. Is this gone? The man as majestic as a blue dragon murmured, as if he still had some unfinished meaning. His burly body stands in the sky, like a majestic mountain. Buzz! With a flick of his right hand, the 2.3-meter-long stick of truth vibrated. A circle of ripples arose on its surface, cleaning away all the blood on the weapon and the minced meat hanging on the thorns. The mace is thick and large, and the sharp and cold light of the cone makes the enemy frightened. Lu Xun held the stick in his giant arms and carried it on his strong shoulders. His majestic figure was as tall as a mountain, and his eyes were squinting at the enemies on the ground. Like an invincible ghost and god. Wire and her servants were all shocked. Unexpectedly, when one's own side is in a state of decline, divine soldiers will suddenly descend from the sky. The Li family's reinforcements came with great momentum, including delivery cabins and the greatest swordsman in Jinghai City. The formation was quite huge. The enemy has great potential to turn the world around, swallowing up thousands of miles like a tiger, and showing great majesty. As a result, they have made so many bells and whistles, but in an instant, all the supermasters of the Li family were blasted and died. Keep going, don't look back, leave everything here to me. A deep and wild voice sounded in the ears of Wire and the servants, like the low voice of a giant beast from the wild. Wire was not an indecisive person. She immediately commanded the army of servants through the headset. Trust him, I'll cover you, keep pushing forward, don't worry about your back, the Shu family doesn't have much strength left, find the elves quickly and put an end to this. Receive, comma. The 24 special level retainers in the Li family's reinforcements had been quickly wiped out by Lu Xun, one by one with a stick, leaving no generals under his command. But the number of dead soldiers was still large, at least more than 800 people came. Although the mosquitoes are small, the advantage is that there are many of them. Let's kill them all, there is still a lot of meat. Single quote. Lu Xun thought in his mind. Kai Yan. He raised his hand. Hula. Suddenly, surging magic elements rushed in from all directions. The blazing fire burned, and circles of blazing flames gathered around him, like fire dragons. They moved forward along the giant arm, and finally formed an explosive spiral fireball that rotated at a high speed in his palm. However, this is not the end. Lu Xun raised his giant arm, raised the spiral fireball that was getting bigger and bigger over his head, and shouted. The wind is coming. Huchi. The magic element surged again, and the strong wind roared. Waves of cyan wind swirled, raged, and roared around Lu Xun, like a king surrounding them. He was in the center of the endless storm. His giant arm suddenly dropped, and in the frightened eyes of the enemies, he knocked down the spiral fireball with a diameter of more than 4 meters above his head. Rumble. A terrifying super fire tornado appeared on the earth, more than 100 meters high, causing a natural disaster. Ah! Help! Run! Comma. The screams sounded one after another, whispering continuously. Wind and fire are in harmony, raging between heaven and earth. What a spectacular scene is this! Even the bright clouds and sunset glow on the horizon became eclipsed. In the Shu family mansion, pieces of armor were blown into the sky by the strong wind, and were sucked into the swirling fire. Together with the people inside, they were melted by the terrifying high temperature. During the storm, buildings collapsed, trees were uprooted, and lawns fell off the ground. The fire tornado was like a crazy drum washing machine, sweeping out with great force, leaving no grass growing wherever it passed, harvesting lives ruthlessly and efficiently. In just 10 seconds, the fire tornado devoured hundreds of Li family ants, and there were more dead souls on the road to hell. Level 9 winds, plus level 8 burning. Its power is no less than that of Lord-level magic. It seems like I used too much force. Lu Xun couldn't help but frown. This was the first time he used this combination of wind and fire, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Although it does not pose much of a threat to the top experts, it is a magical skill for cleaning up miscellaneous soldiers. He killed all the dead men of the Li family with just one move, which can be described as a killing spree. But unfortunately, even the mosquito meat was gone now, and the weapons, instruments, power suits, were all burned in the fire together with the people. Just when Lu Xun felt regretful. Buzz. Suddenly. A strong warning signal arose in his heart, and he sensed danger. Boom. An extremely thick dark red beam of light fell from the sky, bombarded the earth, and instantly penetrated the surface. The surrounding objects were quickly carbonized by the high temperature. With the movement that shook the sky, a terrifying deep pit with a diameter of more than 20 meters was blasted out of the earth. Phew. There was a flash of green light, and Lu Xun appeared in another void. He stood tall and straight, carrying a wolf-toothed club on his shoulders. He turned his head and looked into the distant sky, with a ferocious light bursting out from his strange pupils. Ha! This cannon missed. How is it possible? A 2.7-meter-tall mechanical giant stood silently in the air, and voices of confusion and shock came from behind the visor. This is an individual combat mecha with a built-in cockpit. It has a silvery white body, a ferocious shape, and thick armor. The body reflects a cold metallic luster in the sunlight. The humanoid mecha is equipped with plasma cannons, electromagnetic rail guns, particle cannons, and repulsion cannons on its right shoulder, left mechanical arm, and chest. Everywhere on the body, there are 4 streams of blue particles behind its tail, spitting. The appearance of this mecha is very domineering. It's a first-generation machine, the Xiaowu Zero individual mecha. Where did the Li family get this retired antique? The tiger-headed man leader of the servant army couldn't help but curse. The expressions of the others also changed drastically, feeling that things were getting worse. They had conducted a detailed investigation of the enemy in advance, but they did not expect that the Li family had something hidden. Although the Xiaowu Zero is a first-generation aircraft that has been mass-produced since ancient times. It is an antique and is nicknamed Xiaoyi. However, it is also a combat mecha with a built-in individual cockpit. Its combat power, destructive power, and lethality are huge. Wire hugged the big sniper, with her right knee touching the ground and squatting at a high point. Her tight-fitting combat uniform outlined her hot waist, abdomen, buttocks and legs. She observed the situation through the scope. Her pretty face became serious, and a cold look appeared in her emerald eyes. All first-generation machines have the ability to single-kill the Lord's first-level life form. The People's Federation has many heavy weapons, but they are all for sale, and mechas are no exception. But that's only outside the city. Many unofficial city hunters and Rift pioneer groups can legally purchase most heavy weapons. Even fifth-generation aircraft can be purchased if you have money. But it can only be used outside and is not allowed to be taken into the city. Because although the human military-industrial system and collective strength are strong, individual strength is very weak, and human beings are very fragile. This is an unavoidable reality. A mecha appeared on the street, even if it was just an ancient mecha. As long as the driver's brain twitched, he could easily start a bloody massacre, killing all the citizens in the 8 nearby streets within 10 seconds. According to the laws of the People's Federation, just hiding a mecha in a self-circulating city, and the mecha still retains its combat capabilities, is enough to constitute a capital crime. Speed up, that friend may not be able to hold us back for too long. We must find the elf within 2 minutes. She turned off the headset with her white fingers and gave the order in a serious tone. Yes, mecha. Lu Xun stared at the behemoth in front of him, a touch of excitement welling up in his eyes. He has dreamed of owning a mecha of his own for a long time. There are many mecha models collected in the bedroom. I am also very familiar with the Master Xiao in front of me. This is one of the most classic and memorable old-fashioned mechas. Xiao Wu Zero is not an exoskeleton or power suit, but a war machine with a built-in cockpit. It can drive, it can fly. After all, which man can resist the temptation of activating a mecha? Boom! Suddenly, the mecha's chest burst with blazing light, and the plasma cluster cannon roared in rage. Shock beams of impact beams bombarded out with terrifying power. But the target was not Lu Xun, but the servant soldiers on the ground. Boom 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 boom. The loud noise filled the sky and made people's eardrums vibrate. The sky is falling apart. There were screams in the distance, and with just one round of artillery fire, more than 7 tiger-headed men and iron-eating tribe warriors disappeared from the world. They were reduced to ashes by intense plasma beam cannons. After the first shot on the scene, the mecha pilot ignored Lu Xun and turned to attack the servant soldiers, hoping to prevent them from approaching the canned elves. Ignore me. You are looking for death. Lu Xun gave a cold shout. His eyes were violent. He carried the big stick of truth, and with a whoosh, his majestic body turned into green light and shot out. He arrived in front of the Xiaowu mecha in an instant and swung out the stick fiercely. Look directly at me, you idiot. Boom. More than 1,000 tons of terrifying power erupted at the point of contact, destroying the world and destroying the earth. The mecha was actually blown away 100 meters away by the King of Truth. It stumbled and rolled several times in the air, and then regained its balance. The body was not injured, but the energy shield on the body shook crazily, making it appear to be crumbling. Monster, you reckless man. The driver was furious. Then I'll kill you first. As he finished speaking, he locked onto the devilish muscular man and opened fire. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the cannon roared, and terrifying shock beams shot out, with astonishing power. Laugh. Lu Xun's body merged into the wind and turned into a cyan stream of light, flashing across the sky. His speed instantly broke the sound barrier and made a roar that broke through the air. The air in the path was squeezed to form a shock wave visible to the naked eye. Time and space became slow, stagnant, and stiff in his field of vision. Go to hell. He got close to the mecha again, roared loudly, picked up the mace club with 12 ripples, and smashed it down. Boom. The mecha was blown away again and rolled in the air, but before it could stop, Lu Xun flew through the air and crashed into it like a muscle tank. His muscles all over his body were tense, and with the help of the inertia of his ultra-high-speed movement, he let out another boom and blasted the mecha away with a big stick. This is the personal power achieved by the super speed, characteristic of level 11, coupled with the strength of level 10. 3 terrible blows in a row. The mecha's shield energy value dropped like an avalanche. Kill. Lu Xun roared and rushed forward. Boom. This time, it was him who was knocked away. The pilot finally regained his composure and used the repulsion cannon on the right arm of the mecha to temporarily repel the devilish muscular man. Asshole. His face hidden behind the mecha mask showed a look of fear, and he was ready to retreat. The enemy is too fast and terrifyingly powerful, and the mace's big club is not simple either. Its all has extremely strong armor breaking and shield breaking effects. There's no way he can beat Xiao Zero. Anyway, he won't admit that his driving skills are poor. Laugh. The engine of the aircraft roared, and the tail particle stream was ejected. Under the powerful propulsion force, it quickly retreated backwards. Seeing this, Lu Xun was stunned for a moment, and then became furious. He carried the big stick of truth and boomed at a speed that broke the sound barrier. He pursued relentlessly, his voice rumbling like rolling thunder. Want to run? Leave my mecha behind. Ha! Repelled. From a high point in the distance, Wire observed this scene through the scope, and she couldn't help but be a little surprised. The Xiaowu Zero mecha was coming in force, but it was unexpectedly repaired by a few big sticks. After being beaten up by the mysterious powerful lord, the mecha pilot actually wanted to retreat. This result surprised her. As everyone knows, when Lu Xun fought with the Li family retainers before, he didn't use all his strength. Because he didn't even use any force, the enemies were all dead. It wasn't until he encountered a mecha that he used his mountain-shaking power. When the big stick of truth carries 12 shock waves, the destructive power of the magic weapon will skyrocket. That is the real truth. At this moment, Lu Xun rode the strong wind to pursue the Xiaowu Type 0, wanting to keep the mecha as his trophy. He was extremely fast and quickly caught up with his target. Hachi. The strong giant arm swung, and the space around the stick of truth was distorted by ripples. It swept out with destructive power. With a loud bang, the mecha was severely smashed away. It rolled in the air and lost control. This is the fifth shot. The mecha shield is crumbling, but it is still not broken, almost. Boom. In the distance, the super sniper let out a roar that shook the sky, and Wire sent in an assist. The bullet was packed with terrifying power and hit the unbalanced mecha. The powerful kinetic energy knocked it back. The shield also exhausted its last energy and shattered with a click. Good. Lu Xun took advantage of the victory to pursue. His majestic body shot out of the air and arrived in an instant. He held the big stick in both hands and stabbed the abdomen of the Xiaowu mecha with a bang. Mountain-shaking power. He roared loudly, veins popped out on his forehead, and blood surged all over his body. So, the big stick of truth vibrated crazily. The 12 ripples are like ocean waves, stacked layer by layer and advancing. Tika. The abdominal armor of the Xiaowu Zero had cracks as dense as a spider web, and the terrifying concussive energy penetrated through the outer shell of the aircraft and penetrated into the cockpit. Puff. With a muffled sound, the Li family member's body was instantly shocked into pulp and exploded into ketchup. The 2.7-meter tall heavy mecha tilted and fell toward the ground. Lu Xun's huge arms stretched out like a wild dragon and caught it. Buzz. A summoning circle opens in the void. But the mecha was too big, and Lu Xun's ultimate form had not yet integrated into the Bone King body, so it was a bit difficult to release magic, and the summoning array was not big enough. He picked up Xiaowu Zero and stuffed it in from the head, and finally pocketed the loot. Are there any more mechas? After Master Xiao was obtained, Lu Xun turned around and stared longingly at the sky, his blue-red eyes full of expectation. Soldiers, sentinels, apocalypse, these ancient classic mechas are worth collecting. Get more of them. Of course, don't wait for the second-generation machines, they can't be beaten. 2 minutes later, he looked back regretfully. It seems that the city lord's palace has strict control over mechas. The Li family only built one, Xiao Yi, and hid it in the city, not much more. The main reason is that mechas are too noisy in battle. Once used in the city, it is difficult not to be exposed. The Li family was desperate this time. In addition, there was a magic network barrier to isolate the battlefield from the outside world. As a last resort, the Xiaowu Zero, which had been hidden for who knows how many years, was driven out to save the situation. The setting sun is like blood, and the gorgeous sunset glows with the devastated battlefield. The Shu family mansion was filled with blood and there was no movement. He turned back and looked at the top of a dilapidated tall building in the distance. Ware stood there holding the big sniper in her arms and gave Lu Xun a thumbs up. Suddenly, she received a report from the servant army, which seemed to be good news. She couldn't help but smile and said something into the headset. It seems that the servant army has found the hiding place of the elves, and almost all the living forces of the Shu family have been wiped out. Well, it seems everything is over. Lu Xun looked around and muttered. Buzz. Suddenly, the communication device vibrated. What's the situation? Is the signal shielding function of the magic network barrier invalid? Single quote. It probably failed, otherwise the Li family would not have received the distress signal from the Shu family. Single quote. He couldn't help but frown, and took out the communication device to take a look. Zhang Xinghai. Brother Zongui, hasn't the fun started yet? I have been observing the Shu family mansion for 10 minutes. I see that the Li family has sent a lot of reinforcements to the Shu family, and several aircraft are parked in the Shu family mansion. Has the operation been cancelled? Quote. Lu Xun was suddenly speechless. It's all over. You ask me if I've started yet. It seems that Zhang Xinghai has not noticed the existence of the magic network barrier yet. From his perspective, the Shu family mansion was calm and peaceful. The reinforcements sent by the Li family were also operating normally in the mansion. He could even use the telescope to see the dead soldiers in the mansion bragging and chatting vividly. But these are not real scenes, but fictitious scenes created by the magic network barrier using its supercomputing power. This illusion is so realistic that it is impossible to distinguish between authenticity and fiction. The only strange thing is that only people are seen entering the Shu family's mansion, but no one is leaving. If Zhang Xinghai observes for another hour, he might be able to detect something fishy. But the battle, from start to finish, happened so quickly. For a few minutes, nothing could be seen. The outside world knows nothing about what happened to the Shu family. It has ended. Fighting ghosts. Zhang Xinghai raised 3 question marks. Wei and the army of minions have found the canned elves. Lu Xun was free now. There were no enemies left to breathe in the barrier. He briefly explained the whole story to Zhang Xinghai. Then the other party fell silent. It took a full 5 seconds before I saw a word from him, blank. He squatted on a nearby building and blew the wind for a long time. While he was staring at the Shu family in a daze like a fool, a wonderful battle was taking place inside. Did you miss a good show just like that? Didn't even see the fart. Zhang Xinghai suddenly felt resentful. Brother Zongui didn't let him play with him and joined in the fun by himself, which was really too much. Lu Zunkai didn't bother to care what he thought and put away the communication device. Anyway, I enjoyed watching it, having fun, and making a lot of money. The prosthetic bodies and equipment of dozens of special-level retainers, plus a mecha, are all placed in the warehouse. After the analysis is completed, a large amount of characteristic points will be recorded. Rivers of blood flowed on the battlefield, and broken walls and ruins could be seen everywhere. He found a place to sit down and snapped his fingers. The void opened, and an evil spirit immediately reached out and handed over a prosthetic body to Lord Bone King. Still idle, Lu Xun began to analyze one by one. Reminder. Characteristic points plus 1,100. Reminder. Characteristic points plus 2,281. Reminder. Characteristic points plus 982. Cool. Seeing the balance of characteristic points soaring day by day, Lu Xun suddenly felt very comfortable. After this wave is completed, he will 100% be able to integrate the Bone King body. Let the ultimate form become the real master. If you encounter a strong enemy in the future, you can summon golden skeletons, hide them, turn on the damage transfer of the elf link, rush forward yourself, and add the strong healing aura, healing special skill. You will not die at all. Buzz. Suddenly, the communication device in his trouser pocket vibrated again. Lu Xun took it out and took a look, and immediately couldn't help but frown again. Something bad has happened. A large number of internal guards and public security bureaus are heading towards the Shu family mansion. There are many aircraft and military-grade combat flying saucers. I'll evacuate my brothers first. You should run too. We'll be there in 10 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, Zhang Xinghai. Have the Internal Security and Public Security Bureau also received the news? There were 2 sudden accidents. The Li family's reinforcements were not supposed to come. The Internal Security Department and the Public Security Bureau should not have known what happened within the barrier so quickly. If it's not the magic network barrier garbage, then there is a mole in the servant army. Or is it for other reasons? Forget it, let's take care of the things in front of us first. Lu Xun quickly put away the communication device and stood up. Phew. As soon as he thought, air waves swept across, and his body was carried by the strong wind, flying towards Ware and the others. Not long after, he entered the underground hidden space of the Shu family mansion. This place has been washed with blood, and the bodies of the Shu family can be seen everywhere. He walked through a passage with blood on the ground and broken limbs everywhere, and got inside. Boom boom boom. Ware and dozens of servant soldiers were bombarding a super thick air wall, trying to break through the fully functional shield. Behind the air wall are jars wrapped in pitch-black curtains. Your Excellency, are you here? Ware's emerald green eyes turned and noticed Lu Xun's arrival. She raised her legs and stepped forward to meet Lu Xun. She looked up at him and said in a very serious and sincere tone, "Thank you very much for your help. Are you and the magician who provided the information companions?" Lu Xun is now 3 meters tall, as majestic as a mountain in his ultimate form, with one green and one red ghost horn, and his eyes have strange pupils. The person who appeared at her house at noon was Lu Xun in the form of a ghost. He was tall and thin, which was so different from now, so she thought they were 2 people. Well, that's my third brother, Zan Feng. I also have a second brother named Zan Gui. And I am the eldest brother, my surname is Zan God. Lu Xun said in a deep voice. We, the 3 Zan brothers, all have enmity with the Shu and Li families. The enemy of our enemies is our friend, so there is no need to say thank you. War, God of War, cough, okay. She stammered, not knowing what to say. Can you handle such an arrogant name? The surrounding servants complained quietly in their hearts. Of course, they didn't dare to say it. Although the Lord class is just a slightly bigger little Kurami on the world stage, it doesn't have much of a presence. But in a small place like Jinghai City, the Lord level is already very strong. As long as they don't confront the Iron Guards and Inner Guards, they can basically go sideways. To everyone present, Lu Xun, a second-level lord, is a well-deserved strong man and the god of war. He doesn't even need to use full power, he can blast everyone present with one blow. Just call him the god of war. Do you have any objections? The sheriff's department and the police mobile team are here, why haven't you finished yet? Lu Xun waved his hand, not bothering to gossip, and asked straight to the point. We prepared a very advanced shield breaker, but it was destroyed by the plasma cluster cannon of the Xiaowu Zero mecha just now, including the people and equipment. The leader of the tiger-headed man said solemnly to the side. Is the magic network barrier really out of order? Pandaren said apologetically. Maybe I didn't check and debug it properly when I rented it, which caused the signal shielding module of the magic matrix to malfunction. I'm sorry. It's no use saying this. Wire frowned slightly. Hurry up and break the shield. It's broken, it's broken. Everyone has recorders on their retinas. As long as the curtain used to cover the jar is lifted and they see the elf, it will be over. Zhang Xinghai and Lu Xun saw it, and Wei from the elf clan saw it. They were of 2 different natures. People inside, listen, you have been surrounded, immediately put down your weapons and surrender. We will start the attack in 1 minute, you have nowhere to escape, don't hold back anymore. Suddenly, everyone's ears rang. A sonorous, strong shout. There was a huge rumbling noise overhead, and it was obvious that the large army was coming. This is different from the trash from the Shu and Li families. This time they are coming from the regular army of Jinghaicheng. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. The shield breaker was destroyed, and they couldn't break the turtle shell in a minute. Okay, everyone, get out of the way, I'll do it. A deep voice sounded. Lu Xun stretched out his huge arms, and in a few moments a group of people moved to both sides and walked to the air wall. Buzz. His consciousness communicates with the omniscient right hand and conveys his needs. I received feedback immediately. Should the slime form be integrated into the ultimate form? Whether yes. Single quote. As soon as the choice was made, the 6,000 characteristic points obtained through analysis were instantly cleared. At the same time, his tiger body shook, his body trembled, and he shivered. Even if the god of war takes action, it will be difficult to break through this super all-powerful shield in 1 minute. Wire sighed and said helplessly, Forget it, I'd better just ask the strong men of our clan to take action in advance. Although this would break the rules agreed between the elf clan leaders and the human alliance before the operation. But since the shield breaker is gone, this is the only way. However, just when she was about to take out the communication device, something happened that shocked everyone for 100 years. Ah! Lu Xun lay on the air wall, opened his bloody mouth full of jagged fangs, and bit down. With just a kai, a large piece of the colorful energy shield was chewed off and dented. Buzz! The generator vibrated, and energy surged in, immediately filling up the dents in the shield. Ah woo! Lu Xun took another big bite and ate another piece. The 3-meter-tall body was lying on the shield. He was like a ferocious gluttonous beast, feasting and gobbling up food. Ah woo! Ah woo! Everyone was dumbfounded, watching helplessly as the energy value of the shield plummeted by 18% in 10 seconds. Can you even eat the shield? We would like to call you the God of War, and we recognize this name. Everyone straightened their backs in unison, with serious faces and respect in their eyes. But Lu Xun still felt that eating one bite at a time was too slow. He paused and stuck out a huge tongue from his mouth. Thousands of ferocious barbs appeared densely on the tongue coating, just like a tiger's tongue. He swung his giant tongue and licked the shield hard, only to hear a sound like cracking silk, and a large piece of the shield disappeared. He began to speed up, and his majestic body like a mountain lay completely on the wall of air, and he began to lick fiercely at a very high frequency. The giant tongue was thrown into a ball of afterimages, making a series of sia sounds. For a moment, spittle flew everywhere and saliva splashed. It only took 8 seconds to lick it hundreds of times. Click! Under the extremely shocked eyes of everyone, the 2-meter-thick super all-powerful shield shattered. It's so fierce. Mars! What a powerful tongue! The tiger-headed and panda people exclaimed one after another, and everyone was in awe. Lu Xun put away his tongue, walked forward with a normal expression, popped out his giant arm, grabbed the curtain and swiped it up. The jars behind it were revealed. This time, there were no surprises. In the jar, the elves were naked and soaked in nutrient solution. They curled up, closed their eyes tightly, and remained motionless. You've all seen what you should see. Lu Xun turned around, looked at Ware, and said solemnly, next, it's your turn to show the so-called end. As long as Ware sees the elf, the Shu and Li families will disappear from this planet. This is what she said personally, so don't let him down. Don't worry, I don't like lying. Ware nodded, took out the communication device, and pressed a button. Buzz! Suddenly, a huge holographic projection unfolded and appeared in front of everyone. In the void, an old elf man wearing a white robe and holding a staff sat on a chair. His beard and hair are all white, the wrinkles on his face are compensated, and his ears are very long, nearly twice as long as Wire's elf ears. The old man's eyes were deep in vicissitudes of life, as if he had experienced countless mortal years. He looked at everyone present with gentle eyes. This is the elf ambassador. Ambassador Lecco. Lu Xun's pupils shrank and he was shocked. This old man is so familiar. You can often see him on the international news. Ambassador, the full name is Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary. As the top diplomatic envoy of the Elf Embassy in the People's Federation, Lecco's every word and deed can represent the will of the Elf Queen and the Elf people. He has held this position for more than 1,300 years. He is definitely a well-established and world-renowned big shot. I thought Wire could win the secretary, political counselor, or a minister from the Elf Embassy, and that would be enough. Who would have thought that she could directly connect with a big boss like Ambassador Lecco? Unbelievable. Brush. The moment the old man appeared, everyone present except Lu Xun knelt down on one knee, put their right hand on their chest, lowered their heads, and acted uniformly to pay high respect to the ambassador. Just when Lu Xun was about to show respect to the boss, an old voice sounded in his ears that was like a refreshing breeze. No need to be polite, everyone, please get up, especially your majesty the god of war. You helped us find our lost compatriots. This kindness will be remembered by our clan. The voice is very kind and gentle, like a kind elder. He is obviously a big shot, but as soon as Ambassador Lecco opens his mouth, most of the tension and alienation in people's hearts disappear in an instant. He called me the god of war. Did he always know what happened here? Then why not send more powerful experts to support? Single quote. Lu Xun was slightly moved in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He nodded to the old man and said in a deep and authentic voice, I'm just taking a little action. Ambassador, there's no need to be polite. Let's chat later, let's talk about business first. Leko smiled, his old eyes slowly passed over everyone, and finally his eyes fell on Wire. I saw it all. You did a great job, Wire. Wire shook her head and said in a deep voice, this accident happened frequently, due to insufficient preparation, incomplete information collection, and the operation almost failed. A total of 9 soldiers died and 4 were seriously injured. These were all caused by my mistakes. I have an unshirkable responsibility. If Lu Xun hadn't come to help, they would have had to break the rules to succeed in the rescue. Okay, don't blame yourself. Ambassador Leko said something to her, then turned around and looked at the empty side. How is it? Speaker Sun, how do you want to handle this matter? Dear Mr. Ambassador, I have seen everything. The evidence is irrefutable and irrefutable. Just follow the agreement made in advance. A strange voice sounded, and another holographic projection appeared out of thin air. It was a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes. Humanity. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then were shocked. Chairman Sun. Another big shot. The Human Federation has a total of thousands of self-circulating cities. The federal parliament is the highest political body of the People's Federation. Down below, there's the state parliament. Jinghai City is a small self-circulating city on the southwest border of Lanzhou among the 11 prefectures of the People's Federation. The person talking to Ambassador Leko is the state speaker of Lanzhou. In front of a big shot of this level, the Shu family and the Li family are nothing. An elf smuggling case alarmed so many big bosses. Only then did Lu Xun suddenly realize. It turns out that this operation was not a secret operation carried out by the elves without telling the People's Federation. The top leaders of the 2 clans have already made an agreement. The case took place on the territory of the People's Federation. The elves received information from the mysterious seller who robbed the elves. He knew clearly that the other party was deliberately trying to stir up trouble and sow discord between the 2 clans. But this is a conspiracy. The elves want to rescue their abducted compatriots, but they are not worried about leaving them all to humans for investigation. When it comes to saving people, it's safer to do it yourself. After negotiations, the 2 tribes reached an agreement. If the elves want to investigate on their own, they can. But before there is conclusive evidence, they cannot act recklessly and must abide by the rules. The intensity of the battle must be controlled as much as possible to avoid causing panic among the people. This is the 7th elf smuggling case that has occurred this year. The super snipers, various heavy weapons, and magic network barriers obtained by Wire and the Servant Army are probably rented directly from the People's Alliance military. As soon as Chairman Sun appeared, all the internal guards and public security bureau personnel outside became silent. Apparently they evacuated the place after receiving the order. But Lu Xun was more curious about what Chairman Sun meant by dealing with it as agreed just now. Until there is conclusive evidence, you must abide by the rules. Does that mean that as long as there is conclusive evidence, the People's Federation will acquiesce to the elves' random behavior? As soon as the thought came to an end, Ambassador Leko's next words confirmed Lu Xun's suspicion. I am very grateful that Chairman Sun can abide by the agreement. Those involved in the case will be left to our clan to deal with. Don't worry, they will be dealt with within 2 minutes and will not cause panic among your people. Of course, you and I have a friendship that lasts for 30,000 years, and we are each other's most trustworthy allies. History has proven this. Chairman Sun nodded with a smile, then looked down at the time and said politely, I still have a meeting to hold, so I'll take my leave now. See you later. Drop. The holographic projection disappeared. I'm going to do my work too. Let Agatha handle the rest. After seeing off Speaker Sun, Ambassador Leko once again turned his attention to everyone present. Agatha. Wire was stunned for a moment, as if she was a little surprised. Is the High Priest going to take action? Well, she happens to be free today. She's already here. Buzz. The words just fell. Suddenly, the sky above the Shu family mansion was filled with wind and clouds. the space was torn open, and a huge crack appeared in the sky. One right foot steps out, barefoot. Immediately afterwards, an elf woman wearing a dark purple palace robe and holding a red gold magic wand appeared. Her facial features are exquisite, her beautiful face has a cold expression, and her ears are pointed and long. She wears a gorgeous palace robe, and her temperament is cold and noble. Intrusion alert. Intrusion alert. The sky's defense system has been breached. An intruder has been found. The threat value is being determined. Judgment result. Natural disaster level life form. Hazard level. Level 10. Applying to implement the fourth set of emergency response plans. The application was rejected. The authorization was not passed. The city lord's order was received. The threat value was redetermined, and it was judged to be 0. The alert has been lifted, please don't panic. The entire city suddenly sounded the horn of war, and before the 6 million citizens of Jinghai City could react, the alarm was inexplicably lifted. Obviously, the higher-ups have already said hello, and the person coming is a friend, not an enemy. The high priest of the elves directly tore apart space from thousands of miles away and teleported to Jinghai City. After she arrived, she slowly descended. A loud rumbling sound was heard, and the earth automatically separated to both sides like seawater, revealing the underground space. I've met the high priest. Wire bowed and saluted. I'll leave this to you. Yes, Agatha nodded, looking at the canned elves with clear eyes. Laugh. The index finger of her left hand moved slightly, and the space beside her was torn apart, and a dark portal opened. Bang bang bang. The jars burst one after another, and the nutrient solution flowed all over the floor. One by one, the elves were swept up by a streamer-like green light, and then flew into the portal. After finishing this, she was about to leave, but paused and couldn't help but look at Wire one more time. We haven't seen each other for more than 100 years. How old is Xiao Wei? She's almost an adult, right? Thank you, High Priest, for your concern. Wire said politely. Wire has indeed grown up and will become an adult in 2 months. Lu Xuan, do you elves have any misunderstandings about adulthood? Is this the arrogance of the immortal species? He couldn't help but complain. I'll do some work first and we'll talk later. High Priest Agatha nodded. A while, here should mean, a few years later. As she turned around, the space in front of her opened automatically. She raised her right foot and walked in. When she took out her left foot, she was already back above Jinghai City. Wait, show mercy, show mercy. An aircraft came through the sky, and the 187-year-old speaker of the Li family shouted and begged in horror. Every wrongdoer has his own debtor, and I request to be punished by law. I alone bear all the blame for all crimes. More people in the Li family are innocent. You can't kill innocent people indiscriminately like this, and you can't trample on the laws of the People's Federation. However, no matter how much he begged, the beautiful elf high priest remained expressionless. Whether life is innocent or not, life will measure it. She stretched out her slender hands in the wide sleeves of her robe, palms facing the ground, and made the final verdict in a cold voice without any emotion. Forbidden curse the sanction of life. Her beautiful face has a solemn, sacred and majestic look that cannot be blasphemed. The cold voice seems to contain the will of God. Every syllable falls, the wind and clouds surge between heaven and earth, and everything resonates. In Agatha's white palm, a crystal clear and beautiful green seed fell from the sky. It was full of rich breath of life and fell silently to the earth. Buzz. The next moment, the seed of life exploded. With it as the center, circles of green magic ripples arose, sweeping across the entire Jinghai City. Whether it was the inner city, the outer city, or the underground city more than 10 kilometers deep, they were all penetrated in an instant. More than 6 million people bathed in the vibrant green ripples. At first, people were panicked, thinking that their lives would be deprived of their lives by such personal power. But then everyone found out that the ripples of life did no harm to them. They were bathed in the emerald green magic, but they were unscathed. Then they all felt relieved. But some people are not so lucky. No. On the aircraft, the 187-year-old speaker of the Li family let out a shrill wail, showing a look of extreme despair. The sky is also the scope of this forbidden spell. The ripples of life passed through the all-round shield outside his body without any hindrance and flowed over his body. They seemed to have detected something, checked their eyes, and met the right person. In an instant, countless life elements came from all directions, like sharks smelling blood, scrambling to get into the old speaker's body. Tisk! A green plant sprout pierced the flesh and grew out of his head. Tisk! Another green plant emerged from his neck. Chi 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 chi. In just a second or two, the old speaker's body was covered with various plants, including flowers, grass, saplings, mushrooms. They absorb nutrients like crazy and thrive. Ah! Get away, get away. The old speaker's body was withering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. He waved his hands frantically, trying to pull out the parasitic plants on his body, but the roots of the plants had already penetrated deep into his muscles, fascia, blood vessels, internal organs, brain, and even bone marrow. He reluctantly pulled it out, and blood spurted out. As soon as the flowers and plants outside the skin are pulled out, new sprouts grow out the next moment, like maggots on the tarsal bones, which cannot be shaken off. Ah! His skin fell off, his muscles atrophied, his blood dried up, and his cells dissolved. Soon, he was sucked into a mummy and lost his life in endless pain and torture. The plants are lush and full of vitality, the flowers are in full bloom and the fragrance is fragrant. How wonderful is this scene! No one cares about the insignificant skeleton under the lush flowers and leaves. The same thing happened in many corners of Jinghai. The elf high priest has greatly limited the lethality of this forbidden curse. Although its scope covers the entire population of more than 6 million people in Jinghai City, she only targets bloodlines for punishment. Shu and Li are two huge aristocratic families, and all members of their families, whether they are direct masters, young masters or aunts, are 7 uncles and 8 aunts. Anyone who has anything to do with these two bloodlines has nowhere to escape. Anyone who is under the forbidden curse will suffer the punishment of life unless he has a pure heart, a clear soul, and a spotless heart. This is what she meant when she just said, whether life is innocent or not, life will measure it. But obviously, this sentence is just bullshit, and saying it means not saying it. Human beings are creatures with too many distracting thoughts and strong desires. Everyone has a dark side deep in their heart. Even the most noble saints have selfish desires to some extent. Therefore, once this forbidden curse is released, it is basically equivalent to killing the 9 tribes of the Shu and Li families. The thousands of people from both families in Jinghai City have all become fertilizer for the growth of plants. In order to make the sinners who blasphemed their lives feel the weight and preciousness of life, so that they can sincerely repent before death and get the opportunity for self-salvation. The high priest also thoughtfully slowed down the sanctions for dozens of principal criminals involved in the case. The process of the plants did not eat them in an instant, but bit by bit, slowly, allowing them to slowly feel the passage of their lives. She is so gentle, hiss. Lu Xuan took a breath of air. He watched helplessly as a Shu family member not far away, who had been injured and unconscious before, suddenly jumped up crying for his father and mother. He was awakened by severe pain. His whole body was covered with flowers, grass and saplings, and a cockroach wild fungus even appeared on his head. The man wailed and screamed, dying slowly in endless fear and torture until he turned into a pile of bones. The picture was too cruel. Is this a natural disaster-level powerhouse? Lu Xuan stared at the figure standing in the sky with deep eyes. If Agatha was the enemy, then the 6 million people in Jinghai City would probably have become 6 million skeletons by now. Despite the warning from above, the city's defense and counterattack system did not stop Agatha's behavior and allowed her to release the forbidden spell. But this is a natural disaster, and Jinghai City is just a second-level self-circulating city. Can it really compete with such terrifying personal power? They used space magic to teleport directly to the city, completely ignoring the sky defense system. What a fart. This is the weakness of human beings. Although the collective power dominates the world and the military-industrial system frightens all races in the world, in contrast, the individual power of human beings is too weak. There is really a natural disaster-level boss who wants to raid Jinghaicheng. There is no need to struggle, just wait for death. Although the People's League will definitely take revenge and repay blood with blood after the incident, revenge cannot bring the dead back to life. This was the first time in Lu Xuan's life that he had witnessed the personal power of a natural disaster. He looked solemn, thinking of his aunt, Xiao Yu, uncle, and the premonition of war that Wire mentioned before. For a time, my heart couldn't help but feel more urgent and more hungry for power. Inferior, low, medium, high, special, Lord. He is now at the Lord level, the sixth, big realm, and he has reached it through his own efforts in just a few days. This growth rate is already very terrifying. But above the Lords, there are also King level, Extraordinary level, Emperor level, Natural Disaster level, Master level, and even mythical level creatures known as the ceiling of world combat power. On this planet, the top 8 powerful clans and countries all have mythical combat power. The human race also has many, such as anti-myth level strategic mechas, anti-myth level annihilation cannons, and so on. If you really want to protect your family in a war and survive in troubled times, then you must have extraordinary strength, right? As the saying goes, the mind is better than things, transcending the ordinary to the holy. The power of the soul can transcend the material world, and personal will is superior to the world. Therefore, extraordinary creatures are also called Holy King level. First strive to become a king level creature, and then strive to be promoted to a holy king. Single quote. Lu Xuan raised his head and stared fixedly at High Priest Agatha above the sky. He made a decision in his heart that from now on, he would take her as his life goal, try his best, work hard, catch up with her, or even surpass her. One day, he will project all races, stand on top of the world, and evolve into the most powerful creature in the universe. After a few more minutes, the execution of the elf high priest was completed. She broke through the space and finally teleported away. Phew, it's over. Wire breathed a sigh of relief, and the surrounding servant soldiers were also relieved. This battle was not easy and there were many twists and turns. If it hadn't been for the God of War, brother who rushed out halfway and wiped out the Li family's reinforcements with one man and one stick, then they might have ended up here. Your Excellency God of War, thank you again for your help. Please also convey my gratitude to your third brother Mr. Zanfeng for me. Wei was very tall and stood gracefully, but her height only reached Lu Xuan's belly button. She raised her head and stared at him, her emerald green eyes full of sincerity. My clan will give you generous gifts to repay this kindness. Do you have any other needs? Please feel free to ask. Since Zanfeng and Ares are 2 people, they must prepare 2 gifts. The reward for providing intelligence and the illustrious military exploits for defeating the enemy must be given to the Zan brothers. Any other needs? Ahem. Lu Xuan's heart moved, he coughed, and said seriously, I do have a rather embarrassing request. But it doesn't matter. Wire blinked, my clan has never been stingy with its benefactors. Quote. Then I won't be polite. Lu Xuan's eyes became intense, he couldn't help but lick his lips, and said to her excitedly, I just want to ask you if you can let me touch it. Wei subconsciously protected her chest with her hands, took a half step back, and kept her eyes alert. Quote. Touch them. Lu Xuan turned his giant arm and pointed at the servant soldiers beside him. Tiger-headed man, panda man, everyone was stunned, suspecting that there was something wrong with their ears. But before they could react, they heard the God of War brother add. Touch them all again, just 10 seconds for each touch. Wei. Chapter 91. Wei only took half a step back, but the pandas and tiger-headed people took 3 full steps back. They looked at Lu Xuan with horrified expressions. To be honest, I have liked furry and anthropomorphic things since I was a child. Lu Xuan looked serious and said to Wei in a deep voice, don't worry, it only requires ordinary physical contact, and no private parts are involved. Ah, the corner of Wei's mouth twitched. She really didn't expect that the God of War, who kills people without blinking an eye, not only has a powerful tongue, but is also a Fu Rui control. And, you don't have to look so serious when talking about your shameful fetish in public, it's not a serious topic after all. She couldn't help but complain in her heart. Ahem, I'm sorry to bother you all. Wei cleared her throat, then turned to the servant soldiers and said, please line up and fully satisfy His Excellency the God of War's needs. Strong people always have some special quirks, which is normal and understandable. Your Excellency, God of War, has helped them so much. What's wrong with touching him? No piece of meat will fall off. Okay, now that Miss Ware has spoken, we will definitely carry out the order. The tiger-headed leader said in a difficult tone, with the word, king, on his forehead wrinkled into waves. It's no problem. The chubby bodies of the Pandaren couldn't help but tremble. After hesitating for a moment, they simply calmed down, stood up, and lined up. Thank you all. Lu Xun was not polite. His 3-meter-tall, muscular body walked toward them step by step. His huge palm fell like an umbrella cover, holding the head of a furry white tiger, and started to rub it like a cat. Rub and rub. Ah, not bad, not bad. This feels so wonderful. Parsing, 5%, 10%. Analysis completed. Included. Biological illustration X1. Characteristic points plus 14,000. Illustrated book Tiger-Headed Man Special. Fitness, 68%. 1.4 dachi were accounted for. Lu Xun caught another chubby panda and put his big hands on its furry and soft belly and rubbed it. Parsing, 5%, 10%. Analysis completed. Included. Biological illustration X1. Characteristic points plus 15,200. Illustrated book Iron Eater Special. Picture book completeness, 100%. Fitness, 99.4%. Perfect projection conditions have been reached. Do you want to start projection? Weather. Lu Xun's eyes lit up. I'll do it. Will there be any unexpected gains? Discovered a new species with perfect fit. Pandas are extremely powerful, have rough skin and thick flesh, are invulnerable, and have a strong bite force. It is also a species from another world that takes the physical form. After projection and integration, Lu Xun's ultimate form will definitely be more powerful. Okay, you are very good. Lu Xun patted the panda leader on the shoulder, his voice as deep as rolling thunder. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Aries. Its body trembled, and the dark circles on the panda's face were trembling, as if it might be frightened and cry at any time. The servant soldiers present were all special level. 2 special illustrations have been obtained, and 2.92 daki have been credited. Logically speaking, Lu Xun should stop. But since it has created a false character of Furui control for its God of War vest, it must act to the end and the character cannot collapse. This way, if you encounter the beast-eared girl in the future, you will have a reason to take action. So based on the principle of treating everyone equally, he masturbated all the remaining tigers and cats. Ahem, thank you for your cooperation. I'm very satisfied. Lu Xun looked satisfied and suddenly felt refreshed. He bowed his hands to everyone and said seriously, if you have any familiar friends with other furry alien races, please be sure to introduce them to me. Well, except for monkeys, I hate monkeys more. Everyone, good guy, it's not enough to take advantage of us, you also want to mess with our acquaintances. Unacceptable. The soldiers of the servant army were all trembling with anger and dared not speak out. Also introduce me to you. That's even more impossible. They all secretly swore that after returning, they would tell their acquaintances and friends that if they unfortunately encountered a devilish muscular man named God of War in the future, they must stay away from him. Are you finished with your work, God of War? Ware interrupted. The people from the City Lord's mansion just contacted me and want to take over the handling of the Shu family mansion. Let's leave first. Although the high priest of the elves had the Shu and Li families confiscated and exterminated, this was only the end of the matter for the elves, not the People's League. The nature of this case is very bad. For their own selfish interests, human leaders bought and sold elves to create elixirs of immortality for themselves, which seriously hurt the emotions of the elves and damaged the deep friendship between the two races. No one related to the Shu and Li families can escape. Catch those who deserve to be arrested, and kill those who deserve to be killed. The two super aristocratic families have been operating in Jinghaicheng for many years. They have many connections and intertwined powers. A huge illegal interest group has long been formed behind them. The lord of the city is not a native of Jinghaicheng, but airborne from another state. In the past, the city lord had no way to deal with these aristocratic families, but after seizing the opportunity this time, he naturally could not be lenient. The huge interest groups behind the Shu family and Li family will also be uprooted. In addition, there is a high probability that Zhang Xinghai will be able to clear his name and regain his innocence. I just don't know if the more than 7 million in pensions and compensation that were devoured by Lu Xuan's biological parents and uncle can be returned. It is probably possible. After all, the city lord is under huge pressure now. The elf smuggling case occurred on his territory, and punishment plus review cannot be avoided. If he doesn't deal with these messes beautifully, it may affect his future career. In short, this messy incident has come to an end. Starting tomorrow, Jinghai City will return to its former peace, with a lot less dirt and dregs, and even the air will become much fresher. Ahem, can you show me the big sniper in your hand? Show me the bolter of that brother over there too. Oh yes, I also want to touch the magic network barrier. Everyone was silent, but it was hard to refuse. After all, even my body has been touched by others, what else in the world can I not deliver? After 10 minutes, he touched everything he needed to touch. Yes, Lu Xuan nodded with satisfaction and said to her, then I'll take a step forward and not be with you guys anymore. We'll meet again in the future if we are destined. Then the thank you gift and reward. Leave it all to my third brother Zanfeng. In a few days, he will go to the same place to find you. Lu Xuan waved his hand and said. After saying this, with a thought in his mind, the strong wind howled. He turned into a green light and disappeared into the Shu family mansion. When the matter is over, he brushes off his clothes and goes away, hiding his merit and fame. Old place. Wire was stunned for a moment, then realized that the other party was referring to her home. Let's leave too and return the rented equipment as soon as possible. She turned around and said to the servant soldiers, thank you for your hard work this time. I will truthfully report your military exploits to the clan and reward you based on your merits. Thank you, Miss Ware. 10 minutes later, the large forces of the Internal Security and Public Security Department finally entered the Shu family mansion and cleaned up the devastated battlefield. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the very hidden underground space, someone's excited laughter was constantly heard. It's great, I'm making a lot of money. Huh, isn't this the same plugin as Dutch? Lu Xuan dug out a chip, and it turned out to be a central nervous system implant discovered by Dongfang Tianyu, the greatest swordsman in Jinghai City. Space-Time Observer Type 5. The same plugin as Master Dutch. But this one is more advanced, it is the 5th generation, using more advanced military technology and new materials, and adding many new functions. Therefore, a new illustration was generated and given more than 5,000 characteristic points. What kind of bullshit great swordsman was created by using money power? Lu Xuan knocked Dongfang Tianyu to death with a casual blow, so can he also call himself Jinghaicheng's biggest stick man? Dongfang Tianyu has more kryptonium than Master Daki. He is almost a completely transformed human being, with no trace of flesh on his body. There are more than 200 prosthetics. Unfortunately, 1/3 of them were smashed by the big stick of truth. The illustrations were incomplete and gave many fewer characteristic points. Lu Xuan finished analyzing Dongfang Tianyu's whole body parts and gained a total of 18,000 characteristic points. Iron Pillar. Roar. He couldn't wait to open the summoning circle and let the evil spirits bring out piles of loot. Tonight is harvest night. After counting all the loot, he will receive an unprecedented amount of trait points. Integrating the Bone King's body is a sure thing. Not just the Bone King body. It can also project and integrate the Pandaren. Although after the life level reaches the Lord level, it is extremely difficult to advance to each small level. The higher you go, the greater the resistance. But Lu Xuan felt that it would be no problem to advance to level 3 or 4 tonight. He is not yet an adult and cannot do anything else if he wants to. If you want to grow quickly, you can only kill people and explode equipment, use enemies as stepping stones and nutrients for your own evolution, step on mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and climb up step by step. But soon, he will turn 18 and will have more options then. Analyze everything. Lots of loot. This was the battle that Lu Xuan gained the most. Dozens of special retainers of the Li family revealed nearly 900 prosthetic bodies, as well as many melee weapons, firearms, and equipment. Among them, there are more than 200 military-grade prosthetics, and the rest are also very cutting-edge civilian-grade prosthetics with top-notch performance. Although many prosthetics are of the same style purchased in bulk by the Li family, there are still many types. After Lu Xun completed all the analysis, he obtained more than 100,000 characteristic points. Grandma, these are 10 Dutch. In addition, there is a single soldier mecha with a built-in cockpit. Tizu, get my mecha. He gave the order. Roar. Taizu immediately led the evil spirit generals to move the Xiaowu Zero out of the void, moved it to the open space in the middle, and handed it to Lord Bone King. The mecha is 2.7 meters tall. There are pieces of special armor distributed on the torso, joints, and limbs of the machine body, making it appear thick and ferocious. The mechanical arms, chest, shoulders, daughter loaded with large cannons and rocket launchers. In addition to the golden domineering face armor, its entire body is painted in silver, exuding a cold metallic luster like moonlight. It is full of science fiction and also exudes an atmosphere of time, standing like an ancient and mighty figure of Moon Knight. Even if it is a first-generation machine, an antique that has been retired for a long time, it still has the combat effectiveness of Lord One. Other mechas lose value as they get older, and second-hand ones are more than 50% cheaper than brand new ones. But Master Xiao is different. Since the Xiaowu Zero was discontinued more than 10,000 years ago, its collection significance is far greater than its combat value. This is already a cultural relic, and Master Xiao can only be seen occasionally in military museums. This is a very rare collection. Therefore, its price is more expensive than many third and fourth generation mechas. Without dozens or tens of billions, it would be impossible to get it. This is also true. The Li family actually spent a huge sum of money to acquire this old mecha from a cultural relics auction. When I first got it, the originally loaded combat platform, fire control system, weapons, energy module, energy shield module, were all dismantled and could only be viewed, not opened. In the name of legally owned cultural relics, Xiaowu Zero was successfully brought to the city. Then through various illegal channels, various mecha combat components and module systems were obtained in batches and installed, restoring their combat performance. Handsome. Lu Xun couldn't help but look excited. In fact, with his current life level, turning on the mecha would actually reduce his combat power. He originally didn't expect to use Master Xiao to fight, but just kept it as a figure or toy for collection. It would be quite fun to find time to repair this mobile armor, store it, and occasionally take it out for fun. Of course, that doesn't mean it's completely useless in combat. In the future, he can also use his mecha to confuse his enemies. Just imagine, when the enemy worked hard and finally broke the energy shield outside and penetrated the armor shell, thinking that the victory was determined, he would be greeted by something stronger, taller, and stronger than the mecha. The Devil's Muscular Man, plus the Stick of Truth. What expression will the enemy have on his face? It's exciting to think about. Come on, let me see how many trait points you can give me. Lu Xun put his palm on the machine body, and immediately felt a cold metal touch on his skin. Analysis. Parsing, 5%, 10%. Analysis completed. Included. Non-living illustrated book X1. Characteristic points plus 25,000. Illustrated book Xiaowu Type 0 mobile armor. Picture book completeness. 97.8%. Energy module, muscle strength module, energy shield module, perception system, combat control module, intelligent control system, airborne weapons. A huge amount of information flowed into his mind, and this mecha no longer had any secrets in his eyes. Did you give 25,000? Not bad. Lu Xun nodded, quite satisfied. The value of Master Xiao is almost comparable to the remains of the king-level green ghost in the museum. Of course, it was also because there was only one skeleton left of the Ghost King, the physical tissue was severely missing, and the completeness of the illustrated book was low. If you analyze a complete, living king-level creature, the rewarded characteristic points will be much richer. The damage to the machine is not much, so repairing it is not difficult. It can be done in 3 or 4 days. Lu Xun touched his chin, thoughtfully, and soon had a repair plan in his mind. Before, he stabbed the mecha hard, shattering the pilot inside with the force of ripples, but he actually held back his force, wanting to preserve the integrity of the mecha as much as possible, otherwise it would be very troublesome to repair it afterwards. Otherwise, with the terrifying explosive power of his ultimate form, coupled with the armor-breaking effect of the Stick of Truth, if the power is fully used, Master Shao, can be destroyed with one blow. Move it back and store it well. Lu Xun turned to Tizu and warned, it is linked to your life, so don't lose it. Roar. Tizu nodded like a fool, and swore with a serious face that he would keep this new toy safe for Lord Bone King. The evil spirits moved, Master Shao, back to the underworld, and took the initiative to transport the thousands of trophies piled on the ground like a hill one by one. Seeing this, Lu Xun suddenly remembered something, and with an idea, he pointed at the pile of trophies and ordered. Keep those non-implanted weapons and equipment for a while, I want to give them a try. Roar. The evil spirit army respectfully accepted the order. Soon, only a bunch of plasma lightsabers, special metal swords, jetpacks, electromagnetic rifles, laser guns were left on the scene. Lu Xun stretched out his skeleton hand, facing forward, and thought. Buzz. The long river of souls stirred up turbulent currents, and surging soul power surged out. A huge five-pointed star magic circle was outlined on the ground. That's right, he wanted to try the Golden Skeleton Warrior summoning technique that taught him in the morning. This was an updated and advanced version, and it was the same level of undead magic as Hyakuki Yako. Come out, you losers. He shouted in a low voice, increasing the output of his soul power. Buzz buzz. The magic circle emits golden light. White and slippery skull heads emerged one after another, rising slowly. Soon, 10 skeleton warriors appeared on the field. 6 of them are still human skeletons, but the remaining 4 are different, they actually have animal shapes. 3 2-meter-tall Tauren skeleton warriors, plus a wild boar skeleton warrior with strangely long tusks. On their white bones, wisps of dark golden light appeared faintly, and red soul fire danced in their eye sockets, which was very scary. All have advanced level 5 or above strength. And unlike Go Shanghai, they don't appear naked, but carry shields, giant axes, bows and arrows and other weapons. 10 high-level 5th-level warriors. Lu Xun was a little surprised. The upgraded version of the skeleton warrior summoning technique is a bit powerful. Although Baigui Yexing can summon 100 evil spirits, there is only one high-level evil spirit, Tizu, and the others have only medium and low-level combat capabilities. The captain of the intelligence squadron, Erlunzi, even has only low-level ones. Advanced, in the 4th realm. In fact, in the eyes of ordinary people, high-level warriors are already very powerful. There are many bodyguards for ordinary rich people and businessmen in Jinghai City, which are at the middle and high levels. Special-level personal bodyguards are quite popular. The lowest level of special-level bodyguards has a monthly salary starting at 1 million. Therefore, summoning 10 advanced level 5 skeleton warriors at once to assist in the battle fully proves the powerful potential of undead magic. Can the special summoning spell summon 10 special warriors? What about the Lord level skeleton summoning technique? 10 lords. Master FA is really promising. It's a pity that my Bone King form is still at an advanced level. Otherwise, would have taught me Lord level undead magic. Lu Xun murmured, feeling a little regretful. Although will lose all his memories and abilities every time he is reincarnated, and start his life from scratch, the magical knowledge of his past life can be slowly awakened. It does a lot of powerful magic. But Lu Xun only has a high-level Bone King body. Unless he consumes 10 times the characteristic points and strongly improves it, it will be capped. If you want to continue to rise, you must either integrate new forms, and according to the principle of moving one thing and moving 10,000, you can make a little mention. Or it could be projecting more powerful necromancer genes and rapidly improving them. But in the entire Jinghai City, there is only one undead clan called Lu Xun confirmed this with him. Why can foreign students not participate in parent-teacher conferences at school? Parents never came once. I don't know if the elders of the Necron tribe in will come to see it when they graduate. If they could come, Lu Xun would invite their whole family to soak in the hot springs and then analyze them all. Throw away all the rags you have, Lu Xun said to the 10 golden skeleton warriors. Ding ling dang kang. They reacted extremely quickly, and the moment they received the order, they threw away their ordinary shields, bows, arrows, and weapons without hesitation. He is very obedient to orders and prohibitions. Much better than Go Shengyi. Pick up the things on the ground. Next, Lu Xun directed them again and started assembly. Soon, they were armed and transformed into 10 skeleton warriors equipped with a full set of modern military-grade individual equipment. A plasma lightsaber that cuts through iron like clay. A jetpack capable of high-speed flight. A set of special combat uniforms with strong defensive performance. An electromagnetic rifle that can hurt special-level creatures. Lu Xun made an estimate. With the assistance of these equipment and weapons, their individual combat effectiveness has leapt to the level of special 5 to 6 levels. If 10 of them go together, they can easily beat to death a powerful person of level 8 to 9. This is money power. If Lu Xun was asked to spend money on arming skeleton warriors, he would definitely be reluctant to spend so much money. But these military equipment all come from special retainers of the Li family. They are all stolen goods, and it is difficult to exchange them for money. Rather than leaving it gathering dust in a warehouse, it would be better to equip all the leftovers. Study hard and watch well. I will only teach you 5 times. Next, Lu Xun demonstrated to them how to use various weapons and equipment. Among them, the wild boar skeleton warrior only learned it after watching it once. It is very skilled in the use of lightsabers, jetpacks, and electromagnetic rifles. Holding a lightsaber, flying around in the underground space, tossing and turning, 6 yuppies. Although he has a pig's head, his understanding is so high, which is surprising. Come here, Lu Xun shouted to the wild boar skeleton warrior. It immediately put away its lightsaber, sprayed the particles behind it a few times, returned to the Bone King, knelt down on one knee, and showed respect. Performing well, I have appointed you as the commander-in-chief of the Undead Legion, leading all the soldiers to fight on the battlefield for me. The face of Lu Xun's skull was expressionless, and his voice was majestic and solemn. This king will give you a supremely glorious name, Zhu Tutu. Crunchy. It nodded quickly, shaking its head and making the sound of bones rubbing together, and bowed down, thanking Lord Bone King for the name. Lu Xun took the opportunity to raise his hand and put his hand on its pig's head. Analysis. Single quote. Analysis completed. Characteristic points plus 1105. Illustrated book Pig-faced man high. Completeness, 24%. Attribution, orc. Fitness, 74.8%. He froze for a moment. Suddenly, evil thoughts came into my mind. The summoned object will be bound to the mage from the first time it is summoned. Only after death will new ones be automatically added. Then can he kill the skeleton warrior himself and then summon him again? Bug stuck all the time, grinding the feature points. But I just don't know if there will be any side effects. Lu Xun subconsciously felt that this kind of evil behavior that degraded one's character would lead to some ominous consequences. People answered the call from the underworld and came to help you, only to be killed by their own summoner. If you do this kind of bad thing too much, you might be directly blacklisted by the underworld. After all, the underworld, the abyss, the spiritual world, these are all higher dimensional realms that science cannot yet explain. They definitely exist in this world, but the world cannot find them or even explore them. Everything is full of unknowns. Lu Xun didn't dare to mess around and decided to go to school tomorrow to ask her to learn more about the underworld. You come here too, he called another bull-headed skeleton warrior. After the analysis, more than 1,000 characteristic points were obtained again. Okay, you go back first, remember to practice more, master these new equipments, and be ready to fight for me at all times. Quack, quack, they nodded, returned the same way, and disappeared into the underground space. After dispatching the undead army, only then did Lu Xun take a deep breath, suppressing his trembling and excitement, consciously communicating with his omniscient right hand, and checking the balance. Available feature points, 235,000. He immediately froze, staring at this terrifying number. He was stunned for several seconds before he realized what he was doing. He couldn't help but uttered a curse word. 235,000. Unbelievable. Lu Xun had never seen so many characteristic points in his life. In the past 13 years, he had not been able to find a gene with perfect fit, so he did not pay too much attention to collecting characteristic points, but he also explored all the new things common in daily life, and accumulated 75,000. 13 years, 75,000. Half an hour, 235,000. How big is this gap? A man is not rich without windfall, and a horse is not fat without night grass. If Lu Xun continued to grow steadily, he would have to do so for 40 years before he could match the gains from the Shu family mansion. Therefore, when it's time to fight, you still have to fight. If you don't fight hard in life, what's the difference between that and salted fish? Although it is getting harder and harder to advance above the Lord level, with so many characteristic points, it shouldn't be a problem to reach level 4 to 5 in one go. Single quote. Lu Xun took a deep breath to calm down his excitement. Chi-chi. With a thought, his skeletal body quickly grew flesh and blood, and grew taller. His body size soared, and he quickly entered his ultimate form. 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles, its green and red ghost horns have strange arcs, and its strange eyes are breathtaking. He carries a grimace on his back, his shoulders are as broad as a bridge, and his figure is as majestic as a mountain. The ultimate form is currently integrated into 3 forms: Sky Ghost, Ghost God, and Gluttony. Humans, Green Oni, Red Oni, and Slime, these 4 are in a state of complete integration. They have achieved, I am in you and you are in me. Their characteristics are compatible and unified with each other, forming the only new life in the universe, body. As for the Bone King body that originated from the Necromancer tribe, it is only a preliminary fusion, belonging to a secondary form, and has not been completely integrated. But it doesn't matter, tonight is the time for it to join the lumberjack. Is it possible to integrate the Bone King form into the ultimate form? Whether. Yes, Lu Xun did not hesitate and made his choice immediately. Buzz. 60,000 characteristic points disappeared instantly. At the same time, he felt that he heard a clear, click, sound in his mind, as if a shackle was broken, the shackles disappeared, and the genetic limiter was lifted. Just like when the slime form was integrated before, after the 60,000 characteristic points were depleted, the repulsive force disappeared. Lu Xun seemed to have some realization, and an idea came to his mind. Chi-chi. Suddenly, the tiger's body trembled. His majestic body made a cracking, bone-exploding sound, and the muscles and bones all over his body were rhythmic, emitting bursts of explosions like thunder. Just a chi-chi sound was heard, and 2 elbow knives, like long and narrow bone, all sprouted from the elbows of his strong arms, and a whole thick spine on his back also. Chi-chi, one bone spur after another was drilled out, which was extremely ferocious. On his thick neck, the bone layer spreads rapidly from bottom to top like wildly growing vegetation, forming a bone armor to protect his neck, and continues to cover upwards, rising and rising like a rising horizontal plane, until it reaches the middle of the bridge of the nose. The position just stopped. The mouth, jaws, nose, the entire lower half of the face forms a mask-like visor. The surface of the white bone mask is outlined with evil and gloomy lines, and is also covered with barbs, which is very ferocious. This phenomenon also occurs in other parts of the body. It was as if bone hyperplasia had reached the surface of the skin, and in the blink of an eye, a pair of white bone armor was draped on his body. Breastplate, face armor, shoulder armor, arm guards, leg guards, wrist guards. Like a domineering heavenly king armor. Laugh. A strange sound came, and above his pair of cyan-red pupils, between his eyebrows, a dark and deep, vertical pupil, as deep as the gate of hell appeared, with a green and faint soul fire burning in it. Ha! Lu Xun took a deep breath, closed his eyes gently, and saw an extremely deep and wide river of souls in the sea of consciousness. The power of the soul was surging, vast, and endless. Master Fa finally merged with the big muscle tyrant. At this point, all of Lu Xun's secondary forms have completed the unification, and all of his life force has been condensed into a whole. Although he is completely integrated, he is completely free. He can also actively separate various parts of his body, adjust the level of power at will, and even arrange and combine various forms to present different physical characteristics, and is not subject to any restrictions. Any restrictions. Is this the ultimate complete body after integration? He reached out and touched the ferocious visor on his face, then looked at the white bone armor covering his whole body, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. The 3-meter-tall devil muscleman is covered in the extremely domineering King of Heaven's bone armor, with cool and rusty bone spurs on various joints on his body, and he is carrying the extremely ferocious King of Truth, Fanged Club. The visual pressure is so strong that it can scare people to the point of peeing. Chi-chi. With a thought, the white bone mask on his face and the bone armor covering his whole body penetrated into his body like running water and disappeared. The soul pupil between the eyebrows also closed and disappeared. The thoughts came again and they popped up again. Fantastic. Lu Xun put his right hand on his chest and analyzed himself. Soon he understood his current situation. Lord level 4. Upgraded 2 levels in a row. This set of bone armor looks awesome, ferocious and domineering, but in fact it is not very effective. Including the cool bone spurs on the elbows, knee joints, and spine, they actually don't have much combat value. The rigid characteristic has also been improved by 1 level from the original basis, and the improvement is not very big. What's really powerful is the vertical soul pupil between Lu Xun's eyebrows. The great strengthening this time is not in the body, but in the soul. After completing the integration, Lu Xun's strong soul characteristic was directly upgraded from level 4 to level 8. The withering characteristic has also been upgraded to level 8, and the power of Hellfire has increased dramatically. This means that he is already a special level 8 to 9 necromancer. Netherworld travel. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xun's majestic body entered a state of virtualization and turned into a spirit body that could not be seen by ordinary people's naked eyes and was immune to conventional physical damage. However, it will also acquire the weaknesses of all spiritual bodies and be easily injured by means specifically targeting the spiritual realm. Okay. Lu Xun nodded with great satisfaction. He has been coveting the ability of virtualization for a long time. In the past, this special skill could only be performed in the form of the Bone King. But the Bone King form has always been stuck at an advanced level, and he has learned very little magic, so it is of little use in fighting. It's too troublesome to switch forms during battle. But now, he has become a big muscular tyrant. In his ultimate form, he can also become invisible, pass through walls, and escape from the ground. Just with the magical skill of Netherworld Walk, you can earn 60,000 characteristic points. Lu Xun looked at the balance of characteristic points. Available feature points, 168,000. Hey, there are so many left, just enough to project the Pandaren too. He licked his lips and exited the ultimate form first, turning into the most basic normal state. Then he couldn't wait to communicate with the omniscient right hand and found the corresponding illustration. Illustrated book Iron Eater Special. Do you want to start projection? Weather. Yes. 18,000 characteristic points disappeared instantly. Buzz. Incomparably surging mysterious energy burst out from his right hand and rushed to his limbs. At the same time, the familiar feeling of projecting a new illustration came. Pain. The pain level was almost as bad as the time when the red ghost was projected. Like a body eaten by 10,000 insects, every muscle in his body was trembling, becoming stronger and stronger as it was torn and healed again and again. The bones also whined, with numerous fine cracks appearing, and then became thicker and harder. 40 minutes later, this evolution ended. He took a deep breath and calmed down. When he looked down, he was stunned. With his furry body in black and white color, he turned into a panda. But not the round, silly and cute panda of the Iron Eaters. He is a hunk of a panda who is 1.9 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a round waist, with huge muscles all over his body that are bulging and knotted, and his blood is flowing. The panda's face is very cute, but its face is full of flesh and looks fierce. So ugly. This style of painting is so weird that I can't bear to look at it. This is as ridiculous as a muscular, rough man wearing a baby belly band and baby clothes. The panda is still better looking when he is round and chubby, but it is too eye-catching when he turns into a muscular man. After the projection was completed, no new characteristics were added, but there was an additional special skill called Breaking Shout. I can't stand it anymore, unite quickly. Lu Xun quickly communicated with the omniscient right hand. Should the Iron Eater form be integrated into the ultimate form? Yes. Chi. The moment the voice fell, the 30,000 characteristic points disappeared. As expected, it is from the flesh body stream, and it is half the price of the unified Bone King body. Crack. At the same time, another life shackles and limiters were lifted, the repulsive force disappeared, the barriers between this secondary form and other secondary forms disappeared, and complete integration was completed. With a thought, Lu Xun unified the 6 characteristics of humans, green ghosts, red ghosts, slimes, undead tribes, and Pandaren, and entered the ultimate form. Chi-Chi. His height quickly increased, his body expanded, his muscles soared in size, his fascia was stretched, and his tendons were stacked. Bone spurs grew out of his joints and spine, and the domineering and cool king's bone armor was like a nano-war. The clothes flowed and spread on the majestic body, covering the whole body. It took him a while, but he turned into a 3-meter-tall humanoid beast in the blink of an eye. But it didn't stop. His muscle dimensions are still growing, his height continues to rise, and his bones are getting thicker and thicker. 3.1 meters, 3.2 meters, 3.4 meters, 3.5 meters. It didn't stop growing until it reached 3.5 meters. Although he was only half a meter taller, in fact, his body had expanded a lot, with harder and thicker bones, bigger muscles, and stronger strength. Dodin took a few big steps towards the road of no return as Big Muscle Tyrant. Lord Level 5, it's great. Upgrading is like drinking water. Lu Xun nodded with satisfaction. After unifying the Pandaren, apart from being physically stronger, his physical appearance remained unchanged. There is no black and white fur growing on the body surface. This is because the original ultimate form is perfect enough, and it will only adopt better parts to add to it. As for the ultimate form, the Pandaren form only has physical talents, strength advantages, and talents and special skills. It is more valuable and can be eclectic. The rest will be useless if it is collected, but will be degraded. Add panda eyes to look cute. Getting hairy all over. That makes no sense. Projection fusion is to preserve the good and eliminate the bad, remove the dross and get the essence. The ultimate integration is to select the best from the best and the best from the best. The higher you go, the harder it is to upgrade. I almost didn't reach level 5. Lu Xun's majestic body of 3.5 meters tall was sitting on the ground, his voice was deep and deep, rumbling like rolling thunder. He checked his characteristic point balance. There are still 130,000 and a few thousand left. We can still continue to spend money on Krypton, but how to spend money on Krypton has become a problem again. Because after he projected the Pandaren, the compatibility of many biological illustrations has further improved, and he has unlocked new perfect illustrations, and there are more than one. But 5. The 5 races that have been included before have a compatibility of more than 99%. They are Unicorn, Chocobo, Furbolg, Scarab, and Faceless Spider. 5 new projectable forms. The first 3 of them belong to carbon-based cell-like organisms and are tentatively called cell domains. The latter 2 are strange realms, whose living entities are not entirely composed of cells, but are physical creatures whose bodies are filled with special energy and alien structures. Lu Xun roughly divided the races in other worlds into 8 categories: cell domain, monster domain, undead domain, elemental domain, puppet domain, energy domain, spiritual domain, and abyss domain. For easy differentiation, for example, humans, demi-humans, orcs, sea monsters, warcraft, as well as tree spirits, piranha, these all belong to the cell domain life forms, and they are the same kind as carbon-based organisms. Monsters, mud monsters, giants, dragonborns, and giant dragons are creatures in the aberration realm, because they are very obviously different from carbon-based cell-like creatures in the conventional sense. Of course, limited by his horizons, his classification is certainly incomplete. Maybe there will be life forms such as the divine creation domain and the divine realm in the future, but he has not encountered them yet. With 130,000 characteristic points, should we project a new illustration or continue to increase? Lu Xun frowned and hesitated a little. His current final form consists of 6 parts. The characteristics of the ghost body are derived from the special red ghost gene of War Ghost Type 8. Now it has reached its limit and requires 10 times the characteristic points to be forcibly improved. The same goes for Bone King and Pandaren, which are capped. Not to mention Slime, the 8th level of Gluttony, has already exceeded the limit. There are no slimes above the low level in the world. Gluttony will never be able to enjoy the joy of adding points to upgrade in this life. He can only count on the sputtering, service that can affect thousands of people, and slowly move up according to the circumstances. But some of the characteristics of the heavenly ghost are derived from the king-level genes, and they can still be upgraded. Let's first see if the new illustration has any good features. If not, we won't project it yet. Lu Xun made a decision in his mind. He will basically no longer lack the perfect fit gene in the future. As time goes by, more and more illustrations will meet the perfect projection conditions, and there may even be too many to choose from. He only lacks attributes. In the future, there is no need to be selective about what you eat, and you can be selective in your projection. Illustrated book Unicorn Low, completeness, 100%, characteristics, toughness, vitality. Illustrated book Chocobo Inferior, completeness, 100%, characteristics, none. Illustrated book Phobal Bad, completeness, 3%, characteristics, power. Illustrated book Scarab Inferior, completeness, 21%, characteristics, tough. Illustrated book Faceless Demon Spider Low, completeness, 68%, characteristics, paralysis, heavenly sense. Lu Xun's pupils shrank suddenly. There was an unexpected gain. The faceless demon spider is a biological specimen he analyzed a few years ago. It actually has two brand new features: numbness, sense of heaven. The former is a kind of toxin damage, and as for the latter, could it be the legendary crisis sensing and murderous intention sensing or other magical skills? Although the faceless demon spider is also a very weak alien species with average upgrade potential, it is a brand new feature at least, and it is better than nothing. Lu Xun's eyes lit up. Immediately return to normalcy and then communicate with the omniscient right hand. Do you want to start projection? Whether? Yes. He made his choice without hesitation. More than 8,000 characteristic points disappeared, evolutionary energy rolled in, and the baptism of life levels began. After only 10 minutes, the projection ended, without much feeling. A new special skill, Faceless Man, has been added, which can control facial skin, muscles, and bones to perform a certain degree of disguise. In addition, Lu Xun can mix a special energy toxin into body fluids and spit it out to poison the organism, paralyzing the whole body and making it impossible to move. These small skills are weak, but the auxiliary effect is still good. The biggest gain is the Heaven Sense feature. Lu Xun guessed right, this is crisis sensing. Although the perception of Lord-level creatures is already very strong, the sense of heaven characteristic is even stronger. Feeling good and bad luck in the dark, knowing things about ghosts and gods. If Heaven's sense grows to the extreme, it can even predict the future. But it's a pity that God is fair. Like gluttony, derived from slime, its potential is basically capped, making it very difficult to grow. But Lu Xun didn't expect to be able to predict the future. After the integration, there is a level 7 or 8 inches heaven sense, which is completely sufficient. This feature is very valuable for the ultimate form. Should the faceless spider be integrated into its ultimate form? Yes, he makes a choice. Soon, the ultimate form added 2 new characteristics: paralysis and heavenly sense. It only cost 12,000, and the integration was completed. The life level has improved slightly, but it is still far away from the 6th level of Lord. There are about 110,000 characteristic points left. Lu Xun did not project any new illustrations. Instead, all the energy was focused on the characteristics of the heavenly ghost body. Add a bit. Buzz. Characteristic points are cleared instantly. The surging evolutionary energy exploded within the body. His 3.5-meter body was as tall as a mountain, and the breath of life was rushing upwards. Half an hour later, boom, a violent, powerful, and unfathomable aura burst out from his body, sending shock waves across all directions and shaking the air. Lord level 6. All 230,000 characteristic points were spent, and he was promoted to 4 levels in one go. The combat effectiveness has at least tripled. If he were to fight against the Xiaowu Zero mobile armor again, he wouldn't need the stick of truth. With one punch, the machine was destroyed and everyone was killed. Analysis. He held his left hand in his right hand and said solemnly. Analysis completed. Race. Human can be renamed freely. Life level. Lord level 6. Current life form. Ultimate. Special skills. hunting for blood and searching for souls, mountain-shaking power, red flame body, hellfire, ghost walk, soul-eating, cyan light shadow, wind protection, strong healing aura, gut-breaking war cry, faceless man. Biological characteristics. Speed LV-15, Strength LV-13, Hardness LV-12, Vitality LV-12, Shock LV-10, Violent Wind LV-10, Strong Soul LV-8, Burning LV-9, Withering LV-8, Super Magic LV-5, Gluttony LV-8, Paralysis LV-5, Heavenly Sense LV-8. Talent. Form switching, right pointing arrow, normal, ghost, bone king, heavenly ghost, gluttony, iron eater, faceless. The stick of truth can no longer keep up with me. After squandering all the characteristic points, Lu Xun took out his mace, born special weapon, and tried it again. I found that this magical weapon worth hundreds of millions, even if it is fully turned on the 9th gear and weighs 30 tons, it does not feel much weight in the hand. When the Lord was at level 2, this mace was quite handy. The weight and power were just right, perfectly matching him. But after I got it, I played for a day and only experienced one battle, and I was about to face elimination. As a 6th level Lord, even if he fights with bare hands, his strength will not be much lower than when he holds the stick of truth. It's like Mr. Guan carrying a toy Qinglong sword made of plastic. The weapon's improvement in a person's combat effectiveness is pitifully small. It cannot help the owner to exert the ultimate combat power at full power. Lu Xuan's eyes showed reluctance. Although he is not the first owner of the Lord of Truth, he does like this thick, long and heavy mace stick. We have to think of ways to strengthen the stick of truth. As people level up, the weapons have to keep up. Single quote. Lu Xuan suddenly remembered that the elves still owed him 2 gifts. He planned to go to Wire after school tomorrow to ask about the situation. I think the elves wouldn't be stingy about helping with this little favor. Iron Pillar. Roar. He handed the mace to Tizu for storage, then returned to normal and put on his clothes and shoes. It's very late now. He planned to go home early and discuss the move with his aunt. Tomorrow my uncle will move to the hospital, and my aunt will also take care of him. For the next month, he and Xiaoyu were the only ones left at home. Late at night, in an ordinary hotel suite. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door. The visitor waited for a few seconds and then knocked impatiently, dong dong dong, a few times. Until footsteps came from inside the house, approaching from far away. With a creak, the door opened. A young man with handsome features appeared behind the door. He was wearing a short t-shirt, showing his strong arms with clear muscle lines, and his skin was sickly pale. He looked at the girl in front of him very calmly. What's wrong? It took a long time to open the door after knocking, The woman in school uniform was about to complain, but when she saw the guest in front of her clearly, her eyes lit up, her words stopped abruptly, and a charming smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. He is obviously young and looks innocent, but his brows and eyes are filled with a strong aura of prostitution, and there are many tattoos on his arms. She stretched out her slender fingers and poked the man's strong chest muscles, and said in a coquettish tone, "My little brother is so handsome. My sister has made a lot of money. How about I give you half the fee?" "No need." The man handed her a few bills expressionlessly and asked, "Does anyone know you are here?" "Don't worry." The girl took the money, counted it, stuffed it into her pocket, and vowed, "Snakes have their own ways, rats have their own ways. I care more about confidentiality than you do. Come in." The man nodded, turned aside, and waited for her to enter the house before closing and locking the door. Come on, let's finish this quickly. I have a few guests tonight." As soon as she entered the room, she quickly stepped on her heels, threw off her shoes, and walked barefoot towards the bed, taking off her clothes as she walked. "Belt, the movements are very skillful and in a hurry. Go and clean up." The man looked calm and pointed to the bathroom next to him. "I've washed myself several times today." Okay, I'll wash it, okay." She complained in a low voice, "You have to use gold bowls and silver chopsticks to eat fast food. Why are you so particular?" Wow. 10 minutes later, she walked out of the bathroom with sparkling water and steam. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he urged, "Hurry. Laugh." As soon as she finished speaking, sharp fangs pierced her throat, causing severe pain. Her eyes were rounded, her pupils were bloodshot, and she looked in disbelief at the man lying on top of her, sucking blood. I wanted to scream for help, but I could only make a dying sound of, aha. Gudong, gudong. The vampire's throat rolled as he drank blood. In just a few seconds, it drains the blood of its prey. It can be seen that he cherishes the food, not a drop of it spilled on the bedding, and even the blood on his lips stretched out his tongue to lick it clean. Thanks for the treat. It's delicious. He politely bowed slightly to thank the girl who had already died on the bed. Then she raised her hand, and the magic energy gathered together, forming a small fireball at the tip of her index finger. With a flick of her finger, her body was burned to ashes. After destroying the corpse and removing traces of it, he took his coat, turned around and left. The quiet night ended with the dawn of dawn. The next morning, 5:30. In order to avoid being noticed, people from the hospital visited Xie Junhai early in the morning and picked him up. You really don't need me to go with you, Lu Xuan confirmed with his aunt again. I also want to ask for leave from school to accompany my father. Xie Manyu's face was full of unhappiness and she muttered, can't you take me and my brother with you? You still have to go to school. The distance is quite far. It's troublesome to run back and forth. I just need to be there to watch over you at the hospital. The aunt shook her head and told the brothers and sisters in a serious tone, I won't be here for the next 20 days or so. At home, you brothers and sisters should be calm, go to school and go home conscientiously, and don't run around. You should keep an eye on your sister, Xiao Lu. Mom, I won't run around, you should worry about your brother. Xie Manyu crossed her waist and said to her mother with a tiger face, he is the least well-behaved, I will help you keep an eye on him, no let him run around, ouch. As soon as she finished speaking, she got a slap from her brother. Nothing big or small. Lu Xuan rolled his eyes. After giving Xie Manyu a lesson, he turned to his aunt and said, then you go, be careful on the road, and call me if you need anything. Xiao Yu and I will go there again on the weekend. The hospital is looking after you. I'm at home, so just keep your mind on the hospital. The aunt nodded. She had indeed never questioned her nephew's reliability. Last night, Lu looked for her to discuss the matter of moving, and finally finalized the plan, moving to District 32. Each urban area in Jinghai City is separated by high walls. Although there is no obstruction to traffic, the activity scope of most people is only between several adjacent urban areas. District 32 is on the other side of the city, the farthest and most remote from here, but also the safest. No acquaintances at all. My uncle's bionic body also has a visual deception system, which can make slight changes in physical features, such as hairstyle, beard, eye color, face shape, etc. If you adjust it casually, it will be difficult to be recognized. It can be described as double insurance. Both the Shu and Li families were wiped out, and the Black Clinic was no longer a hidden danger. But after all, it is a bionic body worth 60 million, so I am afraid of making people jealous and being reported by acquaintances. When the label of, a huge amount of property with unknown origin, is removed, the seller of the prosthetic body may not help them deal with the aftermath, and is more likely to sever the relationship. Therefore, moving is necessary to eliminate hidden dangers. Gu, Xie Manyu's stomach growled. She raised her head and looked at her brother longingly. She stretched out her little hand and tugged on his sleeve, hungry. It's only 5:30 and you're so hungry. Lu Xuan yawned and said lazily. Go back and catch up on your sleep. You won't be hungry when you fall asleep. Brother, are you stupid? How can you sleep when you are hungry? She stared, unable to accept that her brother would say such cruel words. Go downstairs and buy a pack of instant noodles. Lu Xuan took out 10 yuan from his pocket and stuffed it into her hand. Oh, by the way, help me make a pack and add 2 braised eggs and 1 sausage. I'll start with go and squint for a while. Remember to call me when you're done boiling the noodles. Quote. Is this what you mean by, I'm at home? Xie Manyu held the crumpled 10 yuan in her little hand and stared at her brother angrily, gritting her silver teeth. Hanging around with my brother, I will starve for 9 meals in 3 days. It's better to be mom. With her at home, she has no chance to enter the kitchen. Less than 10 minutes after they were separated, Xie Manyu began to miss her mom. Lu Xuan scratched his head and thought that he seemed to have promised his uncle that he would raise Xie Manyu to be fat. It seems that the food cannot be too casual. Okay. He turned around, snatched the money back from Xie Manu's hand, put it back into his pocket, and then dragged her downstairs. Come buy groceries with me. Don't worry. As an elder brother, can I wrong you? I guarantee that you will gain 1 kilogram in 3 days. You will gain so much fat that you won't be able to lose weight even if you want to. Xie Manu. Jinghai number 1 middle school, class 4, grade 3. As soon as Lu Xuan entered the classroom, he saw a beautiful elf sitting by the window in the back row, sitting at his desk and writing. The expression on his pretty face was very serious, and his emerald eyes were extremely focused. He was working hard on his homework. This surprised him. Wei transferred to Jinghai City in order to investigate the elf smuggling case. Her student identity was just a disguise to facilitate her actions. She was actually a secret investigator of the elves. But now that the case is over and the mission has been completed, it stands to reason that she should go back to where she came from. Unexpectedly, it was only so early in the morning that people came to class in a well-behaved manner. Lu Xuan walked to his seat with a normal expression, pulled out his chair and sat down without speaking to her. Yesterday, he came into contact with Wei twice, both times using a vest, without revealing his true identity. Wei didn't know that the human high school student sitting in front of her was the Zhan brothers from yesterday. After sitting down, Lu Xuan took out the homework books for various subjects from the drawer of his deskmate. In just 5 minutes, he helped her finish yesterday's homework. Behind her, Wei was still fighting fiercely with mathematics. She stopped writing, and there was a slight, rustling sound intermittently. Suddenly, the sound of scraping paper and pen behind him stopped, and it didn't sound again for several minutes. It seemed that he had encountered a problem. Then Lu Xuan felt his back being poked gently with a finger. Student Lu, can you please teach me this math problem? I can't figure it out at this point. How should I solve it later? Wei asked sincerely, her big eyes full of curiosity. Lu Xuan scratched his head, his mind filled with questions. When this elf girl was at the Shu family mansion yesterday, she was armed with a sniper and killed people like crazy. Today she suddenly asked him a math question with an innocent look on her face. Is there something wrong with this style of painting? Although I kill without batting an eye, it does not prevent me from becoming an innocent high school girl aged 18 years and 1000 months. Close double angle bracket. Forget it, if she is acting, she can just cooperate with the performance. Ahem, which question? Show me. He took the homework from Wei and glanced at it casually. It's quite simple. You do this first, then this, and then do the same again. Stop, classmate Lu. Wei called out quickly, then she stood up and walked to sit next to Lu Xuan in a few steps. Okay, I can see clearly now, please continue. It would be awkward and inconvenient for the students in the front row to turn around and talk to the students in the back row about their homework. Yeah, Lu Xuan didn't take it seriously and continued the explanation just now. You do this first, and then. As he was talking, a figure suddenly appeared next to him. Pa-da! A school bag fell to the ground. The skeleton had a dull expression on its face. It stared blankly at the man and woman whose heads were close together and seemed to have a very close relationship. They were whispering. Suddenly, even the soul fire in its eye socket stopped shaking, and its eyes were all looking at it. Straight. No. You two are really sitting at the same table. You go sit in the back and I'll teach her a few questions. Lu Xuan said without raising his head. You don't study anyway, so why not give the opportunity to a female high school student who loves to study? Excuse me, Mr. Dagu. Wei also looked at it with sincerity. Hearing this, raised his skeletal hand and scratched his smooth skull, thinking, it turns out that I am the superfluous one. The thing you were most worried about happened. Okay, you guys can get together as a couple until graduation. I don't need a deskmate. There was a hint of cowardice and sourness in its immature childish voice. After finishing speaking, quickly bent down to pick up the school bag on the ground, threw it hard on his back, then walked to the seat in the back row and sat down. His cervical vertebrae twisted, and his skull face was filled with anger. Looking out the window. Sorry, classmate Dagu, I have finished asking questions. Please come back and my seat will be returned to you. Wei stood up. No, I refuse. You're 12 years old, don't be so naive. Lu Xuan patted the stool. dong dong, and said, "Come back." Snort. At noon, school is over. Lu Xuan called Xie Manu and asked her to wait at school. He would pick her up and take her home in 20 minutes. Jinghaicheng is not as peaceful as it looks on the outside, not to mention that my sister's high school is in the outer city. They range from street gangsters to evil forces like the Shadow Dragon Society, to big families like the Li and Shu families who have no law. Safety issues still have to be considered. In the past, her aunt took her to and from school, but now the task fell to Lu Xuan. After the instructions, he hung up the phone. Then he found a hidden place and escaped underground, logged into his Warwind account, and put on his classic skin, sleeveless black cloak plus large hood. 3 minutes later, he mysteriously appeared at Wire's house and sat on the sofa waiting. 10 seconds later, the door behind him opened with a creak. Wire appeared with a strawberry sundae in her hand. "Your Excellency Zan Feng." She was stunned for a moment, then realized what she was doing. She walked up quickly and sat down on the sofa in front of Lu Xuan. She sat upright and said in a sincere tone, "Welcome to my humble home. I wonder if your brother, the god of war, has conveyed my gratitude to you on my behalf." "Yes." Lu Xuan lowered his head slightly, his face covered by a hood, and said in a deep voice, "You should know the purpose of my visit this time, right?" "Of course," Ware said with a serious expression. "I have reported the matter truthfully, and you brothers Zan are indispensable. As for the thank you gift, our embassy has already approved it." "Oh," Lu Xuan smiled, "I'd like to hear the details. 5 billion renminbi can be remitted to your and your brother's accounts, and cash can also be provided." She opened her small mouth, and the first few words stunned Lu Xuan. 5 billion. Do you elves have other things you need me to do?" He subconsciously wanted to worship the elf queen as his adoptive mother. It's so inhumane. This was just a thank you gift to Lu Xuan. In addition to the billions spent on renting equipment, there are also rewards for the servant soldiers. This rescue operation may have cost 20 billion in monetary costs alone. Only the elves would be willing to spend such a large amount of money to save a dozen elves. In the human race, that is simply impossible. How much is a human life worth? Of course, you can also choose to exchange 5 billion for items or services of equal value." Wire added. "Service." Lu Xuan narrowed his eyes. He thought of High Priest Agatha, the natural disaster level boss. If he could analyze a living natural disaster level creature, he would take off directly. "Can I touch her for a few minutes for 5 billion? "Forget it. It's better not to seek death." "Ahem, serve." Lu Xuan took out the King of Truth in zero gear from behind his back, like a baseball bat. "I heard that the goblins and dwarves are small tribes under the protection of nobles, right?" "Well, yes." Wire nodded. "They have been attached to our clan for tens of thousands of years." "What is this weapon?" "It's the weapon of my brother, the god of war." Lu Xuan handed her the stick of truth and asked in a deep voice, "Can the goblins and dwarves help upgrade it?" "If possible, 5 billion will be exchanged for this service. Especially the shield-breaking effect. I hope it can be strengthened several times." Ware stretched out her hand and took his big stick. After examining it for a few seconds, she raised her head and said to Lu Xuan, "Let me ask you first, wait a moment." Ware's efficiency in doing things is quite high. After a while, she contacted the clan and explained the situation. 3 minutes later, he successfully connected with several goblins and dwarves, and the other party appeared in the living room through holographic projection. There are 2 dwarves and 1 goblin. The dwarves are natural masters of weapon refining. They are short in body, but have thick limbs and a lot of body hair. This tribe is good at smelting, casting weapons, and making various magic props. The goblins, also known as dwarfs, are also a humanoid race and are famous inventors and engineers. Humans are not the only race on the technological side. Goblin technology is quite famous on this planet. Lu Xuan demonstrated to them the form and function of each gear of the Stick of Truth. And all the data, internal structure, material composition, and operating principles of the weapon were fully introduced like a treasure trove. Then he put the big stick on the table and let 3 experts taste it. What an exquisite design. A dwarf with a full beard and flushed cheeks, who seemed to have just finished drinking wine, was looking down at the Lord of Truth mace and club placed on the table. Indeed, this should be a melee weapon specially customized for someone in the People's Alliance Army. The materials are very luxurious, the design is very careful, and the accuracy is very high. It is difficult to mass-produce a melee weapon of this quality. The old goblin man also nodded and said, "Of course, the championship prize in the military competition cannot be ordinary. Unlike lightsabers, weapons that are mass-produced and wholesaled by military factories, the Stick of Truth is definitely the king of melee combat weapons at the same level. How about it? Can I continue to upgrade?" Lu Xun asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, the three of them immediately felt offended. Their abilities had been questioned, and they were all a little unhappy. "Of course we can. What's so difficult about this? As long as we want to rise, we can let it roar up with our eyes closed," Master Goblin said confidently. After saying that, he added, "Of course, the premise is that you are willing to spend a lot of money on materials and technical processing. Isn't there an old saying in your People's League, a clever woman cannot make a meal without rice? Yes, as long as you are willing to spend money, I can give you a promotion at will." The dwarf weapon refining master on the side also guaranteed. "How high can it be strengthened with 5 billion people's dollars?" Lu Xun thought for a while and asked again. Anyway, his identity is sensitive, and it is inconvenient to spend 5 billion cash in his hand. Spending a little money is fine, but spending so much money will be exposed as soon as you spend it. So it's better to just focus on the weapons and strengthen them severely. He still has 180 million black money stored in Tizu, and he has nowhere to spend it. The three of them discussed for a while and then gave the answer. "If you have the money, we can help you add up to 16 more gears. At the extreme power level, the weight of the weapon alone can reach 500 tons. Even for a king-level peak creature that takes the pure power route, its power is completely sufficient. In addition, we will replace the thorns on the mace with rarer, more precious and more powerful special metals. Its shield breaking and armor breaking effects can be greatly enhanced." After Lu Xun listened, he nodded in agreement without any hesitation. He is only at the 6th level of Lord, and is still far away from the peak of King level. After this upgrade, the Stick of Truth can be used for a long, long time. 5 billion seems very expensive, but in fact it is a friendly price and a huge discount has been given. They basically make no money, and it is even a free service. After all, goblins and dwarves are small races dependent on the elves, and the boss directly entrusted them with this matter. They didn't dare to slaughter Lu Xun like a fat sheep. Making money is a trivial matter, but offending the elves is a big problem. "How long will it take to finish?" Lu Xun asked again. "Soon, if you mail it here today, you will receive the upgraded new weapon in 7 days. The old goblin replied. "That's really fast. It can be done in a week. Anyway, we killed all the enemies of the Shu and Li families yesterday. Lu Xun will probably be idle for a long time." After the communication ended, he handed the Stick of Truth to Wire and said solemnly, "I leave the weapon to you, my brother, the god of war." "Okay, don't worry, your excellency." Wire took the weapon, and immediately her face showed doubts. "You spent all your reward to help Mr. Aries upgrade the equipment, didn't you leave some?" "No need, what's mine belongs to my eldest brother. We Zon brothers share weal and woe, regardless of each other." Lu Xun said seriously, "I'll take my leave now. I'll come back in 7 days to help my eldest brother retrieve the stick." After saying that, he rode the wind with a "hoo" and disappeared out of the window. Ware couldn't help but sigh that their brotherly relationship was so good. But aren't there 3 Zon brothers? She hasn't seen the second brother of Zon Gui yet, and she doesn't know if she will have a chance to see him in the future. 10 minutes later, Jinghai No. 9 Middle School. Lu Xun went outside the school, took out his communication device, and sent a message. After a while, Xie Manu appeared at the school gate carrying a small school bag. Since they had already bought groceries in the morning, the brother and sister directly took a taxi and went home. "Brother, the classmates in my class are going out to play together later, and they have invited me." With her brother, she could always find a topic to chat about. As soon as she got in the car, she started talking about what happened at school this morning. "Where to play?" "Quanxiang Lake. I said I was going to have a picnic by the lake." "Going so far for a picnic?" Lu Xuan curled his lips and said without hesitation, stop getting involved. Just say your parents don't allow it and just push it away. If you go to a zoo, an aquarium, a museum, an amusement park, a movie theater, that's fine. A group of first-year high school kids spontaneously organized a group to go to the lake for a picnic. Without the care of parents and teachers, safety could not be guaranteed. Yeah, okay brother. Xie Manu nodded obediently. She actually didn't want to go. Haha, little sister, just listen to your brother on this matter. Don't run around recently. Ahead, the driver brother turned around and interrupted, reminding the brothers and sisters. I heard that just last night, several people nearby, some people are missing in the city, but no one is alive and no body is found dead. Ah, so scary. Xie Manu opened her eyes, frightened and uneasy, just a few cities nearby. Is it true? Of course it's true. The police have already reported it. Why did I lie to you? The driver brother said firmly. The missing people are all people who like to run around alone late at night. Some of them have no relatives and lack human contact. People who live alone and have no sense of presence in society, such as homeless people. Lu Xuan narrowed his eyes and realized something was wrong. This doesn't look like an ordinary missing persons case. The missing person needs to have been out of contact for more than 24 hours before the Public Security Department will investigate or file a case. Moreover, if it is a disappearance case of an ordinary nature, there is no need to notify nearby citizens. He just disappeared last night, and a notice was issued at noon today to remind citizens to pay attention to safety when traveling at night. This is obviously not normal. The nature of the case is very serious. The sheriff's department must have discovered something. It was probably a kidnapping or murder case. Moreover, the perpetrators were active in several nearby urban areas. Did you hear that? For the next 20 days or so, I will definitely keep an eye on you and you won't want to go anywhere. Lu Xuan knocked on Xie Manu's head and warned, if you dare to run around, I will deal with you. It's too much. Just after your parents left, you started bullying your younger sister. She pursed her lips and pretended to be aggrieved. Young, you're already 15. Why don't you show some face? Lu Xuan rolled his eyes. I don't care. If you want to keep me, you have to keep my stomach first. She raised her chin. As long as you make delicious food for me every day, I will stay at home and not go anywhere. Go. It doesn't need to be so troublesome. It's easy to keep you. Lu Xuan said calmly. After breaking your leg, tie it up with a chain at home. Can you come and show me? Xie Manu. Blanche, are you a devil? The kitchen is full of fragrance. The pot was simmering with broth. The two people, one large and one small, are busy working on their own, planning to work together to cook tonight's feast. Lu Xuan rolled up his sleeves, revealing two muscular forearms. He held the pot in one hand and a shovel in the other, stir-frying quickly. The smoke rose with a sizzling sound, and the aroma filled the air for a while. Beside, Xie Manu was leaning against the chopping board, clumsily cutting potato slices with her little hands. Have the potatoes been cut? Lu Xuan asked without looking back. While speaking, he flipped the spoon in the pot, and a dish of green pepper stir-fried meat with full color, aroma and flavor was taken out of the pot and plated. I'm done here, you do it quickly. It's almost ready, I'm working hard. She heard the urging and immediately panicked. Buzz. Suddenly, Lu Xuan felt a sense of crisis in his heart, and the strong warning signs suddenly rose. The hair on his body stood on end, as if he had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. At the same time, a cry of pain came from behind. Xie Manu accidentally cut her hand. Are you okay? Let me take a look. He took her little hand and put it in front of his eyes. A knife was scratched on the side of the white and slender index finger, but the wound was very shallow and only a little skin was broken. Oh, I'm sorry, brother, I'm an idiot. She frowned, a little frustrated. As soon as the brother talked to her, he got distracted and then cut his hand. It's okay, your kitchen godmother was also a fool when she was 15 years old. Lu found a band-aid and put it on her, comforting her. Let's learn slowly in the future. Do you still want to help? No, don't be brave. Go and stay in the living room. I can do it without being pushy. She pouted, turned around, picked up the kitchen knife, and continued to gnash her teeth with two tuo. Her little eyes were vicious. Either Tu Tuo died today, or Xie Manu, died. Seeing this, Lu Xuan shrugged and turned around to wash the pot. Although he looked normal, he was actually full of shock inside. Can the faceless demon spiders, heaven sense, still be used like this? Not only can he sense the crisis he is about to encounter, he can even sense the crisis of those around him. Heaven's sense, like gluttony, is not a special skill, but a passive skill. Just now, his back was completely turned to Xie Manu, and he could not see her movements, but he could sense the crisis that was about to happen to her in advance. Lu Xuan just didn't change his mind. He instinctively thought that he was in trouble, otherwise he would have been able to stop him before the kitchen knife cut his finger. This, heaven sense, feature is a bit awesome. Predicting bad omens and knowing things about ghosts and gods. If someone near Lu Xuan is about to encounter danger, he can automatically sense it as long as the distance is not too far. Projecting the faceless spider is indeed a wise choice. This ability is so practical. Jinghaicheng Public Security Bureau. The conference room of the Criminal Investigation Department was packed with seats, and an emergency meeting was being held. The host of the meeting was a middle-aged man with a resolute face, wearing a uniform and neatly groomed. At this moment, he looked solemn and introduced the case to his colleagues. 27 civilians disappeared overnight, and the remains of 12 of them have been found and confirmed dead. In the middle of the room, a holographic projection played horrific scenes one after another. All of these victims died without their bodies intact. Some only have bare white bones left, with all the flesh and blood disappearing. Some were burned into a ball of black ash with only the shape of a human body barely visible. These are only the 12 victims whose bodies could be found. The rest of the missing people even evaporated, and not even their ashes could be found. In fact, the Public Security Department did not receive a report from the victim's family. After all, the cases all occurred late last night, and only a dozen hours have passed until now. Moreover, the missing persons are basically low-level civilians who lack social interaction and are not taken seriously. Tramps, orphans, runaway girls, reclusive otakus. It was the artificial intelligence Zero C that discovered the clues to the crime and provided them to the Public Security Department for investigation. Traces of magic elements have been detected at every crime scene. The murderer is proficient in magic and destroys the corpses after killing, he said solemnly. Moreover, the autopsy results show that the occurrence times of multiple cases are highly overlapping. Combined with the distance between the 12 crime locations, it can be inferred that the murderer is not one person, but a gang, with at least 8 or more people who are proficient in magic. The evil murderer is killing people everywhere. The identity of the gang is unknown, the motive for committing the crime is unknown, and their methods are professional and they have not left any clues. We must identify the suspect as soon as possible and arrest him, otherwise a large number of civilians are likely to be killed every day. He did not directly identify the perpetrator as a foreign race. Although humans cannot learn magic, they can inject special potions and awaken superpowers. Superpowers are similar to the innate magical powers of some races from other worlds. For example, Lu Xuan's red flame body and wind protection are essentially magical means driven by magic elements. But no matter who this gang of murderers is or what their identity is, they must be arrested as soon as possible. Kill 27 civilians in 1 day, 270 in 10 days, 1 month. In short, the situation is very serious, and the director of the Public Security Bureau has ordered a thorough investigation to solve the case within 5 days. Crunch. Suddenly, there were some quarrels outside, and then the door of the conference room was pushed open. A young woman with a hot figure walked in, followed by a group of heavily armed warriors, each of them tall and exuding a murderous aura. She wore a dark black, tight-fitting special combat uniform that outlined her devilish body curves. She had a fighting knife tied to her long legs, a lightsaber handle hanging from her right waist, and a pistol from her left waist. The woman looks very beautiful, but her aura is very strong. Her beautiful eyebrows are as sharp as a knife, and her eyes are full of aggression. Just by being looked at by her, you can feel a suffocating oppression. Feel. Who are you? We are having an important meeting, get out. Her aura was so strong that the host of the meeting glanced sideways at her and immediately felt offended. He stood up angrily and yelled, do you know how important this meeting is? I know, and I came here specifically for this. Her face was calm and her tone was strong. As she spoke, she raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. The person behind her immediately handed over a top-secret document and put it in her hand. This case will be taken over by our internal security from now on, and your Public Security Bureau will be responsible for assisting. She patted the top-secret document on the table in front of the man, then walked to the front of the conference table and sat down, raising her long hair leg. The next second, he turned around and started giving orders. Everyone, go out and free up the conference room. Our people need to use it. You just need to obey the command and don't have to participate in the meeting. Is the inner guard amazing? I used to retire from the inner guard, what are you doing? The middle-aged man cursed secretly in his mind as he quickly opened the document bag and took out the top-secret documents inside. However, just seeing the red stamp on it made his hands tremble subconsciously. The special envoy of the inner security sent by the City Lord's palace. And it's not the secretariat of the City Lord's mansion, but the stamp stamped by the City Lord himself. So he was an imperial envoy. No wonder it's so awkward. The corners of his mouth twitched, and the previous aura was instantly clear. Ahem, envoys, please use it. If you need anything, just ask us. He cleared his throat, laughed awkwardly, and waved his hand to call away all his colleagues in the criminal investigation. Soon, the conference room was vacated. Shi Yangsen rolled her beautiful eyes, waved outside, and called in the more than 20 accompanying internal guards. Okay, let's start the meeting. She said to everyone, the City Lord has ordered us to hunt down all the vampires that have sneaked into Jinghai City within 3 days. What do you think? Everyone has their own opinions. Let's talk about it. It turned out that when the City Lord's mansion was thoroughly investigating the elf smuggling case of the Shu and Li families yesterday, they found another blood trading case based on the diagram. The people sent by the Shu family to collect the goods at the airport were all killed, and the vampires who were the goods disappeared. Combined with what the senior management mentioned, someone is deliberately trying to sow discord between humans and elves. Naturally, one can guess that one of the masterminds behind the 2 cases is the vampire. They not only sell elves, but also sell themselves, throwing out the bait of immortality to lure human leaders into corruption and fall into traps. But destroying the friendship between the 2 races is only one of them. The more important purpose of the vampires is to take the opportunity to sneak into various human cities and perform mysterious tasks. Those who disappeared last night were all evil deeds done by vampires. Although they are undead, they can sleep for thousands of years lying in coffins without eating or drinking. But if you want to maintain your best condition and ensure your combat effectiveness, you still have to drink blood. Aren't humans just little bread to them? It is a simple truth that you have the strength to work only when you are full. As for why vampires dare to go around looking for people to eat so unscrupulously, the reason is simple. They are confident. Vampires are very adaptable to magic, especially dark magic. They can do everything including invisibility, bat transformation, and shadow. A soldier said in a deep voice. Once they sneak into the vast sea of people, it will be difficult to find them. This is the most difficult thing to deal with vampires. In the past, our ancestors were also troubled by them. The Dragon Clan and the Vampire Clan are both the losers in the World War. But why is it that even the Dragon Clan has been exterminated, but the Vampire Clan still has remnants? It's not that the vampires are better than the dragons, it's that they are too good at hiding. Tigers and whales, no matter how strong they are hunted and become endangered species. But although rats are weak, they are difficult to eradicate. Vampires are very good at camouflage and hiding in crowds, and advanced vampires are not even afraid of sunlight. It happened in history that after a vampire killed a human, he searched the soul to read his memory, then transformed into the deceased's appearance, and lived with the deceased's family under the same roof for more than 10 years without his identity being revealed. They are made to be spies. Unless you use instruments to detect it, it is impossible to tell whether a person is a vampire. But even if all the more than 6 million people in Jinghai City were tested for blood, it might not be possible to kill all the vampires. They have just sneaked in and have not yet become established. They are in urgent need of blood and food, so they will not hesitate to expose their whereabouts and hunt humans. Once they have established a foothold, gained a legal social identity, and found a stable and safe channel for obtaining blood food, it will be difficult to find these rats. Shi Yangxin raised her brows and said firmly, they must be killed within 3 days, otherwise everyone will be demoted, including me, do you understand? Clear, everyone said in unison. Time is tight and the task is heavy. It doesn't matter whether he is demoted or not, but the vampire must die. Humans' hatred for vampires is engraved in their bones. The sun sets in the west, and the setting sun is like blood. Inside a prosthetics store. Boss, are there no other new products? No, that's all in the store. If you want anything else, you have to go to the online store to place an order. You can't do this. You need to buy more new goods so that your business can flourish. Lu Xuan persuaded him earnestly. Are you teaching me how to do business? The new prosthetics that have just been launched have limited production and have not passed the test of time and market. Customers also lack trust in the performance and quality of new products. Bah, I told you so much, what the hell? The middle-aged man squinted at the boy in front of him with his electronic eyes. After thinking for 2 seconds, his tone became suspicious. You look familiar. I remembered it. Are you the brat last time who only touched but didn't buy, and wasted me 2 whole hours? You got the wrong person. Lu Xuan took 2 steps back and waved his hand. That's right, it's you. The boss yelled and took out a stick from the cabinet. Stop. Ahem, goodbye, I'll come back next time. Lu Xuan screamed and ran 3 blocks away before finally getting rid of this stingy boss. Is it so difficult to save some characteristic points? He put his hands in his pockets and wandered aimlessly down the street, mumbling. Now even civilian-grade prosthetics cannot be analyzed, which is really tragic. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, several round sweeping robots were working on the roadside. Judging from their appearance, they seemed to be new models. His eyes lit up, he rushed over with a few big steps, and held down one of them. Buzz. It struggled like crazy, but to no avail. Don't move, I'll check your body. Lu Xuan reassured. Analysis. Single quote. Characteristic points plus 25. Quote. Lu Xuan was stunned for a moment, couldn't help but sigh, and let go of his hand. This little meat was not enough to fill the gap between his teeth. After the sweeping robot escaped from the clutches, it ran away quickly. He stood up and watched it stumble away, looking sad and feeling dull. Is it possible to read books again and earn 20 points a day? If you want to advance from Lord level 6 to level 7, you need at least 180,000 characteristic points. Level 7 right pointing arrow, level 8, you want more. There are still 9 levels and the peak limit behind, and finally you can surpass the Lord and enter the next great realm. If you want to advance to the king level in life level, you may have to save 1 million characteristic points. Well, killing 100 Dutch is enough. With Lu Xuan's current strength, if 100 Daki appeared in front of him, he could kill them all in 1 minute and save up to 1 million in 1 minute. But if you just rely on reading, it will take 136 years. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Ever since he experienced the sour feeling of receiving 23.5 Daki in the Shu family mansion, he no longer had any interest in these mosquito meats. All I can think about is getting rich, windfall, and exploding equipment. But now there is nothing to do. He can't go to museums again, can he? Or go to a military base and loot the armory. Those who are not on the right path and put themselves in danger many times will eventually get into trouble one day. We have to find a way to obtain high amount of characteristic points stably. The requirements are not high, just a daily income of over 10,000 yuan. Single quote. It's acceptable to earn 300,000 yuan a month and be promoted to king level in 3 months. Single quote. Lu Xuan frowned and began to spin his brain crazily, trying to think of a solution. Let's go, Lily, come with me to the antique market for a walk. Suddenly, a female passerby next to her dragged her best friend and mentioned the keyword. Ouch, what are you doing? You're a girl, you don't like buying new clothes. You just like tinkering with those shabby old things. My best friend complained dissatisfiedly, and they are all made by machines. Fake goods, even if there are real ones, are ridiculously expensive. In short, all the people setting up the stalls are scammers. I don't go to street stalls. There are regular cultural relics stores. There are many beautiful jewelry in them. They are all excavated from ancient alien ruins and are full of exotic customs. Jewelry. Okay, you can go and have a look. The two girls left hand in hand. Heritage store. Ancient ruins. Lu Xuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and an idea came to his mind. That is to apply to become an appraiser. Many instruments and equipment around the world can be used to identify cultural relics and remains. But machines are not omnipotent. It can only judge the type, age, and value of the item based on the comparison results of the information in the database. However, the database information was entered bit by bit through human archaeological discoveries. In the field of archaeology, no matter how awesome the instruments are, they are only auxiliary and cannot replace the status of people. If there is something that is not in the database and cannot be identified by the instrument, then it is the appraiser's turn to come on stage. Therefore, the archaeology major has always been very popular. Appraisers don't need to go anywhere every day. As long as they sit in the store, they have a lot of opportunities to come into contact with all kinds of novel ancient cultural relics. Although the salary is not as huge as the huge profits from running a black clinic, it is still quite a lot. A powerful appraiser can easily earn tens of thousands a month. Lu Xuan's goal is not money, but personality points. He has an omniscient right hand and has analyzed many books related to ancient cultural relics, thus possessing a large amount of knowledge. In the appraiser profession, he considers himself second, and no one dares to claim first. No matter you are from Shang and Zhou dynasties or last week, we will explain everything to you clearly. The bigger and more famous your store is, the more trait points you earn. The most awesome cultural relics store, the size of its collection is even comparable to that of a museum. But the only trouble is that this is a formal, legal company, not a black clinic run by old octopus. People will definitely not want to accept an appraiser whose identity is unknown. And powerful appraisers are all knowledgeable archaeological giants. The older they are, the more capable they are. Lu Xuan is just an underage high school student, and I'm afraid that others don't even bother to give him a chance to show off his skills. But you have to try it first before you say anything. If there is no chance, create an opportunity. Just do what comes to mind. It's now past 6 o'clock in the evening, and after a while, people will close their doors. Lu Xuan directly stopped a car on the road and headed to the largest antique market in Jinghai City. Jinghaicheng, District 7. Here is the largest antique market in the city. The largest cultural relics trading house in the city is also located here. Fuyuan Baoqi Pavilion, Jinghai Branch. This one store alone monopolizes 60% of the transaction volume of the entire antique market. But cultural relics trading is just one of the many businesses of Baoqi Pavilion. It is said that the company has a large background and has its own ruins archaeological team and even a rift land reclamation team. Although it is just a branch, in a small place like Jinghai City, it is still a giant. Trading branch building. In an office, several senior executives were discussing a very important relic excavation project. Sitting on the main seat was a mature woman wearing a white cheongsam. Her skin was as white as snow, her appearance was beautiful, her breasts were high, and her figure was graceful. Every move exudes a dignified and elegant temperament that is extremely self-restrained. There is a unique air of a noble family. There's another reminder from the headquarters. We have to leave for the undersea ruins next month. We have to prepare as soon as possible and we must not lose time. Ding Shuizhu said to the people in front of him. Her speech is gentle, her face is calm, her demeanor is calm, and she is quite like everyone. Mr. Ding, please rest assured that the relationship has been smoothed out. There is also a reply from the People's Federation's embassy in Nagahai, and they have obtained the archaeological permit. Someone respectfully reported. Deep-sea submarines and various underwater operating equipment are also well prepared. All equipment for underwater exploration, blasting, welding, cutting, surveying, photography, engineering, and signal transmission are all available. Another person added. What about safety? Ding Shuizhu asked softly. The risks of excavating underwater ruins cannot be ignored. The medical team and submarine rescue team are all done. The escort team has also prepared 10 Jiaolong 7 type underwater combat mechas, as well as hundreds of high-level elite warriors. We still lack some experts to lead the team, but we can also do it next. All recruitment will be completed within a few days. One of his subordinates reported the situation at 15:10. Well, it was done well. Ding Shuizhu smiled and nodded. Mr. Ding, but there is a rather troublesome problem. One person looked troubled. After hesitating for a moment, he said, we have not recruited the linguist of the ancient demon clan you mentioned. She blinked her beautiful eyes. Didn't you invite those old professors? I said that the salary can be relaxed. Didn't you increase the money? The old professors are all idle, and they won't come with more money. His subordinates scratched their heads and looked puzzled. I have increased my salary 5 times, and they are not interested. Some old men have very weird tempers. High maintenance. This is the bad thing about private archaeological teams. Some archaeological giants cannot be hired by just paying money. With a daily salary of 50 million, no one will give you a thumbs up. It's a daily salary. There are really many people in this world who can treat money like dirt. Only the official archaeological team of the People's Federation can invite those stubborn old men. Is this so? Well, I understand. Ding Shuizhu pondered for a few seconds, and then she said to everyone in a gentle voice, I will go back to the headquarters and ask the higher-ups to help deal with this matter. You can prepare other things first. Yes, Mr. Ding. Let's take our leave now. You're busy. Several people stood up, left the table, and left the office. Ding Shuizhu lowered his head, pressed his chest against the edge of the table, and continued working at his desk. However, as soon as they left, there was another knock on the office door. Enter. With a creak, it was Manager Zhang who opened the door and entered the room. He walked a few steps inside, then stood respectfully and reported. Mr. Ding, there is a very strange customer on the first floor. You may need to deal with it. Tell me. He entered the store 20 minutes ago. He only touched but did not buy. He browsed the first floor and then picked out 7 cultural relics. He said that they were not worthy of their names and had been misidentified. He also said that our store was fraudulent, which attracted many customers to watch. Manager Zhang said. Hearing this, Ding Shuizhu blinked and asked, is he right? If it is someone who deliberately causes damage, the security in the store will handle it. Even if the security cannot handle it, they can call the police and leave it to the security guards to deal with it. However, Manager Zhang came to her, explaining that things were not simple. Well, that guest is a very young and handsome guy. I thought he was just a person seeking fame and reputation. He just learned a little bit and dared to come to the class to do something. Since there were many bystanders, in order to restore my reputation, I called in all 4 appraisers in the store and confronted him face to face, hoping to humiliate him. He smiled bitterly and said, in the end, he was 1 against 4, and the 4 teachers were speechless, convinced, and resigned. Although the 7 cultural relics are not fakes, there are indeed some mistakes in the identification, and the product information is not consistent with reality. Ding Shuizhu's eyes lit up. The appraiser profession, like many major surgeries, does not have a 100% success rate. No matter how good the appraiser is, he will inevitably make mistakes sometimes. She knew the abilities of the 4 teachers in the store very well. Although the 4 of them specialize in different fields, they are all knowledgeable archaeological masters. But they were defeated by a young man in their own professional field. As the saying goes, don't challenge my job with your hobbies. But not only did he dare to challenge, he also ruined their jobs. All 4 masters can't defeat him. She confirmed again. Well, I couldn't argue, so I admitted defeat myself. Very young, ... younger than my stupid son who is still in college. Manager Zhang shrugged. At this moment, Ding Shuizhu's interest and curiosity were completely aroused. She slowly stood up from her seat, her waist was slim, and she walked outside. Okay, if you don't have anything to do, I'll go to the 3 Treasures Hall. Then I'll go meet this little guy and see what he wants to do. Fuyuan Baoqi Pavilion, 1st floor. The debate just now between 1 young man and 4 old men was quite exciting, and there were many onlookers. This war has come to an end, the 4 masters have lost, and the young man has won the final victory. The 7 items that were incorrectly identified were all taken back, and the cultural relic information and prices were re-entered according to the answers the young man gave just now. Even though they don't understand anything, they just feel awesome and that's it. At first, the 4 appraisers did not take the young man seriously and regarded him as a brat who did not know the heights of the world. He had learned a little bit about archaeology and dared to come to Bauchi Pavilion to embarrass himself. As long as they pick up the big stick of knowledge casually, they can educate this kid into a good boy. But who would have thought that the people being educated would be the 4 of them? Tikka. People eating melons around took photos, preparing to send them to their relatives and friends to brag about. Being young, incompetent, and still crazy is called stupid. But if a young man with extraordinary talents and unparalleled talents hides his clumsiness and restrains his sharpness, it would be a bit strange. Only if he is a little more crazy can he feel like a boy. People often have double standards when it comes to young and frivolous people. And Lu Xun is not arrogant because of his talent. He has always been polite and measured from the moment he walked in. Although he showed his sharpness and defeated the 4 masters in debate, he also left some room and did not make things too tense. At this time, he was surrounded by the crowd. But his face remained calm and he didn't mind. After all, I have a super academic persona. What happened to good students having extracurricular hobbies? As for why hobbies can challenge and win jobs, can't I be allowed to be a genius? Coincidentally, Lu Xun also felt that he was too low-key in real life, so he took this opportunity to show off his skills. This will also facilitate his future development in the field of archaeology and pave the way for the future. Which archaeological master did the young man study under? The old man asked. I don't have a teacher. Lu Xun shook his head and said in a calm tone, self-taught. Isn't it convenient to disclose it? Haha, in the field of archaeology, the limit of self-study is an identification instrument. Machines have the strongest memory and computing power, but they do not have humans, understanding, and spirituality. In archaeological operations, no matter how powerful the machine is, it can only be reduced to an auxiliary tool. Another old man smiled and said, we don't believe you if you say you are self-taught. Well, you must have a teacher, you just don't want to say it. The 4 appraisers don't believe in self-taught. Of course, even if there is a master who has taught him step by step, he still has such attainments at such a young age, which shows that he is very spiritual and understanding, and he is also a super genius. Lu Xun shrugged his shoulders, too lazy to explain. He actually only had plugins. Just like he never liked studying, it did not affect his becoming a super academic in the eyes of all the teachers and students in the school. It's quite lively downstairs. Suddenly, a very beautiful female voice sounded in my ears. Everyone looked up. A woman wearing a white cheongsam appeared on the 2nd floor, looking down. Her temperament is as pure as a green lotus, with her fair lotus-rooted arms folded on the railing, her curvy body leaning forward slightly, her beautiful eyes smiling, leaning on the railing to watch. The eyebrows are slightly furrowed, the smile is charming, and the beautiful eyes are looking forward to it. Beautiful, mature, intellectual, elegant and dignified. Mr. Ding. Miss Ding is here. Everyone on the 1st floor stood up straight to show respect. Lu Xun raised his head and looked towards the 2nd floor. When he saw her, he also felt the other person's eyes falling on him. A man and a woman, one low and one high, looked at each other. A hint of surprise appeared in Ding Shuiju's eyes. Although manager Zhang just used young and handsome guy to describe him, when she met him in person, her first impression of Lu Xun was still very special. He has broad shoulders and a tall body, with 3-dimensional and deep facial features. His young face has hard lines, and his eyes reveal an indescribable spiritual aura. It is a kind of self-confidence that comes from the inside out and exudes unintentionally momentum. The boy is tall, strong, full of male hormones and full of masculinity. Ding Shuiju couldn't help but take a few more glances. Are you Boss Ding? Until a magnetic and boyish voice sounded in my ears. Ahem, it's me. Would it be convenient for you, young gentleman, to come up and talk? She came back to her senses, couldn't help but smile, and politely invited. Lu Xun nodded. Okay. Wasn't it just to attract the attention of the female boss that he worked so hard on the 1st floor? Now that the opportunity has come, of course it is impossible to miss it. He immediately raised his legs and walked upstairs under the guidance of a staff member. 3 minutes later, in the elegantly laid out living room, the aroma of tea fills the air and is refreshing. On the table, a man and a woman sit facing each other. Where did the young gentleman learn from? Ding Shuizhu slowly handed a cup of tea to the table in front of him. She opened her red lips and asked the same question as the 4 appraisers just now. You can teach yourself without a teacher. Lu Xuan answered truthfully with a sincere tone. Hearing this, she looked at him quietly with her beautiful eyes, smiling without saying a word. 2 seconds later, he changed the question. What's the matter with the little gentleman? I would like to apply to be an appraiser in your store. Lu Xuan didn't hide it, he went straight to the point and stated his intention, and added. My business ability is sufficient for this job. I can handle goods that others cannot identify. And my work efficiency is extremely high. One person can do the job for 10. For interviews, of course you have to be confident and make your statements as concise and to the point as possible without any nonsense. You play modesty with the leader and feel good about yourself, but the leader will only think that you are incompetent and have no confidence. But then again, it is not good to be too confident, as it can be mistaken for arrogance and self-righteousness. Oh, Ding Shuizhu's eyes raised slightly, his smile subsided slightly, and he said seriously, although the young gentleman has defeated the 4 masters in my shop, don't be too arrogant. You must know that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. She was reminding Lu Xuan not to speak too fully and to leave a way out for himself to prevent embarrassment in the future. Lu Xuan's self-introduction was so exaggerated that he boasted himself to the sky. What does, I can discern what others cannot discern, mean? What does, one person can serve 10 purposes, mean? He just barely had the words, I am number 1 in the world, written on his forehead. Geniuses are arrogant, Ding Shuizhu can understand. But if you are too arrogant, it will offend people. After all, he is a young man, he is used to going well, he has not been beaten by society, and he is blindly confident. She felt a little regretful in her heart, and her favorable impression of Lu Xuan dropped slightly. I'm just stating the facts, not big words. Lu Xuan's face was calm and his tone was calm. If Boss Ding doesn't believe it, please test me any way you want. If I fail, I will leave immediately and never come back again. Not only did he not talk big, he was actually humble and hid a lot. The analytical ability of the omniscient right hand is not limited to the archaeological field. Quote. Little sir, you have sealed your escape with another sentence. Ding Shui narrowed her eyes. Leave if you lose. Okay, you said so yourself. Yes, I said so. Lu Xuan nodded. True gold is not afraid of fire. Wait for me here. She left the words, then stood up and left the table, walking lightly out of the room. Since this super genius has never suffered a loss, she doesn't mind giving him the first setback in his smooth life. Only those who know how to learn from failures can be courageous and move higher. She did appreciate Lu Xuan's talent, but if he couldn't bear failure, he would be nothing more than a mediocre person who wasted his talent. Just leave now, she still doesn't like it, huh? Compared with her complicated inner drama, Lu Xuan's thoughts were very simple. I might lose a fight, but playing this. Sorry, the all-knowing right hand won't let me lose. Single quote. He was drinking tea and waiting, quite comfortably. 5 minutes later, a familiar figure appeared at the door. She walked over with a wooden box in her arms. Boom. Ding Shuizhu put the box on the table in front of Lu Xuan, then she hugged her tall breasts with both hands, raised the corners of her mouth, and said with a slightly teasing smile. Come on, young genius, let your sister see what you are capable of. She no longer uses the honorific title of Little Sir. It was clear that he wanted to suppress and teach this overly arrogant boy a lesson. Lu Xuan looked as usual, stretched out his hand to open the wooden box, and took a closer look inside. I saw an ancient stone slab that was completely dark and quietly placed in it. Its surface is uneven and has many pits and has been baptized by a long history. What is very magical is that there is a blue light, little tadpole, on the stone slab. It runs around and moves on the stone slab with irregular tracks. Ancient demon literature. Lu Xuan's pupils shrank slightly. Ancient demon clan means ancient demon clan. The demons, like the dragons and elves, all came to this planet from another world during the first celestial convergence period. They were originally one of the 12 victors. But it is a pity that we did not survive the Second World War. Fortunately, the demons were not completely extinct, and a little bit of fire was preserved and continues to thrive to this day. But why is it called Ancient Demon Clan? Because although this race has continued, the racial civilization has experienced faults for more than 17,000 years. Today's modern demons have long lost the cultural characteristics of their own race. They don't understand their ancestors, they can't even read the ancient demon texts, and they can't speak the ancient demon language. They have been completely modernized, yes. When talking about demons, the first thing that LSPs think of is succubus. As everyone knows, the ancient demon warriors are very, very powerful. This phenomenon of great cultural fault has also made the current archaeological work on the ancient demon clan very difficult. There are no more than 100 people in the world who can understand the ancient demon clan's writing. The key is that the writing of this family is so abstract that it can only be understood but not expressed. There is no way to teach, no way to learn. If you understand, you understand. If you don't understand, you don't understand. Just like the stone tablet in Lu Xuan's hand, the blue tadpole, running around as the text of the ancient demon clan, and the information is carried on it. A tadpole may contain 10,000 words, but it may also contain only one short sentence. Lu Xuan stretched out his hand and knocked on the left edge of the stone slab. It seemed to be frightened and ran to the right side. This text is so abstract, I felt lonely reading it. Ding Shuizhu stood aside with arms folded, and the corners of her mouth had never been lowered since they were raised. She was ready to see this little guy give up. Analysis. Single quote. Parsing. 5%, 10%. Analysis completed. Characteristic points plus 876. Non-living illustrated book x2. Illustrated book of demonic spirits. Completeness. 84%. Illustrated magic text. Completeness. 0.000364229%. Detailed content explanation. Dear Benita, I haven't seen you for months, how are you? I miss you so much. I wrote this letter outside the Dragon Valley. The words are like, tomorrow morning the coalition forces will launch a general offensive and engage in a final decisive battle with the Dragon Clan. There are more than 600,000 words in the magic text. There are less than 200 in this letter. Lu Xuan finished reading it quickly. He gently placed the slate into the wooden box. Alas! Ding Shuizhu sighed and stretched out her small hand to pat Lu Xuan's shoulder. She educated him with a victor's attitude and said sincerely, little guy, you should understand now, right? Even if you are talented, you should not be arrogant or arrogant. When dealing with others, you need to learn to be cautious in your words and deeds. A true master will always remain humble and have the heart of a disciple. I'm still young, I've never suffered a loss, and I'm very righteous when I suffer setbacks. As she was talking, suddenly, Lu Xuan slowly took her hand away from her shoulder. This is a farewell letter written by an ancient demon husband to his wife before the decisive battle between the coalition forces. The content is as follows. Dear Benita. He stood up and slowly stated the ancient demon text. In the blurred parts of the handwriting, he also specifically explained it based on the context. Ding Shuizhu's small mouth slowly opened wide, her eyes became dull, her delicate body stiffened, and her brain shut down on the spot. Quote single quote ... Farewell, my love. Well, that's all. After Lu Xuan finished speaking, he sighed, reached out and patted her shoulder, and said seriously. I understand everything Mr. Ding said. I said I wouldn't lose, so why don't you believe me? Look, who is embarrassed in the end? Ding Shuizhu couldn't use words to describe the shock in his heart. Her white chin was slightly raised, and she stared blankly at the tall young man in front of her. She was stunned for 5 seconds before she reacted. Quote ... Can you understand the ancient demon language? She asked tremblingly, her voice mixed with excitement. This magic stone slab is an ancient cultural relic collected by this Baochi Pavilion branch several years ago. Although it is far from being called a store treasure, it is still very precious. The textual information in it has already been decrypted by archaeological experts. So she knew that Lu Xuan's answer just now was completely correct. It was analyzed word for word, without any omissions, and it only took a few minutes. Not only could he understand this extremely abstract ancient magic text, he was even extremely proficient in it. What Ding Shuizhu said just now was not a question, but an expression of exclamation. All the previous doubts were gone at this moment. Ancient magic texts are not for seeing, but for feeling what they say with your heart, based on mastering a vast amount of historical knowledge. Requires understanding. If you can't understand it clearly, it means you haven't accumulated enough and you still need to settle. You have enough knowledge, but you still can't understand it, which means you don't have this talent, and it's useless to accumulate it. How powerful can a scholar who is proficient in ancient magic texts have in the historical field? The answer is a position that even a daily salary of 50 million cannot afford. I found a treasure. Even a well-educated and dignified lady like her couldn't help but curse in her heart at this moment. Xiaojia. Hey, little sir, may I ask your surname? She took a deep breath and stared at the young man in front of her fiercely and asked. My surname is Lu Xuan. He answered truthfully. In the past, the reason why people were yuppies was because they were very weak. Once they became famous and were in the spotlight, they would be easily targeted by people with evil intentions. Peerless geniuses are envied by others, but they are also hated by others. They are sought after by people, but they are also easily killed. If someone randomly pointed a silenced pistol at Lu Xuan, would he dare to move it? I dare not move at all. If you can't protect yourself or your family, you can only hide in silence, bide your time, and grow slowly. But now and then, he is now a powerful creature of level 6, Lord level. The first and second greatest swordsmen in Jinghaicheng were all killed by him. In this second-level self-circulating city, he is fully equipped to protect himself. From now on, in the field of scholars, there is no longer a need to walk on thin ice, step by step, and go to great lengths to hide one's edge as before. Lu Xuan's average academic performance, from elementary school to high school, impressed all the teachers and students of No. 1 middle school, but is there any problem? No. Although the two are incomparable, and the archaeological genius is more famous and attracts more attention, he is stronger now and can withstand greater fame and prestige. He has the strength to bear the name of such a genius. It just so happens that I take this opportunity to make a name for myself first. When he becomes an adult next month, he will make a name for himself as an archaeological boss, save enough contribution points, advance to the elite class, and move his family to live in the inner city. By then, his uncle will recover and regain his wealth. Now that they are new students, transfer Xie Manu to Noble High School and the family can live a good life. This is Lu Xuan's plan. Of course, his evolutionary path must still be hidden from the eyes of others, and his ability to project all races cannot be revealed. Let's start with the scholar aspect for now. The personality of a weak scholar with no power to restrain a chicken is used to cover his supermuscular tyrant form that can tear apart mechas with his hands. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu Xuan. I underestimated your business ability just now because I was blind to gold and jade. Her voice was gentle and she bowed to apologize to Lu Xuan. Her slim-fitting cheongsam outlined her perfect body curves. I'm not angry, no need to apologize. Lu Xuan reached out to help her up and said calmly, so, I passed your assessment. Of course, it is an honor for our store to have an outstanding appraiser like you join us. She nodded. When will you arrange work for me? Lu Xuan cleared his throat and asked. It doesn't matter if the salary is less, but I love working more and hope to get started as soon as possible. The 4 masters are so old and I can't bear to see them working so hard. From now on, all cultural relics should be appraised by me. The more the better. Especially paleontological remains and fossils, are my strongest areas. Ding Shuizhu. The other party's small mouth was so eloquent that she was left speechless. Good guy, don't love money, love work. Well, as a young man, that's normal. It's not like a veteran who has been in society for many years, just showing off, and never works if he can fish. I'll take you to the Human Resources office later to go through the relevant procedures. After that, you can start working whenever you want. The monthly salary is 120,000. This is the minimum. If there is an assignment abroad, the salary will be calculated separately. Do you think this is okay? She asked seriously. Lu Xuan nodded. The basic salary alone was 120,000 yuan, which was very generous. But in fact, the vast majority of appraisers in the world reach the peak of their careers after the age of 40. This is a profession that requires you to slowly accumulate archaeological experience, knowledge, and qualifications bit by bit, day by day, and finally become a late bloomer. Like the four powerful old gentlemen just now, they have studied all their lives and are all masters of archaeology, but they also make mistakes in identification. Not to mention young people. Very few geniuses can receive a monthly salary of 120,000 yuan at a young age. Lu Xuan was very satisfied with the salary, but he was more interested in another treatment mentioned by Ding Shuizhu. Assignment, he asked curiously, is it also appraisal business? The cultural relics trading shop is just one of the many businesses of our Fuyuan Baoqi Pavilion. She explained patiently, the excavation of ancient ruins and the opening of fissures are the main businesses. 2 minutes later, Lu Xuan understood. The background of this Baoqi Pavilion is actually so great, with connections in the State House and even the People's Federation Council. They will spend money to contract ancient ruins and newly born rift worlds, and then excavate and open up wasteland. Then they sell mineral resources, rare metals, special energy, and biological materials to various forces around the world, and their business spans the world. The fissure production areas around the Loop City and the ancient ruins on the territory of various states are all monopolized by the People's Federation and cannot be touched by private individuals. But fissures and ruins are scattered all over the world and do not belong to the Human League. Many races from other worlds are not technical, either they are not particularly interested in these things, or they do not have the strength to develop them, so they simply contract them out to outsiders. Lu Xuan was surprised. Baoqi Pavilion, a private company, was so powerful and very low-key and unassuming. It is estimated that many people in Jinghaicheng do not know that this cultural relics trading house is also engaged in energy. Lu Xuan hugged her and realized that this thigh was so thick. Expatriate assignments carry certain risks, but they are voluntary and you don't have to participate. Sir, to be honest, we at Baoqi Pavilion are going to the distant Naga territory to conduct an excavation of undersea ruins. After Ding Shuizhu took a few deep breaths and regained his composure, he opened the skylight and spoke frankly. She stretched out her slender hands with fair skin and flawless skin, and invited him in a very sincere tone. We are in need of a master archaeologist who is proficient in ancient magic texts. I would like to ask you to join this mission. Please don't refuse. Well, the daily salary is 50 million, do you think it's okay? Undersea ruins, 50 million, daily salary. No refusal, never refuse. Lu Xuan took a breath of air, quickly stepped forward to hold her hand, and asked. When will it start? Tonight, or tomorrow? Could it be the day after tomorrow? Ancient ruins under the sea. To Lu Xuan, that kind of place was like a mountain of gold and silver, a holy land. How many characteristic points do I need to earn in one trip? He didn't even dare to think about it. Dutch is no longer worthy of being a unit of measurement. He had previously wanted to go to the ruins to earn attribute points, but he had no way and nowhere to start. Now that someone is taking him to play, is there any reason to refuse? And the daily salary is 50 million. This is not black money, but legitimate income, which you can spend with confidence and boldness. Lu Xuan's eyes were burning, and his eyes were extremely fanatical. Ding Shuizhu had no doubt that even if she said she would leave in an hour, he would follow her without hesitation, without even bothering to pack her luggage. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile, smiling. Why are you in such a hurry? It won't start until next month. Don't worry, the headquarters attaches great importance to this project. It cost a lot to contract it to the Naga tribe. It cannot be cancelled. As soon as the time is up, we will set off immediately. That's good. Lu Xuan nodded. It's only a month, I can afford to wait. It just so happened that my uncle had recovered by then. He was relaxed, no longer worried, and could go out for a while. Yeah, let's go. Come with me, young gentleman. I'll take you to sign the contract. Ding Shuizhu said. Okay. Contract. Lu Xuan suddenly woke up and remembered something. I'm underage. Sign a contract. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.